Chapter 37. The cold moon reflects the frost and snow. The cold mountain embraces the ice pool. 8,000 mountains cannot be crossed. The end of the world is here. Shui Ming wore a pair of deerskin gloves and brushed away the snow on the towering boulder. He read the cinnabar inscription on the boulder and turned around, saying happily, "Master, we're here." It was snowing all year round on the summit of Sunrise Peak. At this time, a crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on the ice lake. The cold air was desolate and cold. Jincheng Lake was frozen but not covered with snow. It was like a glass pearl that covered the heaven and earth. The Milky Way fell to the earth, and the stars hung for thousands of li. It was truly magnificent. It was like walking to the end of the world, with white hair. A group of people came to the lakeside. The mirror-like surface of the lake overflowed with magnificent light. There was a stone embankment leading to the center of the lake. There was a stone tablet beside the embankment. The tablet was covered with frost, and the stone was crisscrossed. Only the 4 seal characters, "The road is difficult to walk," were vigorous and strong. After thousands of years, they were still clear and bright red, as if they were often painted. Chu Wanning stopped in front of the stone embankment and said, "The Jincheng Lake is seeking a sword. Only one person can enter at a time. Who wants to go first?" Shui Ming couldn't wait and said, "Master, I'll go first." Chu Wanning looked at him, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "You're too reckless. I'm not at ease." At this time, Shimei smiled and said, "Master, I'll go first. Anyway, I probably won't be able to melt the ice pool." On the vast ice lake, Shimei walked slowly to the end of the stone embankment that could only allow one person to pass. He followed the rules and condensed a ball of wacken in his hand. Then he bent down and put his palm on the ice. Shimei's wacken flowed down the ice, and a white light flashed in the distance. Ran held his breath and stood still. His 10 fingers unconsciously clenched and sank into his palm. Shimei tried for a long time, but the ice lake still didn't move. He smiled bitterly and walked back to Chu Wanning, saying, "Master, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'll try again after a few years of cultivation." Ran sighed slightly. He was even more disappointed than the two of them, but he still comforted Shimei. "It's okay. There's still a chance. I'll come with you next time." Chu Wanning said, "Don't talk so much. Go forward. It's your turn." In his previous life, Ran had come to ask for a sword. He was a frivolous youth who had high hopes for the divine martial arts. However, in this life, he was only here to retrieve the sword. He already knew what was waiting for him, so he didn't have that kind of nervousness and anticipation. But there was the warmth of reuniting with an old friend. Walking on the stone embankment, kneeling in front of the frozen lake, he bent down and touched the ice with his palm. Ran closed his eyes. His sheathless Modeo, the sinful blade that accompanied him to see all the flowers in the world and taste all the blood in the world. Opening his eyes, Ran whispered to the lake, "No return, I'm here." As if it had sensed the call of its destined master, a huge black shadow suddenly rose from under the ice of the Jincheng Lake. That black shadow circled under the ice, becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the 1,000 feet of ice shattered. Ran heard Shui Ming's cry of alarm from afar on the shore. His voice was so far away that it was almost inaudible. "The ice is melting." The waves surged, and the lake water soared to the sky. A dark green Jiao dragon soared out. Each of its scales was 7 feet wide. In a split second, the surface of the Jincheng pool was surging with water mist. Under the moonlight, the Jiao dragon shone brilliantly and breathed out a mouthful of air. At the same time, an ancient enchantment fell down beside the lake, separating Chu Wanning and the others from Ran. Inside the enchantment, a man and a Jiao dragon looked at each other. Ran narrowed his eyes, facing the water that filled the sky, and looked up at the Jiao dragon. The Jiao dragon held a pitch-black Modeo in its mouth. There was no scabbard, and the simple blade was thick but sharp. It could cut through iron and cut through gold. The dragon turned the Modeo into a size suitable for mortals. It slowly bowed down its colorful body and placed the blade in front of Ran. However, it did not immediately raise its head. Instead, It stared at the other party with its ginger yellow eyes that were as tall as two adult men. The Jiao Dragon's eyes were like two bronze mirrors, clearly reflecting Immerse's reflection. Immerse held his breath and waited for it to speak. If things did not change, then he only needed to go to the foot of the mountain to pick a plum blossom and give it to the Jiao Dragon. The old Jiao Dragon was graceful and elegant, which allowed Immerse to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, the Jiao Dragon did not give him the weapon as easily as it did in his previous life. Instead, its dragon whiskers danced, and its huge yellow eyes narrowed. Then, it raised its front claws and wrote two words on the snow in front of Immerse. Mortal? Immerse was stunned. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, this Jiao Dragon could speak. Why was it mute in this life? After the mute dragon finished writing these two words, it immediately denied itself. It used its thick and fat claws to erase the words and wrote another string of words. No, a mortal can't have such strong spiritual energy. Then, are you a god? Immerse. The old Jiao Dragon thought for a moment, shook its head, and wrote again. You're not a god. You have evil aura on you. Are you a ghost? Immerse thought to himself, what a mess. I'm just reborn. What's there to think about? Hurry up and give me my knife. The old Jiao Dragon seemed to see through his eagerness to get the knife. It suddenly raised its ferocious claws and pressed the Immerse knife under its claws. Its other claws erased the original marks, added a handful of snow, and continued to write. Don't be offended. I saw two other shadows on your body. It's really rare to see them in my life. Are you a human or a ghost, a god or a demon? Immerse raised his eyebrows and said, Of course I'm a human. Do you even need to say that? He was just a person who had died once. The old Jiao Dragon paused and wrote again. A person's soul is divided like this. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Immerse saw that it was shaking its head and wagging its tail and could not help but laugh. What's so strange about it? Senior, what will make you willing to give me your knife? The old Jiao Dragon sized him up for a while and wrote, Then stand there and don't move. Let me cast a spell to take a look at your soul. I'll give you the knife. Okay? He did not expect it to make such a request. Immerse was slightly stunned and hesitated. He wondered what would happen if this old thing could see what happened in his previous life. However, the knife was right in front of him. The power of this Immerse knife was fierce and ruthless. It was a rare divine weapon in the world. If he rejected it, it would be impossible to obtain it in the future. After hesitating for a moment, Immerse looked up and asked, Yes, but Senior, will you be willing to give me the knife no matter what you see on me? The old Jiao Dragon wrote, This is the rule. I naturally won't go back on my word, regardless of whether I was good or evil in the past. The old Jiao Dragon paused for a while and then wrote, Even if you were evil in the past, I can't stop you. I only hope that you will be good in the future. Immerse rubbed his palms and said with a smile, All right, since Senior has said so, I naturally have nothing to refuse. Senior, please cast your spell and take a look. The old Jiao Dragon raised its body slightly and arched its dragon body that was overflowing with light. It exhaled a breath, and then its eyes glowed with a bright red glow. Immerse looked up and found that the layer of red light was actually a thin layer of fog. The blood fog gradually deepened and gradually covered his reflection. After a long while, when the fog slowly dispersed, his standing figure reappeared in the old Jiao Dragon's eyes. However, this time, Immerse suddenly realized that in addition to himself, two other blurry shadows were also reflected in the dragon's eyes. They were standing faintly behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Immerse was shocked and immediately turned his head to look, but there was nothing behind him. It was snowing. Where was the figure of the other people? When he turned his head again, the two people in the dragon's eyes became clearer and clearer. It was like something that was slowly rising from the bottom of the water. Immerse stared at them for a while and suddenly felt that the two shadows were very familiar. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Unexpectedly, the two shadows in the dragon's eyes suddenly opened from their closed state. Shirmei, Chu Wanning. He didn't expect that it would be them. Immerse was very shocked. He staggered 2 steps back and couldn't finish his sentence. How, this is... The three people in the old Jiao dragon's eyes stood quietly. Their faces were calm, without the slightest expression. They just peacefully stared into the distance. Immerse Ran was extremely shocked. After a while, he saw the red blood fog rise again. The shadows in the dragon's eyes began to turn from clear to blurry and finally disappeared. The old Jiao dragon exhaled. The dragon's whiskers trembled and then quickly wrote, "I can't see through it. In all my life, I have never seen a person's soul imprinted with the mark of two other people. It's very strange. My soul has their mark?" Yes. After the old Jiao dragon finished writing this word, he paused for a moment and wrote again, "I don't know what happened to you. How deep is your obsession that you can entangle with other people in your soul?" Immerse Ran stared at the crooked words on the snow, as if he was choking. His face slowly turned red. His obsession with Mei was deep in his bones. Even if it was engraved in his soul, even if the old Jiao dragon could see him together with Mei, he didn't think it was a big deal. But Chu Wanning, what was going on? What obsession could he have with Chu Wanning? Could excessive hatred be a kind of entanglement? The man and the dragon were so deep in thought that they didn't notice a slight strange wrinkle on the water of the Jinqing pool. By the time the monstrous waves broke through the sky and split the shore, it was already too late. The water of the Jinqing pool was split into two, as if it was cut by a knife and an axe. Two groups of strange beasts rushed out from the waves. They had the bodies of leopards and the heads of cows. Although they weren't as big as the old Jiao dragon, they had sharp horns on their heads and sharp claws. Hundreds of them gathered together, but the old Jiao dragon wasn't afraid. He looked at them with his yellow eyes. Immerse Ran asked, "What's going on?" The old Jiao dragon paused and wrote, "Gaochen Upper Palace." Glancing at these 4 words, Immerse Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. Gaochen Upper Palace's master killed and ruled all the weapons in the world. This incipient god created the world's first sword and helped Fushi eliminate the demon bandits. That awe-inspiring incipient god was actually these hundreds of cows? This was too shocking. Immerse Ran couldn't accept it. While he was in a daze, he suddenly heard the sound of sun from afar. The sun was a very ancient instrument. In their era, not many people knew how to play it. As the sun sound got closer, the stampeding beasts gradually stopped. In the end, they bent their front legs and knelt on the 2 sides. When the tide of beasts dispersed, a man wearing luxurious clothes and carrying a long sword rode over on a Qilin. The man had a handsome face and delicate features. He had a very gentle face. He stood in the wind with snow on his body. His clothes fluttered softly in the wind. The sun in his hand had a glossy luster. His 10 fingers pressed on the hole, and he put it near his mouth to play. As the last note stopped, the hundreds of cow heads turned into water droplets. They were formed by an illusion. The man put down the sun and sized up Immerse Ran. Then, he smiled warmly. "You're indeed a rare talent. No wonder Wang Yue is so curious about you. I'm Gaochen Upper Palace and I live in the Jinqing pool. The weapons in the pool are all made by me. It's just a small trick. Please excuse me." Although the old dragon wrote it down and the man said it himself, Immerse Ran was still in disbelief. He asked, "Your Gaochen Upper Palace?" The man was impatient, however. He smiled and said, "That's me." Immerse Ran was about to suffocate. "You're the master of weapons?" "That's right." Gaochen Upper Palace raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's what the later generations call me. I'm ashamed. I just had nothing to do, so I decided to make a small knife and a small whip. You've overestimated me." Immerse Ran was speechless. It was annoying when powerful people became humble. Chu Wanning said calmly, "I have 3 divine weapons." Gaochen Upper Palace was even more annoying. He actually called the weapons he made small knife and small whip. Why didn't he call the Fushi Emperor little old man? Immerse Ran took a long time to recover and said, Then, shouldn't you be in the realm of gods? Why are you in this pool? I like to knock and often disturb the heavenly emperor's peace. Instead of being looked down upon by him in the realm of gods, I might as well go down to the mortal world." Immerse Ran was speechless. "How long have you been here?" Gaochen Upper Palace thought for a while and smiled. "It's been a few hundred years." "A few hundred years," Immerse Ran repeated and laughed dryly. Don't you think it's a little long? Gaochen Shanggong smiled and waved his sleeves nonchalantly. Not really. Moreover, after forging the sword for the Heavenly Emperor, I've used up a lot of my divine power. It's boring to stay in the realm of gods. It's much better here. Although Mo Ran was curious about the legendary god of massacre, it was not good to ask about his personal matters. He thought for a while and felt that something else was more important. So he said, "Exalted God, you didn't come to see me today just because my soul is special, right? Why not? Your spiritual power is rare. It's rare." Gaochen Upper Palace smiled. "It's a waste of your talent to only give you this Modeo." Mo Ran said, "Haha, it's all right. I think this sword suits me well." At first glance, I thought so too. Gaochen Upper Palace smiled. "After careful observation, I realized that's not the case. Your talent is rare and I'm curious about it. So I came to invite you to the bottom of the lake for a chat. I want to see which of those thousands of weapons is most suitable for you." This was a huge shock. Even though the Emperor Ta was very knowledgeable, he was still stunned. The Master of Weapons actually invited him to pick a weapon? Gaochen Upper Palace saw that he did not speak and thought that he was afraid to go. So he said, "Don't worry. Although there are many demons in the water, they all listen to me and won't hurt you. Wang Yue can vouch for that." The old dragon did not say anything and slowly bowed his head. Mo Ran saw that he was sincerely inviting him and could not help but be moved. "If I go, can you grant me a request?" "What request?" "The person who asked for the sword just now is my close friend." As Mo Ran spoke, he pointed to the shore behind the enchantment and showed Shumi to him. "He asked for a sword but couldn't get one. So I thought, if I can't fulfill the Exalted God's wish, can the Exalted God also fulfill my wish and give him a weapon? I thought it was something big. It's just a small matter." Gaochen Upper Palace smiled and suddenly waved his hand. The enchantment disappeared immediately. "This is very easy. Let the three of them come over. If there's a weapon that you like, just take it." Mo Ran was overjoyed. He didn't expect to find what he was looking for so effortlessly. Shurimo being able to obtain the divine martial weapon made him even more excited than him obtaining an even more powerful weapon. He immediately agreed to Gaochen Upper Palace. When Shurmei and the rest arrived, he told them about the situation. Shurmei and Xueming's eyes widened. Even Chu Wanning was slightly moved. Gaochen Upper Palace looked at them from the side and suddenly seemed to realize something. He stared at Chu Wanning. "It's you?" Chapter 38. Chu Wanning was neither servile nor overbearing even in front of a deity. He asked, "Exalted God, do you recognize me?" "How can I not recognize you?" Gaochen Shanggong smiled gently. "Many years ago, you came to the Jinqing pool to ask for a sword. Your spiritual power was so profound and pure that I almost couldn't resist coming out to meet you. How is it? Are you comfortable with the weapon?" "Exalted God, which one are you referring to?" Gaochen Shanggong was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "Look at my memory. I forgot that I gave you two." Chu Wanning said, "It's okay. Tianwen is good." "Tianwen? That willow vine?" "Oh, I see." Gaochen Shanggong smiled. "You named it Tianwen? What about the other one? What's it called?" Chu Wanning said, "Jyoga." "How about Jyoga?" "The cold air is strong. It doesn't use much." Gaochen Shanggong sighed. "It's a pity." After they finished talking, Gaochen Shanggong turned around and said, "Wang Yue, I'll bring them down. The spiritual power on the water is thin. It's not good for your body. You should go back earlier." The old dragon nodded and created a huge wave. Its dragon scales shone as it entered the pool. At the same time, Chu Wanning placed a water-repelling talisman on the other three people. When Gaochen Shanggong saw this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Wanning a few more times. He thought to himself, among cultivators, it's rare to see someone as proficient in spells as him. I wonder who his master is. However, Chu Wanning seemed to be unwilling to talk to anyone. Gaochen Shanggong didn't want to ask for a rebuff. After everyone was ready, they waded into the cold Jinqing pool. Because of the talismans, Mo ran and the rest moved as if they were on land. As they reached the bottom, a vast and boundless underwater world gradually appeared in front of them. The bottom of the lake was covered with a large amount of fine and soft white sand, crisscrossed by crisscrossing paths and floating aquatic plants. There were rows upon rows of exquisitely constructed houses. On the streets and alleys, spirit beasts and immortal demons of all shapes and sizes were walking back and forth. Some demons and monsters that would never be able to coexist peacefully in the mortal world could coexist peacefully here. Gaochen Shanggong said, Jincheng Lake is rich in spiritual energy, forming a grotto heaven. Creatures settled down here, and often, they wouldn't migrate for generations. As a result, there were many things that were different from the mortal world. If you're interested, you can look around. While they were talking, they saw a rabbit spirit with snow-white skin and red eyes riding on a white tiger with slanted eyes. The rabbit spirit was wearing a white robe. She was graceful and elegant, and her expression was proud. She kept scolding the tiger to walk faster. When he looked at the tiger again, its head was lowered and its eyebrows were lowered. It didn't look imposing at all. Everyone was speechless. Gaochen Shanggong brought them along the main path. The shops on both sides were crowded with demons and monsters. After walking for a while, they arrived at the downtown area. There were even more demons and monsters dancing around. It was a marvelous scene. Jincheng Lake is used to communicate with the outside world. Most of the items they need are exchanged here. Xueming said, Rumors say that Jincheng Lake is formed by your blood. If that's the case, they are all supported by your spiritual energy. You must be the owner of this place, right? I'm not the owner. Gaochen Shanggong smiled faintly. Too much time has passed. I've left the God world for many years, and my spiritual energy isn't the same as before. Now that I think about it, what happened when the world was created is just like a dream. How much does it have to do with me now? Now, the person in front of you is just a little sword forger. While he was talking, he brought them to walk around the downtown area. The creatures at the bottom of the lake stayed with Gaochen Shanggong all the time, so they had forgotten about his identity as an incipient God realm expert. When they saw him, they didn't have any special reaction. They just continued to sell. Fish blood steamed bun. Fresh fish blood steamed bun. Shuaran snake skin. It's the best material for clothes. Last 3 feet. If I sell them all, I'll have to wait for the next one. Selling cuttlefish daiko. I just spat out some ink this morning. It's the best thing to use this daiko to paint. Hey, little girl, don't go. The shouts in the market were endless. The strange sights were too much for the eyes to take in. The headless ghost was sitting in front of a stall selling hairbrushes and rouge powder. She held a horn comb with her long nails that were dotted with bright red cardamom. She rested her bloody head on her knees. While combing her hair, she said softly, "A fine bone comb. Please take one with you." Xueming opened her eyes wide and looked around. She saw a pharmacy on the side, in which there were many busy flood dragon humans. They were selling rare herbs that she had never seen before. Thinking of her mother's love for precious herbs, she was about to go closer to take a look when she suddenly heard a sharp, ear-piercing voice yelling from behind, "Excuse me, let me pass first." Xueming retracted his leg and turned his head to look. However, he could not see anyone. Gaochen Shanggong smiled. "It's under your feet. Take a closer look." As expected, when Xueming took a closer look, he actually saw a pile of small stones walking on his own. This is really eye-opening. Even stones can walk. Is it a rock spirit? Xueming muttered. Chu Wanning said, "Bye-bye, Fu Ban?" Chu Wanning looked at him indifferently. "It's fine if Mo Ran doesn't pay attention in class, but why are you not paying attention as well?" Xueming was fully focused on practicing martial arts. However, he was not paying attention in literature and history. Due to Chu Wanning's prestige, he had to pretend to sit upright when he was teaching. However, in reality, everything went in one ear and out the other. Now that his master caught him red-handed, he immediately blushed. Mo Ran rubbed his hands and smiled. "Master, I'm not happy to hear you say that. I was really paying attention to this part." Xueming was not convinced. "Oh, then tell me about it." Bai is a type of insect. It is very greedy. As long as it sees a beautiful stone, it will try to carry it. In the end, it will be crushed to death by the stone it picked up. Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning with a smile. Master, don't you think I'm right? Chu Wanning nodded and said, Bye-bye is extinct in the human world. I didn't expect there to be one left here. When Gaochen Shanggong heard that, he said with a smile, Well, it was only able to survive because of a small pharmacy. Look, it's right there. Little by little, Bai-an laboriously moved to the steps of the pharmacy and suddenly shouted, I can't take it anymore. Someone please come and save my life. A green dragon quickly swam out from inside. It was obvious that he had dealt with this situation countless times. He skillfully took a white porcelain bottle and poured some of the golden-red liquid on Lao Ai's body. As he poured, he leisurely smiled and said, You seem to have gained a lot today? The Bai-an that was called Foolish Old Man snorted. Its voice was lazy, and it was obviously very comfortable under the nourishment of the potion. Humph, it's fine, it's fine. Tomorrow, I'll bring back another 100 stones, and then I'll have 485,617 stones in my house. Mo Ran, Chu Wanning, Shermay murmured, You've already accumulated so many stones? The green dragon sprinkled the potion on Lao Ai's body and said, Remember to come here early tomorrow. I think if you're late, I'm afraid this potion won't work. I know. Come early, come early. Lao Ai answered perfunctorily. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful light yellow stone at the corner of the wall and shouted at the top of his voice, Little Loach. Oh no, Dr. Jiao, that stone over there looks good. Please pick it up and put it on my back. Then I'll have 485,618 stones tomorrow. Xuanming couldn't help but walk over and ask, Why do you need so many stones? Are you building a house? Lao Ai's arrogant voice came from under the stones, and he said in a high-pitched voice, What? A mortal? Oh, I haven't seen a mortal for many years. You're asking me why I need stones? Of course, I'm not building a house. How can I be so boring? Shermay couldn't help but be curious. Then what do you need them for? Lao Ai said confidently, To count them. Everyone was speechless. After strolling around the city for a while, Gaochen Shanggong led them back to his residence. At the corner of the street, there was a huge shell erected, like a wall in the mortal world. After they entered the mansion, they saw that the mansion was divided into 6 sections. It was spacious and grand. There were rooms in the hall, corridors, and gardens. The bead curtains made of seaweed and pearls swayed gently with the waves. Some of the rooms were dark, while some were lit. There was a dim yellow candlelight inside, and the faint sound of kongho and harps could be heard. Just like the medicine shop, the servants in the mansion were also from the Flood Dragon clan. Some of the Flood Dragon clan people kept their tails, and some turned their tails into legs for convenience. However, they were still not used to wearing shoes, so they walked around barefooted. Gaochen Shanggong saw that the 4 of them had strange expressions on their faces, so he smiled faintly and said, Everyone, please don't be surprised. I have a good relationship with Wang Yue, so we live together. He was once the Eastern Sea Crown Prince, and these servants followed him here after he settled down. Wang Yue was the Black Flood Dragon Elder. Mo Ran obtained God's martial spirit from the Black Flood Dragon in his previous life, so he was very close to it. When he heard what Gaochen Shanggong said, he couldn't help but laugh. Then where is he? Such a huge creature like him should have transformed after he returned to the bottom of the sea, right? Otherwise, this place won't be able to accommodate him. Gaochen Shanggong nodded and said cheerfully, Of course. However, he's old, so his physical strength isn't very good. He just came to the surface of the water, so he should be resting now. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait for him to wake up. While they were talking, a flood dragon person with long brown hair floated over. He bent down and bowed to Gaochen Shanggong. When he opened his mouth, he spoke with an elegant voice. You're back, exalted god. Prince Wang Yue has already told me what happened. Exalted god, are you going to bring the guests to the divine armory immediately? Gaochen Shanggong didn't answer first. Instead, he looked at the guests warmly. Seeing that the 4 of them had no objections, he nodded. That's good too. Also, please ask the kitchen to prepare some wine and dishes. We'll start the banquet when we return from the divine armory. The crowd walked through the courtyard and came to the last entrance. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a giant willow tree. Perhaps it was different from the ones in the mortal world. The trunk of this willow tree was so thick that it would take 10 grown men to hug it. The bark was old and strong, and the willow branches hung down like a green veil. Xueming's voice was dry. Wow, how old is this tree? Gaochen Shanggong said, I've never measured it before, but it should be more than 100,000 years old. Xueming was shocked. What kind of tree is it? How can it live for so long? Trees are usually older than humans. Moreover, it is nourished by the aura of Jinchenki, so there's nothing strange about it. Everyone, please follow me closely. The entrance to the divine armory is in the hole of this willow tree, Gaochen Shanggong said. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Xueming. Try not to touch those hanging branches. This tree has already become a spirit. It will hurt. However, it was a little too late. Xueming had already plucked a leaf. He screamed, ah, and at the same time, there was a faint moan in the air. There seemed to be a hoarse voice sighing softly, ouch. Xueming looked like he was struck by lightning. He quickly threw the leaf away and said, What's going on? Why is there blood here? Indeed, there was blood flowing out from the broken willow branches. The leaf that he threw away seemed to have a life of its own. It spasmed on the ground, and after a while, it gradually calmed down. It lay in the distance and quickly curled up and became charred. Gaochen Shanggong said helplessly, I already said that it has already become a spirit. Why is little master still? He shook his head and went forward to check on the broken branch. He urged his spiritual energy to calm the blood of the willow tree. Chu Wanning said, Xueming, come to my side. Don't move anymore. Yes, master. Xueming knew that he had made a mistake. He could only lower his head and go over. Fortunately, this small incident did not cause too much trouble. Chu Wanning apologized to Gaochen Shanggong. The other party was indeed an incipient god. He was magnanimous. He only smiled and said, This little master's actions are too fast. Xueming's face turned red. He followed behind Chu Wanning and lowered his head. He did not utter a word. While they were talking, they passed through the lush willow trees and arrived in front of the thick tree trunk. When they looked closer, they realized that the willow tree was much bigger than it looked from afar. At first, they thought that 10 men could wrap their arms around it. Now that they looked closer, they realized that they had underestimated its thickness. There was a tree hole in the middle of the willow tree trunk. Instead of calling it a tree hole, it was more like a giant arched door. It was wide and tall enough for 3 strong men to pass through at the same time. There were many complicated barriers in front of the tree hole. Gaochen Shanggong dispelled them one by one. He then turned around and smiled. The divine martial library is inside. It's a little small and messy. Please don't laugh at it. Mo Ran was curious. He followed behind Gaochen Shanggong and was about to enter when Chu Wanning casually pulled him behind him. He said faintly, Slow down. He then walked in first. Mo Ran was very familiar with his actions. In his previous life, when the 4 of them were killing monsters, Chu Wanning always walked in front. At that time, he only knew that his master was impatient and arrogant. He did not want to fall behind the younger generation. However, Mo Ran was reborn. His thoughts were different from before. He looked at Chu Wanning's white robe disappearing into the darkness of the tree hole. He suddenly hesitated. This person walked in front. Was it really because he was impatient and arrogant? Chapter 39. Inside the cave, there was a narrow passageway. They stepped on the steps made of slippery rocks at the bottom of the lake. The slippery feeling pervaded from the soles of their feet all the way to their hearts. After walking through the passageway, their eyes suddenly lit up. The divine martial library that the Gaochen Upper Palace spoke of was completely different from what it was supposed to be. The ancient tree was extremely vast, but who would have thought that the cave inside was so big that it reached the clouds and looked down on the ground? The shelves were towering, and tens of thousands of weapons were laid out. Everyone looked up, but they couldn't see the dome. There were rows upon rows of pedestals with the world's most powerful weapons. It could be said to be majestic and lofty. In the middle of the divine martial library, there was a smelting pool that was boiling with hot waves. The orange molten iron was flowing inside, and the weapons that had yet to be forged were immersed in the molten iron. The weapons made by the Gauchan Upper Palace were all better than the purple lightning cyan frost. The terrifying temperature was not able to destroy them at all, but instead caused the blades to become even more dazzling. The most amazing thing was that the various null division that were flying in the air were affected by the array inside the ancient tree, and were able to move freely. The small flower petals that were inlaid with jewels were like spirits, flying around in the sky, occasionally colliding and creating sparkling sparks that were pleasing to the ears. The Gauchan Upper Palace turned back and smiled. This place is too small, right? Shermei, yeah, Shueming, small? Then what is big? Imo ran. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Chu Wanning, the Gauchan Upper Palace ordered Shueming and Shermei to pick whatever they wanted, and if there was anything that they liked, they could take one. As for Imo Ran, the Gauchan Upper Palace was interested in him and gave him a few weapons, but none were satisfactory. Phoenix Cry Scorched Tail. The 14th weapon was handed over. The Gauchan Upper Palace was not discouraged. Try this, Imo Ran. This? I don't know music. Don't worry, just a few strokes will do. Imo Ran did as he was told and played a few notes on the guqin, which had a shiny front end and a charred tail. Who would have thought that the strings would not stop vibrating and would produce a sharp note? Gauchan Shanggong immediately tossed Fengming aside. Fa Zhou returned to his original position with the guqin and switched to a jasper pipa. Imo Ran. Forget about that. He was a grown man. Why would he play the pipa like a sissy? Only the gigolos of the Kunlun Treading Snow Palace would do such a thing. Gauchan Shanggong insisted. Give it a try. All right. Imo Ran couldn't refuse, so he could only take it and do as he was told. However, he seemed to be a little resentful, for he didn't even play twice before the string snapped. Gauchan Shanggong stared at the broken string and said after a long time, Do you know what this string is made of? Imo Ran said, You don't want me to compensate you, do you? It's the white hair of Goddess Wushan, Gauchan Shanggong muttered. It can't be cut by swords or burned by fire. It's the essence of the earth spirit. You. Imo Ran turned around and said in horror, Master, I don't have the money to compensate him. Chu Wanning. Gauchan Shanggong played the strings and muttered to himself, What counters earth? You can destroy the essence of the earth spirit. Could it be that the most suitable weapon for you is the essence of the wood spirit? What? It shouldn't be. For some reason, Gauchan Shanggong glanced at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning caught his gaze and asked, What shouldn't be? Gauchan Shanggong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned a pottery sun. As the sound faded, a blood-red summoning array appeared in the sky. Ji Baihua, come out. Imo Ran looked up abruptly. Shueming and Shermei were also attracted by the commotion. Gauchan Shanggong's fingertips froze in the air as he activated the complex array in the sky. Immediately after, a fox immortal with a fluffy tail broke out of the array. Silver powder rustled and flowed around her. The fox immortal circled in the air before landing in front of Imo Ran. This fox immortal was extremely good-looking. When he got closer, one would realize that he was a man. There was a red mark on his forehead, and his peach blossom eyes were slightly raised. He was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and was holding a golden brocade box in his hand. He glanced at Gauchan Shanggong and smiled. Exalted God. Gauchan Shanggong said, You should know why I called you, right? I know. Gauchan Shanggong asked, What do you think? Ji Baihua smiled and said, Not bad, we can try. The two of them went back and forth, completely ignoring the other four people. Imo Ran couldn't help but ask, What are you talking about? Little immortal, you can't wait anymore? Fox immortal concubine Baihua said brightly. Speaking of which, it's interesting. Before I appeared, I sensed your spiritual power from afar. I thought you were at least an old man with white hair, but I didn't expect you to be a handsome young man. Imo Ran was speechless. Gauchan Shanggong said, Ji Baihua, tell me the serious thing first. All right, I'm just kidding. Ji Baihua narrowed his eyes and swung his tail. What's the serious thing? Aya, little go, don't stare at me like that. It's a long story. Imo Ran smiled and said, can you make it short? Ji Baihua also smiled and said, sure, sure. If you want to make it short, it's actually very short. He channeled his spiritual power and floated the brocade box in his hand in front of Immerse Ran. Come, take it. As expected, it was short and to the point. Immerse Ran took the brocade box and weighed it in his hand. The brocade box shone with a golden light and was overflowing with colorful lights. It was unknown what kind of divine weapon was stored inside. However, the box did not have any gaps. The only decoration was a pattern of yin and yang on the surface of the box. Two carps, one black and one white, were intertwined, forming the shape of the 8 trigrams. How do I open this? Ji Baihua said, hee, the way to open this box is to leave my mouth and enter your ears. No one else is allowed to hear it. Shuiming asked, do you mean that we should leave? Ji Baihua smiled and said, there's no need for everyone to leave. I'll just offend this little immortal. As he said that, he waved his hand. Immerse Ran's vision suddenly turned dark. Unknowingly, the two of them were already in a small secret room. Little immortal, don't be nervous. This is the space shifting technique that I'm good at. The brocade box that contains the weapon is a treasure that I made with a secret technique, so I can't tell you how to open it in front of everyone. Please don't be offended. Immerse Ran smiled and said, it's fine. However, I'd like to ask, what kind of weapon is inside that needs to be stored in a brocade box? I can't tell you that, Ji Baihua said. Ji Baihua said, divine martial artists all have temperaments. This weapon doesn't want others to know what it looks like. If you provoke it, even if you open the box in the end, it won't recognize you as its master. Immerse Ran was speechless for a moment. He could only smile bitterly and say, what weapon is it? It has such a weird temper. All right, tell me, how do I open this box? Ji Baihua saw that Qin Mu did not force him to ask, so he had a good impression of him. He clapped his hands and said, since little immortal is straightforward, then I won't be vague either. This box is called Sauvignon Yearning. As you can see, it has no gaps. If you want to open it, you must fulfill 2 conditions. Immerse Ran said, I'd like to hear the details. Ji Baihua said, my Fox Immortal clan believes in love and kindness the most. Therefore, first, in this world, only one person can open Sauvignon Yearning. This person is extremely important in your life. You must love this person deeply, and this person must also love you wholeheartedly and be loyal to you. Immerse Ran smiled and said, I see. That's a strange request, but it's not difficult. He still believed in his friendship with Mei. Ji Baihua heard this and slightly raised the corner of his lips. How is it not difficult? Since ancient times, people's hearts are the most difficult to predict. What you think may not be the truth. I've been wandering in this world for a long time and have seen too many people lose their hearts, not knowing who they love. In these thousands of years, there are very few people who can open Sauvignon Yearning. It can be said that there are very few. Immerse Ran asked curiously, why is that? Even if you get the wrong person, you can continue to search. At most, you can try everyone you know one by one. You can always find the so-called most important person in your life, right? Ji Baihua said, this is the second condition I want to tell you. Apart from you, Sauvignon Yearning can only be touched by one person. In other words, you only have one chance. If you find the wrong person to open it, it will be closed forever, and no one will be able to open it again. Immerse Ran smiled and said, no wonder you want to separate the others. If they heard what you said, it would be difficult for me to deal with it. If I hold the box and show it to someone, they will know who I like. How awkward would that be? He paused and played with the brocade box in his hand, then said, but this little thing is really interesting. It turns out that this is a keyhole that can only be used once. If you open it wrong, the box will be useless. Of course, it can only be opened once. Otherwise, how many times do you want to open it? Ji Baihua glared at him. You mortals have been fooling around in the mortal world for dozens of years, yet you don't know how many good relationships you've wasted? You have to know that this Sauvignon Yearning is the most affectionate thing in the world. If you make the wrong choice, it will be hard to turn back. Haha, great Fox Immortal, don't worry. Others may choose the wrong person, but I know very well. Immerse clasped his hands and bowed to him, then said with a smile, "I won't let you down." Jibaihua glanced at him and said in a low and gentle voice, which was extremely elegant and pleasant to listen to, "Little immortal, don't be too confident. In my opinion, you don't know the person in your life." Immerse was stunned. His smile was still frozen on his face. "What do you mean?" This handsome immortal who claimed to believe in love and kindness the most didn't want to say more. He only sighed faintly and said, "Not making Sauvignon yearning, breaking the willow branch." Sigh. Immerse wasn't very cultured, so he didn't understand what Jibaihua was saying. However, he always felt that Fox Immortal was hinting at something in a roundabout way. Unfortunately, he was stupid and couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he racked his brain. Just as Immerse was about to ask again, Jibaihua smiled faintly, indicating that his mission had been accomplished. He waved his sleeve and sent Immerse out of the secret room. Then, he suddenly froze, becoming stiff and stiff. Soon after, with a crashing sound, he broke into pieces, leaving behind a black chess piece that fell to the spot where he had been standing. It was a pity that Immerse didn't see this. If he saw it, many things at the bottom of the lake would probably change. When Immerse came back to his senses, he found himself back in the Divine Martial Library with the Sauvignon yearning in his hand. The other 4 people were waiting for him in the library. Seeing him come back, Gaochen Shanggong grinned and said with a bright smile, "That little fox is really interesting. She even has to be so mysterious when opening a box. How is it? Do you know how to open it?" At this juncture, he didn't have time to think about it. Immerse thought about it and said with a smile, "Easy, easy." He walked to Shirmei casually and said, "The design of this lock is very interesting. I think you guys won't be able to figure it out even if you try to figure it out for 10 years. If you don't believe me, why don't you take a look?" As he spoke, he passed the box in front of Shirmei casually. The box was shining brightly in front of Shirmei. The golden light shone on Shirmei's gentle and beautiful eyes. "Shirmei, you try it first." Immerse wanted to act as if nothing had happened, but his heart was in a mess and his palms were sweating. This was a gamble on whether or not he would be able to obtain a new divine martial skill, so he should be extremely cautious. However, he also felt that he was already extremely cautious. He was someone who had died once, so how could he not know who he cared about the most? He wasn't stupid. Shirmei hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he took the Sauvignon Blanc from Immerse's hands. Immerse's heart was in his throat. However, after staring for a long time, everything was normal and there was no sign of movement. Immerse was speechless. Shirmei carefully held the box and looked at it carefully. His fingertips brushed the pattern of the yin and yang fish, and then he said curiously, "There's no gap at all. I can't see the chain eye anywhere." Why was there no reaction? Why was there no reaction from the Sauvignon Blanc when Shirmei touched it? Could it be? Yes. It was the gloves. Immerse glanced at the deerskin gloves on Shirmei's hands and was about to ask Shirkwang to take them off and try again. Suddenly, without warning, a hand with slender fingers and well-proportioned bones reached over and steadily took the Sauvignon Blanc. Immerse looked like he was struck by lightning. He screamed, "Shizun!" Chu Wanning jumped in fright and almost dropped the box. However, this person's calmness was so deep that no one could see the chaos in his heart. Immerse wailed as if he had lost his beloved. "Shizun!" Xueming had goosebumps. Hey, didn't I just take your box? What's wrong with you? You're screaming like someone stole your wife." Immerse was so angry that he almost fainted. He couldn't say it out loud, so he covered his face and howled, "Oh my God, Chu Wanning, why aren't you wearing gloves? You're so afraid of the cold. We all wear gloves in the ice and snow. Why are you the only one who doesn't?" Suddenly, Immerse was stunned. That's right. The exorcism begonia they wore had to be connected with Chu Wanning's spiritual power. That was why Chu Wanning didn't buy a pair of gloves for himself from the start. He didn't wear gloves because he wanted to protect them. However, he didn't care about him at all. It was only when he was about to open the Sauvignon Blanc that he suddenly realized that Chu Wanning, who was most afraid of the cold, was frozen the whole time. Immerse wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He thought that he was really unlucky to have missed out on Shenwu just like that. Just as he was feeling stuffy in his chest, who would have thought that as Chu Waning's fingertips gently touched the yin-yang fish, the two fish made of metal seemed to come alive. They actually began to nimbly coil around the box. There was a slight pause. With two crisp ka sounds, the yin and yang fish intertwined with each other. Finally, they protruded and turned into two handles. Chu Waning turned the handles and the Sauvignon Blanc split into two, revealing the shiny golden object inside. Mo Ran was stunned. Ji Baihua's words were still ringing in his ears. Only one person can open the Sauvignon Blanc. This person is extremely important in your life. You need to love this person deeply, and this person must also love you wholeheartedly and be loyal to you. This person is Chu Waning? How could it be Chu Waning? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he love Chu Waning so deeply, and how could Chu Waning like him? What a joke. This must be a mistake. There must be something wrong with the box. This box is broken. However, this wave of shock was not over. When Chu Waning picked up Shenwu from the Sauvignon Blanc, something even more shocking happened. This time, Mo Ran wasn't the only one who was shocked. The other three people, and even Chu Waning, were slightly moved. Their eyes reflected the brilliance of the weapon, and a bunch of sparkling willow vines illuminated everyone's faces. Chu Waning, Shueming, Shimei. These two words were stuck in Mo Ran's throat for a long time before he spat them out with difficulty. He was full of disbelief. Tianwen? Chapter 40. The weapon in the Sauvignon yearning was Heaven's Inquisition. In other words, it was a bunch of golden willow vines that looked exactly the same as Heaven's Inquisition, from the patterns to the design. The Sauvignon yearning broke the willow branch. Chu Waning's expression was uncertain as he passed the willow vine to Mo Ran. Then, he condensed the light in his palm and summoned Heaven's Inquisition. When the two weapons were compared, it was like looking into a mirror. There was no difference at all. No one expected such a thing to happen. Even Mo Ran found it hard to believe his eyes. As a person who had been whipped by Heaven's Inquisition more than 1,000 times in his previous life, he would never have thought that Jin Chengqi would give him an identical weapon. What was going on? Everyone looked at the Gaochen Upper Gong who was standing at the side. The Gaochen Upper Gong was also very surprised as he said, "There are actually two wood spirit essences in the mortal world today?" Shueming asked, "What does the wood spirit essence mean?" It's like this. The Gaochen Upper Gong said, "There are 5 types of elements in the world. Every person's spirit core would have 1 or 2 attributes. In the mortal world, the person with the most talent in one element is the essence of that element. For example, the goddess Wushan was the earth spirit essence. However, normally, there can only be one essence of the same element in a generation. The wood spirit essence already exists in the mortal world today. Many years ago, I gave the best wood spirit weapon to him." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Chu Waning. "When I was forging the 5 top-notch divine weapons, I originally planned to only forge one of each element. The other 4 weapons did not have any problems during the forging process, but the wood spirit divine weapon actually broke into 2 in the furnace. I thought that it was the will of the heavens, so I made 2 weapons out of the 2 willow branches. However, I still thought that it was impossible for the 2 weapons to find an owner at the same time. Thus, I gave one of them to Ji Baihua and asked him to make a brocade box to prevent any evil people from coveting it. But I didn't expect." Gaochen Shanggong shook his head. Just as he was about to continue lamenting, the willow vine in Mo Ran's hand suddenly burst out a string of bright red sparks. The flowing golden luster started to change gradually and finally turned into a blazing red. Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and said, "Ah, damn it." Chu Waning wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Therefore, Gaochen Shanggong and Chu Waning looked at Mo Ran with pity. Mo Ran soon knew why they had such expressions. In fact, he had already thought of it himself. When Shenwu shone with different colors for the first time, it meant that it had submitted to its owner and wanted its owner to give it a name. Unfortunately, it was too late. On the silver handle of the willow vine, 3 strong and powerful words slowly appeared. They were written in a picturesque style. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it. Imo ran. Ah. Although Xueming and Shi Mei did not know the rules of naming Shenwu, they understood after seeing the scene in front of them. Xueming held his stomach and laughed until tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Only you can come up with such a name. Ha 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 ha. Good name, good name. Master has Tian one. You have damn it. Ah ha ha ha. Since Imo Ran had already obtained Shenwu, Xueming and Shi Mei each chose a weapon that they liked. Xueming chose a long sword while Shi Mei chose a short flute. However, both of their weapons did not shine with different colors. It was obvious that they had not been tamed and were not willing to submit to the two of them. However, this did not matter much. They could always think of a way. Therefore, they were in a good mood. At night, a banquet was held at the Spring Night Pavilion. Gaochen Shanggong had never brought mortals to the Jinqing Pool before, so he invited them to stay for a night before leaving. This was his first time hosting mortals, so he naturally did his best. On the table, the guests and the host were slightly tipsy as they toasted each other. After the banquet, Gaochen Shanggong ordered the servants to bring the guests to their rooms so that they could rest for the night. The guests' rooms were next to the Shenwu warehouse. When he saw the huge tree, Imo Ran thought of the damn it that he had just obtained. Therefore, he could not help but summon the willow vine and look at it carefully. It did not make Chang Xiangxi break the willow branch. What exactly did that fox demon named Ji Baihua notice? Why did he say such a thing? And what exactly did he mean by that? He had drunk so much that his thoughts were not so clear. He only felt that it was extremely strange. If Sauvignon Blanc was not wrong, then how could Chu Wanning be able to unlock the box? Of course, he did not like Chu Wanning. As for Chu Wanning loving him deeply, it was a big joke. As he pondered, he looked back at his master. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning was also looking at him from behind. When their eyes met, Imo Ran suddenly felt his heart tremble, as if it was pierced by something small and sharp. There was a subtle sweetness in it. Before he could think, he was already grinning at Chu Wanning. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. He soon regretted it. He was so annoying, but why did he feel so peaceful and comfortable when he looked at him sometimes? Chu Wanning looked indifferent. However, when he saw Mo Ran summoning the damn thing, he thought for a moment and summoned Tianwen as well. He walked towards Mo Ran. The damn thing didn't seem to have a good temper. Feeling another powerful wood spirit body approaching, it spat out scarlet sparks. From time to time, a few sparks would explode and fall on Xueming. It was actually in a competitive state. On the other side, Tianwen in Chu Wanning's hand seemed to have sensed a similar aura. However, it had been with Chu Wanning for a long time, so it had already become very familiar with him. Therefore, although it was full of fighting spirit, the golden light around it did not become restless as if it had seen a ghost. Instead, it gradually brightened. When it saw that its master did not stop it, it became unusually dazzling. It was as if it had decided to let the damn thing see what kind of steady attitude an outstanding weapon should have in battle. The two divine weapons were originally of the same breadth and branch. Now, one was a fledgling, while the other was a veteran. One was emitting red light, jumping up and down like an anxious yellow-haired boy. The other was overflowing with golden light, like a peerless grandmaster, reserved and arrogant. Chu Wanning looked at the willow vine in his hand and pondered for a moment. His gaze passed through the secret room's long eyelashes and fell on the damn thing. He said, Imo Ran, Shizun, pick up your... The word damn thing seemed to be a bit shameful. Chu Wanning paused and said, pick up your willow vine and look at it with me. Imo Ran's brain was full of mush. He didn't know how to react. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and said with a bitter smile, Shizun, don't joke around. Spare me. I'll give you 3 moves. I've never used the willow vine before. 10 moves. But Chu Wanning didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling golden light chopped down. Imo Ran was shocked. His fear of heaven's inquisition was deeply rooted in his bones. He immediately raised his hand and raised his branch, blocking with the damn thing. The 2 willow vines tore through the wind and snow and soared into the air like 2 dragons entangling each other. The friction burst out a string of golden and red sparks. Although he hadn't learned how to use this special weapon, perhaps because he had seen Chu Wanning's moves for a long time, and Immo Ran was a gifted person, he was able to barely block Chu Wanning's attack. The two fought for dozens of rounds in the cold lake. Although Chu Wanning went easy on him, Immo Ran's response was outstanding, which was really beyond his expectations. Heaven's Inquisition's gold and the damn thing's red danced like the wind in the waves. The moves were gorgeous, the wind was brilliant, and the lake water was torn apart by the fierce vines. Finally, the gold and red entangled together, evenly matched and difficult to separate. Chu Wanning's eyes were full of admiration, but Immo Ran was tired of blocking. He was so tired that he was panting, so he didn't see the look in his opponent's eyes. Chu Wanning said, "Heaven's Inquisition, come back." The fierce and hard golden willow vines suddenly became soft, like ice melting into spring water, scattering into little spots of light, and gently melting back into Chu Wanning's palm. Immo Ran was still holding on to the damn thing's blazing flames. After a while, he simply sat down on the snow, and his eyes were full of grievance. "I don't want to play anymore, Shizun. You bully me?" Chu Wanning said. "I've already given you 10 moves." Immo Ran shouted roguishly, "How can 10 moves be enough? You should have given me 100 moves. My hand, my arm, it's going to break. Shirmei, help me rub it." He said a bunch of words like a clown, accompanied by Xueming's ridicule and Shirmei's persuasion. Chu Wanning didn't say anything more and just looked at them quietly. Maybe it was an illusion, but in the icy azure lake, Chu Wanning slightly rubbed the corners of his mouth, as if there was a trace of a gentle smile. But that was only for a moment, and then he turned his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the thousands of strings hanging down from the huge tree. No one knew what he was thinking. At night, Immo Ran sat in his own guest room. The room was covered with fine, soft, and pure white sand, and the walls were painted blue. With a spell cast, it reflected the clear and crystalline waves like the sea. The window was half open, and the pearl curtain hung gently in the evening wind. On the table was a lamp made of night pearls, and the room was warm and soothing. In the middle of the room, there was a very big shell, and the inside was covered with soft satin. The satin was very fine and soft. Immo Ran lay down comfortably on the bed, and then summoned the damn thing. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. But maybe he was too tired, and he didn't play with it for long before he fell into a deep sleep. The damn thing was pressed on his chest, flowing with a faint red light, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep with its master. He didn't know how long he slept, but when he woke up again, the first thing Immo Ran felt was a cold, and then there was an inexplicable strong pain on his wrist. He gasped, covered his head, and slowly sat up. The return of consciousness made the unfamiliar pain on his wrist more obvious. He was shocked to find that there was a cut on his wrist, and the blood had already solidified, forming a ferocious blood cocoon. What happened? Where is this? Immo Ran opened his eyes wide. As he gradually woke up, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar dark stone room. There was a small ventilation opening at the top of the stone room, and the cold light of the lake squeezed in through the small opening, barely illuminating this narrow room that was less than a foot long. The greenish-gray stone walls were wet and sticky, and they were glowing with a thin luster under the weak light. Chapter 41. The layout of the stone room was clear at a glance. 3 sides were walls. One side was a fence with a red glow. There was only a simple stone bed covered with straw in the room. He was lying on the stone bed. His hands and feet were bound by iron chains. When he moved, the shackles would jingle. What was worse was that he found that his spiritual energy seemed to be restricted by some kind of magic. He could not release it at all. While he was filled with anxiety, he suddenly heard a creak sound. He turned his head and saw 2 flood dragon people enter. "You!" Immo Ran immediately shouted angrily. "You bunch of lunatics! What is going on? What are you doing? Where are my martial brothers? They are at the Gochin Palace. Hey, I am asking you a question." However, no matter how much Immo Ran yelled and cursed, the two flood dragons turned a deaf ear to him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, carried a piece of red fox fur hide. From the way it was rolled up, there seemed to be a person wrapped inside. They expressionlessly placed the person wrapped in red fox fur on the stone bed. Immerse said angrily, "You two little loaches, why are you being so noisy?" One of the flood dragon people finally spoke. His voice was filled with contempt. "You are the essence of the wood spirit. We won't mistreat you." The other flood dragon people sneered. "What do you mean we won't mistreat you? We're clearly benefiting you." Immerse was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "What do you want? Why did you lock me up here? What did you bring to this bed?" "What did we bring?" one of the flood dragon people asked. "Naturally, it's someone you like," the other flood dragon people said. Immerse's fingertips turned cold. He was extremely shocked. "Shirmei?" The flood dragon people did not deny it. They sneered, "The night of spring is short. Since you have such a good affinity, I will let you have fun tonight. After it is done, you will know why the High God made such arrangements." After saying that, they left. The room was deathly silent. Immerse's hands and feet were restrained. He could not move. The passage of time became very blurry, and it was difficult for him to know how much time had passed. Even though he struggled with all his might, and his wrists and ankles were abraded, he was unable to break free from the clamp. Panting slightly, Immerse turned his head to look at the fox fur coat that was wrapped around a living person. That fur coat was tightly wrapped around the person from head to toe. Only a strand of long black hair was exposed from the edge of the blanket. Looking at it, Immerse was both moved and flustered. Even though he didn't know why that pervert from the North Star Palace made such an arrangement, if he could really have some fun with Shirmei because of this, when he thought of this, he suddenly couldn't continue thinking about it. It was as if any more evil thoughts would be a blasphemy to that beautiful person. Immerse stared at the dome of the stone chamber. His breathing was heavy and stuffy, as if there was a heavy weight on his chest. It was something that he had longed for so long. But now that he had the chance to do it, he felt awkward and uncomfortable all over. Amidst these thoughts, the initial filthy excitement slowly faded, and he gradually calmed down. The North Star Palace's scheme was more ominous than auspicious. It would be fine if it was disadvantageous to him, but if it implicated Shirmei for no reason, how could he bear it? Furthermore, this was forced by others, and Shirmei wasn't willing to do it. Even though Immerse was a scumbag, he wanted to protect the person he liked. He didn't want to hurt her. Therefore, no matter what evil method the North Star Palace used, when Shirmei woke up, he would definitely not bully her. After a long silence, he suddenly felt someone move slightly beside him. That person had finally woken up. Immerse quickly turned his head to look and said in a hoarse voice, "Master." Before he could finish his sentence, he forcefully spun the words on the tip of his tongue and swallowed them back. After his Adam's apple moved violently, he spat out the second half of the word. "Supreme? Master?" A moment ago, immortal Immerse, who had been determined, only felt that many of his high vantage points had collapsed when he saw the face under the fox fur coat. The defense line that he had built up with great difficulty in his heart was instantly razed to the ground and turned into pieces, crackling and shattering cleanly. Those words about protecting her, not bullying her, and not sullying her were all slaps that were louder than the one before. Immerse's face turned green. He was finally sure that the evil people living under the Jincheng Lake, led by the North Star Palace, were all a bunch of King blind people. He liked Chu Wanning? Tui, be it that fox or the flood dragon person. He really didn't know how they knew that the person Immerse liked was Chu Wanning. Could it be that they knew that he had slept with Chu Wanning before and still wanted to sleep with her? That's ridiculous. Does liking someone mean that you like to sleep with them? Immerse Xianjun roared righteously in his heart. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only stare blankly at Chu Wanning as he slowly opened his almond-shaped eyes. Damn it! He seemed to have heard a click, and something in his mind broke. After a while, something burned out of the ruins in his heart. It emitted a stench, black ash, and a twisted heat. It's so hot. It was as if an evil dragon spitting flames suddenly swam through the silent night. It was as if surging magma and rolling flames suddenly erupted from a silent abyss. The rationality and calmness that he had agreed upon turned into an indistinguishable charred shadow under this heaven-defying fire. He didn't expect it to be like this. Chu Wanning's usually thin and sharp eyes were hazy with sleepiness. He looked lazy and absent-minded. It was as if there was a rain in the bamboo forest. Thousands of leaves and thousands of sounds were wet. He slowly sat up. From the expression on his face, he seemed to be controlled by something. The red fox fur coat slid down his shoulders. He wasn't wearing anything, so a large area of tight skin was exposed. The green and red on his back were full of traces of love. How could this be? Imo Ran felt that he was going crazy. Who did this? Who was it that did such a thing to his master? I am Chu Wanning. Every inch of his bones was trembling, and his blood was roaring with hatred. That's Chu Wanning. Who dared to touch my people? It's my... Imo Ran was so angry that he didn't even consider that Chu Wanning didn't belong to him in this life. He didn't belong to anyone. In his eyes, he only saw Chu Wanning's firm and well-proportioned body and the unfamiliar bruises on that familiar body. Master! Chu Wanning didn't seem to hear his hoarse and twisted shout. Instead, he lowered his eyelids. Like a puppet, he leaned over and caressed Imo Ran's face. They looked at each other for a moment, then he closed his eyes and moved closer. With his thin and watery lips, he sucked on Imo Ran's lips. He was rarely kissed by Chu Wanning. With one touch, his surroundings withered. His eyes were full of crazy and dazzling colors. His heart beat wildly. Perhaps Chu Wanning had caught a cold and her body was very cold, but the intensity of their kiss was not inferior in the slightest. Imo Ran was extremely painful and jealous because he had been humiliated by others, but in his jealousy and anger, he was seduced by this familiar man, which caused both pain and excitement. After the kiss, Imo Ran breathed heavily. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Wanning's eyes were bright and his skin was slightly red. He looked like he was deeply in love. He couldn't help but want to hold his face. However, he was shackled and couldn't move his hands and feet. Chu Wanning looked at the iron chain and didn't say anything. He knelt down and wanted to ride it. Imo Ran's throat moved. He swallowed and looked at Chu Wanning. He saw that between Chu Wanning's long and slender legs, there was a sticky liquid that even men would understand flowing down slowly. His eyes immediately turned crimson red, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. He tried to sit up, but was pulled back by the iron chains and fell heavily onto the bed. Who? Imo Ran couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted like a caged beast. Who did this to you? I'll kill him. I'll kill him. He didn't care if he was the Gochen Shanggong or the Heavenly King. He was the Emperor Ta. Chu Wanning was the Emperor Ta's man. Even if he was trapped in this body of his youth, he was still the immortal emperor of the human realm. Who dared to touch him? Say your master. Who dared to touch his woman? He was Imo Weiyu. He was the Emperor Ta's man. Imo Ran. Someone seemed to be calling him, but his endless anger made him dizzy. He seemed to hear it, but also didn't. Imo Ran. Kill them all. Intolerable. What about ghosts? Why did he lose his spiritual power? Why couldn't he summon ghosts? He was going crazy. This was a great humiliation. 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 Who dared to touch Chu Wanning? In his previous life, when he was together with Chu Wanning, even if someone looked at Wanya Yuheng, he would gouge that person's eyes out and make him eat them. At night, he would hug Chu Wanning and *CK him until both of them were exhausted. But in this life, Imo Weiyu. Who was calling him? Why was he being so persistent? But this voice was so familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. No. He seemed to be able to hear it everywhere. The owner of this voice seemed to have accompanied him for countless years. Imo Weiyu, wake up. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Imo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. He followed the direction of the voice and saw that outside the cell, there was a figure dressed in white. Her eyes were sharp, and her expression was anxious. Between her brows, swords were drawn, and she was ready to kill. Who else could it be but Chu Wanning? Shizun? Immerse turned pale. Then the person on his bed was, when he turned his head, the face that was so close to him almost scared him to death. How was this Chu wanting? It was clearly a dead monster with a human body and a fox face. Speaking of dead monster, this dead was not just an exaggeration. The one lying on top of him, the one he had just passionately kissed, was really a dead thing. This fox demon's eyes were empty and its skin was pale. There was no sign of life. When Immerse thought of how he had just kissed such a thing under the bewitchment of the illusion, he almost vomited. His expression was extremely bad. What is going on? Chu Wanning was outside the cell, holding a talisman between his fingers. When he saw that the dead fox demon was completely motionless, he knew that this talisman had been pulled out of the fox corpse by Chu Wanning in a moment of life and death. He made a decision, and a large amount of black-red blood suddenly gushed out of the talisman. Following a series of miserable shrieks, the talisman instantly turned into bits of charred ash. Chu Wanning opened his palm, and the charred ash slowly gathered in his hand, gradually condensing into a jet-black chess piece. He stared at the chess piece, and his expression became very unpleasant. It is indeed a Jinlong chess game, Chu Wanning muttered. He suddenly looked up and stared at Immerse. When you were sick, what did Shi Mingjing cook for you the most? Tell me. Immerse had been shocked too many times in a short period of time. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. He said, Why? Why are you asking this? Chu Wanning said sternly, Tell me now. My hands. Only then did Chu Wanning's expression soften slightly, but the space between his brows did not relax at all. He said, Immerse, listen up. That Gauchian upper palace is fake. It's not the god of weapons' true self. This person is good at using virtual images, and he has mastered one of the 3 great forbidden techniques, the Jinlong chess game. Thus, I have to be careful. I am worried that you are also an illusion created by him. Immerse felt so wrong that he was about to cry. If I were an illusion, why would I be locked up? Chu Wanning said, I will save you now. Immerse nodded repeatedly and asked, Oh right, master. Where are Shimei and Xueming? Like you, they were drugged by the wine and locked up somewhere else. Seeing Immerse's expression, Chu Wanning said, You don't have to worry. They're all fine now. However, this place is very dangerous, so I ordered them to wait outside. Once you get out, you will be able to see them. As for the Jinlong chess game, Chu Wanning did not explain further, and there was no need to. It was one of the 3 great forbidden techniques, the strongest and most notorious in the cultivation world. As the name suggested, the Jinlong chess game referred to using others as chess pieces to set up the game for oneself. The caster would not appear personally on the battlefield. Instead, he would stay in the dark and lay out the chessboard in front of him. He would control the bodies of the chess pieces, making the living, dead, walking, beasts, and birds of the world work for him. The living beings who were affected by the Jinlong chess game would be loyal to the caster until they died. If they were dead, they would fight until their bones were broken. However, according to the caster's mana, the things that could be controlled would be different. The easiest to control was a person or animal that had just died. Then, it was the kind that had been dead for a long time. After that, it was the living beasts and birds. When one cultivated it to the highest level, he would be able to control a living person. In this world, there were very few people who could master the Jinlong chess game to its peak. However, during the era when Immerse was called the Emperor, he had already mastered the Jinlong chess game to the point of perfection. Back then, in the battle of life and death with Chu Wanning, he laid out a 100-foot-long scroll, splashed ink as a chessboard, and scattered beans to form soldiers. In that battle, hundreds of thousands of chess pieces were placed at the same time. As a result, sparrow feathers covered the sky, golden crows sank to the west, serpents broke through the water, and the sea churned. Immerse summoned countless beasts and birds, and controlled an endless army of living people. Such a scene would be difficult to see even in the Azura Hell. The fox corpse before him was obviously controlled by the Jinlong chess game. However, other than the Jinlong chess game, there was another layer of magic, the camouflage spell. According to legend, after the ancestor of the Green Hill Fox clan died, The fur he left behind was made into 49 pieces of fox skin magic treasures of different sizes. As long as someone's blood was taken, dripped on the fox skin, and used the fur to cover anything, even if it was wrapped in a piece of rotten wood, it could become the object of that person's desire. This fox corpse was wrapped in such a magic treasure. However, its changes could only be seen in the eyes of the owner of the blood. In the eyes of others, it was still the same. There would not be any changes. It did not take much effort to rescue Immerse. After successfully getting him out, Chu Wanning explained the situation to him clearly. Immerse's biggest confusion was, "Honored Master, how did you know that the Gochin Upper Palace was fake?" Chapter 42. Chu Wanning said, "If it was the real Gochin Upper Palace, how could it only move dead objects and not living people? Although this person's magic power is not bad, it is definitely not on the same level as an incipient god." This made sense, but Immerse was still suspicious. Did Master only know that the person was an imposter when he saw this? This dead fox? Chu Wanning shook his head. "No." "Then how did you know?" Chu Wanning said, "Do you remember what this Gochin asked me when he appeared?" Immerse thought for a while. "I think he asked about your weapon." "That's right," Chu Wanning said. "I didn't hide the divine martial aura on my body, so he could sense it. However, as the master of weapons, he didn't realize that I had 2 of Jin Chengqi's weapons, and I only had 1. At that time, I was suspicious, but since it was related to the sword, I couldn't say much. However, I kept an eye on everything I did, so I didn't fall into his trap." "But," Immerse said, "if he wasn't the Gochin Upper Palace, how could he forge the divine martial?" First, the Gochin forging swords is only a rumor. No one really knows why there are so many weapons at the bottom of this lake, so the divine martial might not be made by the Gochin. Second, this person only took the weapons from the divine martial armory for you to choose from, so no one knows if those weapons are his or not. Also, I carefully looked at Xueming's and Shimei's weapons. They are fake. Immerse was shocked when he heard this. Imitation?
Yes.
Immerse was stunned for a while. Then he thought of himself. Then what the hell? Chu Wanning said, "The hell is real. However, his goal isn't just to give you the weapons." "Then what does he want to do?" Immerse said as he looked at the strange fox corpse on the stone bed with disgust. "First, he put in so much effort to lock us in the secret room. Then he made this thing to disgust us. What are you after?" Chu Wanning said, "For you? You were only half right just now. That Gauchin didn't go through so much trouble to lock us up. In the end, the one he wants is you." "What does he want from me?" Immerse laughed dryly. "I'm just an idiot." Chu Wanning said, "I've never seen an idiot who could form a spirit cultivator within a year." Immerse was about to say something when he seemed to have realized something and suddenly froze. Was Chu Wanning praising him? This realization made his heart beat faster. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Chu Wanning. After a while, he slowly blinked his eyes. His face, which had always been thick-skinned, actually turned slightly red. Chu Wanning didn't look at him. Instead, he muttered, "Also, Tianwen and Jianghui seem to have some connection with the willow tree in the courtyard. I once read in an ancient book that when Gauchin descended to the mortal world, he brought back 3 willow branches from the heavenly court. However, the ancient book was very lost. I never knew what Gauchin did with the 3 willow branches." He paused for a while, then continued, "However, if the rumor is true, it seems that Tianwen, Jianghui, and the old tree in the courtyard are the 3 willow branches. 2 of them became divine martial arts, and 1 of them was cut at the bottom of Jinqing Lake, becoming a powerful guard of Gauchin's armory." Immerse said, "But what does this have to do with me?" Chu Wanning shook his head. "How is it not related? You're the one who awakened Jianghui." Immerse sighed. "Like I said, Jianghui is really Jianghui. I'm guessing that his final request is related to the willow tree in the courtyard. However, from what I know now, this is all I can guess. I can't think of anything else for now." Although most of these were just Chu Wanning's guesses, Immerse felt that Chu Wanning was very smart, so his guesses should be close to the mark. While thinking about this, they walked quickly in the dark underwater secret passage. After passing through the passageway with many twists and turns, they finally arrived at the exit. They took advantage of the time when the flood dragon human patrolling back and forth was unprepared to escape. The entrance to the underground secret room was located in the courtyard where the giant willow tree was planted. As soon as they came out, the scene in front of them gave Immerse a huge shock. There were 4 coffins in front of the giant willow tree. One of them was empty, while the other 3 had Chu Wanning, Shimei, and Xueming lying in them. Immerse's face turned pale. "What's going on?" Chu Wanning said, "These are corpse sacrificial coffins. Look at the edge of the coffin. There's a vine attached to it, and the other end is connected to the giant willow tree. The fake North Star only needed you. After he drugged us, he had the flood dragon human bring you to the secret room and put the 3 of us in these coffins. Through the corpse sacrificial coffins, he can transfer the spiritual cultivation of the people in the coffins to the giant willow tree. It's just like sucking blood." Seeing Immerse's ugly expression, Chu Wanning said, "Don't worry, Shimei and Xueming are not injured. At that time, I pretended to be unconscious and waited for an opportunity to get rid of the 3 flood dragon human guarding the coffins. The 3 people you see now are actually the corpses of those demons." His words were simple, but Immerse couldn't help but lift his eyelashes and sneak a glance at him. How deep was the cultivation of the flood dragon human in the Jinqing pool? Chu Wanning's so-called waiting for an opportunity to get rid of the flood dragon human meant that he had to quietly get rid of all 3 of them in one strike. How good was this person's skills? It had been too many years since he fought on par with Chu Wanning, so when Immerse heard this, he was momentarily dazed. It was as if the shocking figure of his previous life flashed before his eyes. His face was slightly tilted, and his eyes were like stars. Chu Wanning saw that he was in a daze, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Immerse was suddenly jolted awake and hurriedly said, "Nothing. I just find it strange. How did Master turn the flood dragon human into this?" Chu Wanning sneered and said, "It's just a trick. Do you think I don't know the fake North Star Imperial Palace meeting? I left my fake body here to avoid being discovered by those loaches. As the saying goes, give them a taste of their own medicine." Immerse, this place was dangerous, so the 2 of them could not stay for long. After resting for a while, they immediately left. However, when they ran to the agreed location with Xueming, they saw that it was empty. There was not a single person there. Immerse's face turned pale. "Where's Shimei?" Chu Wanning's expression changed slightly, but he did not answer. Instead, he lifted his ring finger, and a layer of golden light appeared on the tip of his finger. Before going to Shuiying Peak, he had pinned a begonia flower on each of his 3 disciples for tracking purposes. After a while, Chu Wanning cursed in a low voice and retracted the light. Something must have happened here as well. They must be trying to avoid the flood dragon humans patrolling the area. The 2 of them have already escaped from this mansion and are heading towards the market. Let's go and take a look. The 2 of them were extremely skilled, so they quickly avoided all the patrolling flood dragon human. They flew over the tall courtyard wall and headed to the market that the North Star Imperial Palace brought them to during the day. There should be no day or night under the water, but Jinqinghu was different from other places. He could sense the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. At this time, the long night had broken and the sun was rising from the east. Immerse saw that the market in Jinqinghu had already started in the morning. The market was bustling with activity, and he could not help but feel slightly relieved. It seemed that Shimei and the rest were fine. Otherwise, this place would not be so peaceful. For some reason, Chu Wanning's expression was not particularly good, but he did not say anything. He silently pulled Immerse over. "Master, come here. What's wrong? Don't go too far." Chu Wanning's voice seemed to be filled with self-blame. Even though he was as cold as usual, Xueming and Shi may have already gone missing. "I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, you'll also." Immerse saw that Chu Wanning's face was somewhat pale, as if he was worried about him. At first, he was stunned. Then, for some reason, his heart faintly moved, and he opened his mouth to comfort him. "I won't go missing. Let's go, Master. Let's quickly go find them." As he spoke, he walked forward, and at the same time, he turned his wrist and casually grabbed Chu Wanning's hand. Chu Wanning's fingertips seemed to tremble slightly in his palm. But that tremble was too quick and too light. Immerse was worried about Shermay, so he did not pay much attention to it. He only thought that it was his own illusion. Fish blood mantou, freshly made fish blood mantou. The snake slew of the ruined snake, the best material for clothing. Last 3 feet, if it's sold out, I'll have to wait for this servant to shed my skin next time. Selling cuttlefish daiko. This young master just spat out some ink this morning. It's perfect to use this daiko to draw. Hey, young lady, don't go. The sounds of hawking in the market did not stop, and the strange sights were too much for the eyes to take in. Immerse grinned as he pulled Chu Wanting 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened in an instant. It was as if his blood had turned cold in an instant. Something was wrong. Something was wrong here. He looked around, and sure enough, a headless ghost was sitting in front of a stall selling hairbrushes and cosmetics. A pair of long nails with bright red cardamom was holding a comb. She placed her bloody head on her knees. While combing her hair, she said softly, "A fine bone comb. Customer, take one with you." It was true. It was really true. In this bustling city, everyone's actions, words, and expressions were exactly the same as when Gauchen had brought them to the palace yesterday. Immerse suddenly took 2 steps back and bumped into Chu Wanting's arms. He immediately raised his head and said hoarsely, "Master, this is—" Chu Wanting seemed to have expected this, but when he saw it with his own eyes, his heart sank. He grabbed Immerse tightly. "How can this be? What is this? Is this a mirage?" Chu Wanting shook his head, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly said slowly, "Immerse, have you ever thought about this? There are many strange beasts in the Jinqing Pond, and some of them have seen the real Gauchen Upper Palace. So, why can't they recognize this impersonator?" Immerse's face was pale, and he was a little frightened. "That's right," Chu Wanting said. "Let me ask you again. If you were the one impersonating the Gauchen Upper Palace and hiding in the Jinqing Pond, how would you make others say what you want to say, do what you want to do, and act for you?" Immerse suddenly understood. This was a delicate chess game. Once the black and white pieces fell, the world would follow the heart. No one knew the power of this forbidden technique better than him. He almost blurted it out, but when he saw Chu Wanting's gaze, he immediately stopped. How could a 16-year-old like him think of the 3 great forbidden techniques so easily? Immerse said, "This is very difficult." "No," Chu Wanting said, "this is very simple." He paused, then said, "It's fine as long as they're all dead." Chapter 43. Before Immerse could say anything, he suddenly heard a shrill voice behind him. "Make way! Make way! Let me through first." Was it that Bayan? The Bayan carried the heavy rocks and crawled forward with all its might. As usual, it arrived in front of the pharmacy and shouted, "I can't take it anymore. Someone, please come and save my life." A white-haired flood dragon person swam out, but his flood dragon person's tail was completely different from the other flood dragon persons. His entire body was flowing with gold, shining with a beautiful luster. His white hair was tied up with a simple hairpin, hanging down to his shoulders. Although his face was full of wrinkles, the shape of his face was well proportioned. His nose bridge was tall and straight, and the curve of his lips was also very appropriate. A pair of golden eyes were hazy in the mist. One could imagine that this person must have been extremely handsome when he was young. Immerse shivered. It wasn't like this before. Where was that green flood dragon? This old flood dragon person glanced at them from afar, but didn't say anything. Instead, he came to the doorsill, bent down, and removed the rocks that the Bayan was carrying one by one. When the last rock was removed, the illusion was broken. The Bayan suddenly exploded. In an instant, pus and blood splattered everywhere like mist. Almost at the same time, all the demons and monsters in the market stiffened. Then, their entire bodies turned soft and pus flowed out. They all turned into the stinking blood that pervaded the lake. The lake was instantly dyed red. As the color of the blood became darker and darker, Immerse and Chu Wanting soon found it difficult to see things in the distance. After that, they couldn't see anything close to them. In the end, Everything in front of them was scarlet red. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Chu Wanning said, "Imo Ran." Imo Ran understood him too well. He didn't even need Chu Wanning to say anything. He said, "Shizun, don't worry. I'm here." Chu Wanning didn't say much, or maybe he was too clumsy. After a moment of silence, he only said, "Be careful." The blood was blurred. Imo Ran couldn't see the face that wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed. However, he could more easily sense the concern in his Shizun's voice. He rarely felt Chu Wanning's warmth. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He held the other's hand even tighter and replied, "All right." The two were back-to-back close. Although they couldn't see each other, they could feel each other's heartbeat. The situation was strange. Chu Wanning summoned Heaven's Inquisition. Imo Ran also recovered his spiritual energy and summoned Hell's Witness. Not long after they had summoned their Shizun, he suddenly said, "Shizun, Shizun, look over there." Chu Wanning turned around. Right at the entrance of the pharmacy where the old flood dragon person was cleaning up the stones, dozens of white light spots of different sizes suddenly appeared on the ground. The two of them went hand in hand. When they got closer, they realized that the light spots were indeed the stones left behind by Bayon. These Shizun were neatly arranged in 3 rows by the said flood dragon person. Each Shizun was emitting a gentle radiance. Slowly, a figure gradually appeared in front of the Shizun. It seemed to be the white-haired flood dragon person from before. Imo Ran tried asking, "Who are you?" The person didn't answer. He looked at Chu Wanning, then looked at Imo Ran. Then, he silently raised his hand and pointed at the Shizun on the ground. Imo Ran asked, "You want us to pick up this Shizun?" The white-haired flood dragon person nodded, then extended a finger. "You mean, pick up one Shizun?" The white-haired flood dragon person nodded, then shook his head. He pointed at Imo Ran, then pointed at Chu Wanning. Imo Ran understood. "So, each of us pick up one Shizun?" This time, the white-haired flood dragon person nodded. Then, he stopped moving. He stared at the two with wide eyes. Imo Ran asked, "Shizun, do we listen to him?" "Let's do as he says. We don't have any other ideas for now anyway." Thus, the two of them picked up a Shizun each. Who would have thought that when their fingertips touched the Shizun, a dazzling radiance flashed before their eyes. The world spun, and a myriad of colors flowed past them. When everything returned to stillness, the boundless blood-red color suddenly disappeared. When they looked carefully, they were actually transported to the divine martial storehouse. Shizun, Imo Ran, Shueming and Shimei were actually here too. When they saw Chu Wanning, the two of them were surprised and happy. They came over to welcome him. They didn't expect that the Shizun would actually have a teleportation spell attached to it. Chu Wanning was still slightly disgusted by the rapid rotation just now. He held his forehead with one hand, but the other hand was still tightly holding Imo Ran. In the blood lake, Imo Ran's hands were interlocked with his, never letting go. Because of Chu Wanning's identity, he rarely had the chance to hold Imo Ran's hand. Most of the time, he could only stand not far away and watch his disciples being intimate. Thus, the rare warmth in his palm made him feel a little cautious and cherish it. Shimei. However, the warmth that was extremely precious to him, in the eyes of another person, might be as light as a worn-out shoe, or not worth mentioning. More likely, they wouldn't even notice it. The moment he saw Shimei, Imo Ran naturally let go of his hand. Chu Wanning's fingertips moved slightly. For a moment, it seemed like he wanted to hold on to him. But what reason did he have? He already didn't have the courage to like others. He didn't want to lose even that little bit of pitiful pride. Seeing how happy Imo Ran was when he saw Shimei, and how naturally he hugged Shimei and rubbed his hair, Chu Wanning's fingertips hung down. He looked a little dazed and a little embarrassed. Fortunately, his face was always dull, and his emotions were not so obvious. Probably because he was old, and his body was stiff. After being in the transportation formation for so long, his heart was a little cold. But fortunately, there was still a little warmth in his fingertips. Relying on the remnant of warmth that would soon dissipate, he slowly straightened himself up and straightened his expression and eyes and put them back in order and tidied them up. Shizun, Are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Chu Wanning nodded toward Xueming and said, No harm. After a pause, he asked, You were also sent here by that merman? Before Xueming could speak, he heard a gurgling sound of bubbles. Chu Wanning turned his head and suddenly saw half a bloody face. Then, with a whoosh, a person with a twisted figure jumped out of the boiling sword-forging pool. This was definitely not a mortal, or definitely not a living person. No mortal could soak in burning molten iron and still live. On the other hand, although this person's skin was burnt and his flesh was mangled, it was obvious that he was still breathing, for chains shackled his four limbs, immobilizing him in the furnace and causing him to suffer great pain. He slowly opened his eyes and bowed to everyone. With a pleading look in his eyes, he asked them to gather by the sword-forging pool. He didn't know how to speak, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to express himself. He waved his arm that was made of white bones and flesh. The molten iron in the pool suddenly stirred up a small wave. The wave slowly twisted into a few lines of ancient characters in the air. Xueming said in shock, What are these words? Why can't I understand a single one? Chu Wanning said, It's the ancient book of Tsangjia. I haven't taught you. Mo Ran said, Then, what's written here? Chu Wanning went forward and said, He wants to ask for help. The ancient book of Tsangjia was said to be written in the language of the heaven realm. Many of them were lost in the human world, and only a few people knew it. Even a grandmaster like Chu Wanning could not recognize all the characters. However, the general content was still easy to read. Chu Wanning looked carefully for a while and slowly translated. He said that he was the spirit of this willow tree. He was called the heart-picking willow. When he was still a seedling, he was brought to the human world by the North Star Palace from the seven heavens of the god realm. After that, the North Star Palace left the world for some reason. The heart-picking willow never saw him again, and he did not know if he was dead or alive. However, regardless of whether the North Star Palace was still around, the heart-picking willow followed his instructions. For hundreds of thousands of years, he guarded the Jinqing Pool and the Divine Martial Library. Gradually, he was nourished by the spiritual energy and transformed into a human form. After that, everything was normal, until one day, there was a Chu Wanning suddenly stopped and did not continue reading. Mo Ran asked curiously, What's wrong? I don't recognize these three words. It seems to be a person's name. As Chu Wanning spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the complicated words on the board. In short, this person came to the Jinqing Pool. His magic power was strong, and he was cruel and merciless. He killed all the living beings in the pool and controlled them with a delicate chess game. Even the heart-picking willow was not spared. Mo Ran immediately said, This person is most likely the fake North Star Palace. When the heart-picking willow heard him say that, its eyes lit up and it immediately nodded twice. You guessed it right. Mo Ran laughed embarrassedly and scratched his head. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be so smart. Chu Wanning glanced at him and continued, I'm not sure. All these years, the heart-picking willow has been in a state of insanity, and it has never been awake for half a day. Fortunately, the other two willow branches that were once connected to it, Tianwen and Ghoul, have both awakened. Using their power, the heart-picking willow temporarily regained its consciousness. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would have lost control and killed everyone here. Everyone heard this, either in disbelief or fear. The three youths raised their heads and stared at the spiritual body in the sword-forging pool, not knowing how to interpret its self-narration. Mo Ran said, Senior Willow. Xueming said, Senior Willow? What else should I call you? Senior Plucker? Mo Ran rolled his eyes at Xueming and continued, Let me say something that you might not like to hear. Your words are a little hard to justify. Although the heart-picking willow could not speak, it could understand Mo Ran's words. It turned its head. Mo Ran said, First, you said that you were bewitched by the fake North Star Palace. Then you said that you regained your consciousness because of the spiritual energy after Tianwen and Ghoul woke up. But Ghoul was given to me by the fake North Star Palace. Didn't he know what the consequences would be? The heart-picking willow shook its head, and the words in front of Chu Wanning changed. I'm a tree in the realm of gods. He doesn't know much about me, so he doesn't know that Xinwu can affect my mind. He needs my power to study the 3 great forbidden techniques. In recent years, because I'm about to die, he's been very anxious and has been searching for a way to extend my life. But I don't want to live anymore. I'd rather die than be an accomplice to a villain. Unfortunately, I'm under his control and can't do as I please. Chu Wanning read until here and pondered. That's why he let Mo Ran come to the bottom of the pool. Mo Ran is the essence of the wood spirit. The fake North Star Palace probably wants to combine the spiritual energy of Mo Ran and Ghoul and sacrifice it to you. The heart-picking willow nodded. Mo Ran was still confused, but the fake North Star Palace said that there are 2 essences of the wood spirit, and Master is one of them. Why did he lock me up? The heart-picking willow wrote, since ancient times, it's best to use the young as a sacrifice. It's even more important to use it on a tree spirit. In addition, the sacrifice needs to be full of food and drink. Their 7 emotions and 6 desires must be satisfied before their life is taken away from them in the blissful illusion. If that's not the case, the sacrifice will have regrets. If their resentment grows, they'll wither faster. When he said that, Mo Ran immediately thought of the fox demon that turned into Chu Wanning in the secret chamber. So it was to satisfy his lust. It was like feeding a pig until it was fat before it was slaughtered. Only then would it taste good. This explained why he saw Chu Wanning and not Shirmei. He cherished and pitied Shirmei, so he didn't dare to play around with him. In terms of lust, his desire for Chu Wanning was much stronger than Shirmei's. Chu Wanning saw Mo Ran's strange expression and thought that he still had lingering fears. He wanted to comfort him, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Seeing Mo Ran blushing, Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. He suddenly understood and stopped talking. After a while, he turned his head in anger. How was this kid still having lingering fears? It turned out that he was recalling the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires and started to fantasize. Chu Wanning angrily flung his sleeves and scolded in a low voice with a cold face. Shameless. Mo Ran was speechless. Fortunately, Chu Wanning didn't know who was satisfying his lust in the illusion. If he knew, would he skin him alive? While she was letting her imagination run wild, all of a sudden, the floor of the divine armory shook violently. Xueming was shocked. What's going on? Chapter 44. Before the heart-picking willow could answer, his face quickly distorted. He raised his hand and held his head in pain. He opened his mouth and made a silent scream. Although he couldn't make a sound, his ferocious expression and bulging eyes seemed to make people hear a heart-wrenching scream. Help! Help! His lips twisted into an unimaginable arc, and veins of blood quickly covered his entire eyeball. If it weren't for the 4 chains binding him, he would have already flown up and committed suicide in a fit of rage. I beg you, hurry, destroy me. It seemed that the time limit for the heart-picking willow to recover his mind was up. The heart-picking willow struggled in pain, but it was useless. A black gas rushed out of the sword pool and constantly attacked the body of the willow in the pool. For a time, the iron chains clanged and sparks splashed. Chu Wanning saw that the situation had changed. He quickly waved his sleeve and blocked his disciple behind him. With a fierce face, he asked the heart-picking willow, "How can I save you?" Although the heart-picking willow moved slowly, he could drive the molten iron of the sword pool to form the ancient book of Tsangjia in an instant. I am about to lose my consciousness. At that time, you will be hurt, not my heart. I can't help you with the rest, and I can't tell you in detail. I can only tell you the spells I know. Please be careful. The molten iron suddenly changed. There are 3 spells I am good at. First, Dream of Neg. This is the illusion spell. The victim will get what he wants in a deep sleep, and the dream will last forever. Because of this, even if someone's spiritual power is strong enough to perceive that this is an illusion, he will still be willing to indulge in it and never wake up. Second, Confusion spell. It uses the greed in people's hearts as a lure to make them kill each other. Third, Mind-picking spell. However, at this time, his spiritual power had been used to the extreme. He couldn't move the molten iron to form more words. He had no idea what kind of ability the heart extraction technique was. The heart-picking willow struggled for a while and suddenly burst out a bloody mist. He couldn't move the molten iron, but he still used his finger to touch the blood that burst out. He stared at Chu Wanning with his twitching eyes. His eyes were bulging, and he was extremely unwilling. Shizun. Seeing that Chu Wanning was about to step forward, Xuemeng hurriedly pulled him back. Don't go. I'm afraid it's a trap. Heart-plucking Willow couldn't say anything. She just dangled her blood-stained finger. Suddenly, tears flowed out of her eyes. Chu Wanning, you want me to go? Heart-picking Willow nodded slowly. Master. Xuemeng wanted to stop him again, but Chu Wanning shook his head at him. He walked forward alone to the edge of the sword-forging pool and extended his hand. Heart-picking Willow seemed to be quite moved. He looked deeply at Chu Wanning and struggled to wave the arm with flesh hanging on it, as if he wanted to salute. Then, he endured the great pain and grabbed Chu Wanning's hand. He trembled as he wrote in the other's palm, "Draw lots, break the nightmare. Don't lose your mind, nightmare, break, calamity, exterminate." Before the last word could be written, the heart-picking Willow suddenly collapsed like a pile of mud. It fell back into the boiling sword-forging pool and disappeared. At the same time, there was a huge bang. A huge wave of scarlet-red water suddenly surged from the sword pool. The surging iron water split the air, and 9 dragon-shaped pillars of fire rose from the ground. Chu Wanning was forced to retreat by this terrifying wave. The light of the flames illuminated his pitch-black eyes. Suddenly, lots appeared from the molten iron pillars and hung high in the air. Shirmei remembered what heart-picking Willow had told him when he was awake. He hurriedly said, "Is this the drawing lots that heart-picking Willow mentioned?" Seeing him come closer, Chu Wanning stopped him. "Don't touch it. All of you go behind me." Shirmei. "Master. With me here it will be fine," Chu Wanning said. "You can't take the risk. Wait until I'm done drawing lots, then you can come back." These words were said indifferently, as if there were no fluctuations of emotion, but Imo Ran's heart moved when he heard it. For some reason, the Chu Wanning in front of him suddenly overlapped with the emotionless person in his previous life who coldly watched his disciple die. If he could say such words, how could he watch his disciple die without doing anything in his previous life? Imo Ran suddenly felt that he seemed to have never understood Chu Wanning as a person. He couldn't help but murmur, "Master." Chu Wanning didn't pay any attention to them. He raised his hand and took one of the talismans. The talisman was made of light yellow jade. He flipped through both sides of the talisman and murmured, What's wrong?" Xuemeng asked. Chu Wanning said, "There's not a single word on this lot." "How can that be?" Xuemeng said curiously. "Then I'll try." The 4 lots were drawn. Xuemeng and Shirmei's situation was exactly the same as Chu Wanning's. There were no words on the jade pieces. Imo Ran flipped over his lot and suddenly opened his eyes. "Dinguyu?" The other 3 immediately looked at him. Xuemeng frowned. "What's Dinguyu?" Imo Ran poked his lot. "It's written here." Xuemeng leaned over to take a look and suddenly said angrily, "Bah! You've read all the words you can recognize, haven't you?" "It's blood drop hourglass," Chu Wanning suddenly said. He could recognize most of the words in the ancient book of Tsangjia. If there were words he wasn't sure about, he wouldn't say nonsense. Therefore, since he said it was blood drop hourglass, he wouldn't make a mistake. Imo Ran was stunned. "What does blood drop hourglass mean?" Chu Wanning shook his head. "I don't know." However, as if to answer them, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the high dome of the Shan Wu warehouse. A huge hourglass fell from the sky, mottled with copper rust. But unlike the other hourglasses, there was a cross-shaped copper frame on top of it. No one knew what it was for. Chu Wanning looked at the hourglass and then looked down at the lot in Imo Ran's hand. Blood drop hourglass. In a flash, he suddenly understood what the so-called drawing lots meant. Chu Wanning's expression changed instantly. He shouted, "Imo Ran, throw that lot away." Although Imo Ran didn't know what Chu Wanning meant, he subconsciously obeyed her order without a second thought. But he didn't know if he didn't throw it away. Once he threw it away, Immerse found that the lot was attached to his palm by some unknown force. He couldn't get rid of it. Chu Wanning cursed secretly. He rushed forward and was about to exchange his lot with Immerse. Unexpectedly, the rusty copper hourglass suddenly stretched out dozens of sharp thorns and attacked Immerse. "Get out of the way! Shizun! Shizun!" In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At the critical moment, Chu Wanning pushed Immerse away with his palm. The thorns were like arrows piercing through the forest, piercing Chu Wanning's flesh. Immerse was now in his youth form. Naturally, he couldn't withstand Chu Wanning's attack. He was pushed back and fell to the ground. But the sound of flesh tearing was so clear and terrifying. Shui Ming and Shi Mei's distorted voices were so sharp and piercing. It was impossible. How could it be? That was Chu Wanning. That was Chu Wanning who beat him and scolded him. That was Chu Wanning who, for his own power, cruelly watched as his disciple died in front of him. That was Chu Wanning who coldly said, "Bad character, hard to cultivate." That was Immerse looked up. In the chaos, he saw that person's blood splattered 3 feet away. Sharp and dense thorns pierced through that person's back and came out from the front of his clothes. The thorns were precisely where he had received the ruthless blow from the ghost MC. Before the old injury healed, his fascia was torn again, and his flesh was mangled. That was Chu Wanning who used his own body to protect him in the coffin. Even when his body was pierced by sharp claws, he endured and didn't make a sound. That was Chu Wanning who hid under the stone bridge and secretly released a formation to shelter everyone from the wind and rain but didn't dare to show his face. That was Chu Wanning who, in his previous life, clumsily went to the kitchen to make sure May have the mood to eat after his death. That was the person he was most familiar with. That had a bad temper, a bad mouth, was afraid of bitter medicine, and coughed when eating spicy food. That was the person he often couldn't remember to care about. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he also felt that she was very pitiful. Chu Wanning. Wanning. Shizun. Immerse shouted hoarsely. He scrambled to get closer to Chu Wanning. Shizun. Your lot. Chu Wanning raised his trembling hand. His face was deathly pale, but his eyes were still fierce. Give it to me. In the palm he extended to Immerse, he spread out the blank lot he had drawn. Because of the pain, his arm trembled slightly, and he slowly raised it with difficulty. Chu Wanning's eyes were very bright, very determined, and covered with a layer of moisture. Quick, give it to me. Immerse didn't even have time to get up. He knelt and crawled to Chu Wanning. He looked at the horrifying wound that had flipped open his flesh and blood in bewilderment. No. Shizun. Shizun. Shui Ming and Shi Mei wanted to come over, but Chu Wanning seemed to have a resentful expression. He waved down a barrier, repelling the two of them. Then he shouted sternly, "Heaven's Inquisition!" Heaven's Inquisition responded and cut off the dozens of sharp vines that pierced Chu Wanning. However, those vines were not ordinary objects. Chu Wanning could clearly feel them devouring his spiritual energy in his flesh and blood. There was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and raise his hand to grab the broken vines. He steeled his heart and pulled the vines out. In an instant, blood gushed out. Chu Wanning threw the broken vines away. He gasped for breath and pressed on his spirit meridians and acupoints to stop the blood loss for now. Then, he glared at Immerse with a pair of bright black eyes and said hoarsely, "Give it to me, Shizun. Give me your lot in exchange. I'll give it to you." Chu Wanning said sternly. Immerse finally understood what the so-called blood-dripping hourglass meant. The ruthless method that the North Star set up 1,000,000 years ago was very similar to the method he used to torture Chu Wanning in his previous life. Sure enough, regardless of whether it was gods, devils, humans, or ghosts, when they were vicious, the idea of digging out one's heart was very similar. Blood-dripping hourglass. It was to use human blood to replace fine sand and flowing water, and pour it into the hourglass to measure time. When the human blood was drained, the time was up. In his previous life, when he was crowned as the Emperor Ta, didn't he use Chu Wanning as the hourglass? He wanted Chu Wanning to personally watch him step on the heads of the immortal sex, and wanted Chu Wanning's blood to run dry in front of him. However, in this life, before the North Star set up the blood-dripping hourglass, Chu Wanning was willing to take the initiative to exchange his lot for his own safety. He was willing to walk on the bronze rack for him. Mo Rand's heart was in chaos. He couldn't even think. How could this be? How could this be? The copper hourglass didn't hit its target and didn't bind its target. It waved its vines again, preparing for the second wave of attacks. Chu Wanning looked at him, and the light in his eyes trembled slightly. He was in so much pain that his face was pale. He panted slightly. Mo Rand, you listen to me. Hurry up and give it to me. Hurry up. Chu Wanning's face was as pale as fresh snow under the moon. Don't tell me you want me to block the second wave of attacks for you? Master. The vines pounced on them again. Mo Rand raised his hand at that moment, and Chu Wanning reached out his hand without hesitation. Unexpectedly, just as their palms were about to touch, Mo Rand's eyes flashed with a bright light. He quickly retracted his hand and blocked the defenseless Chu Wanning behind him. At the same time, the second wave of vines arrived. Mo Rand met it head-on. The young man's body was instantly engulfed by the vines and pulled in front of the copper hourglass. Mo Rand. Dozens of willow vines coiled around him and tied him tightly to the cross. Mo Rand turned his face and glanced at Chu Wanning. His lips moved. Chu Wanning's eyes widened. Mo Rand's voice wasn't too loud, but he heard it clearly. There was no mistaking it. Mo Rand said, Master, I'm really not. Bad habits are hard to change, so can you not give up on me? However, he couldn't say the second half of the sentence. In his previous life, he didn't say it. In this life, it was already too late. Whether Chu Wanning gave up on him or not, he didn't see it as important anymore. He just didn't want to owe this person anything. He was very stupid. He already couldn't figure out his feelings for Chu Wanning. He didn't want to be more confused because of this. In this life, Mo Rand thought the only person he cared about, was Shirmei. The reason why he didn't want to exchange with Chu Wanning was because he didn't want to receive this person's kindness for no reason. He just didn't want. He didn't want to see Chu Wanning bleed dry again. He, Mo Weiyu, wasn't a stubborn stone. The happiest thing in his life was that someone was willing to treat him well. If it was just a little bit better, he would be able to smile from ear to ear. If it was just a little bit better, then even if he had to die, he would be willing. In the midst of the dense vines, a dazzling sharp sword suddenly appeared. That sword looked like a divine weapon. Although it was simple and unadorned, there was a sense of heroism that hit the face. There were two ridges on the left and right. The teeth of the sword head were like thorns. The sword case was thin and narrow, inlaid with a relief sculpture of a bull's head and a dragon's body. The decorations were complex. The body of the sword flowed with a blue radiance. Mo Rand only had time to see the two words, North Star, on the sword. He didn't even have time to see the whole upper palace before this sword, which belonged to the god of weapons, pierced straight into his ribs. Blood flowed out in an instant, converging into an hourglass. At the same time, a curtain of water suddenly fell from the divine armory, separating Mo Rand and Chu Wanning from each other. Everyone was blocked by this sudden torrent. Shirmei shouted, Mo Rand! Mo Rand! The turbulent water veil obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to see Mo Rand's situation clearly. Chu Wanning tried to break through the water several times, but he was pushed back again and again by the violent current. In the end, his entire body was drenched. His dark brows pressed down on his anxious face, and his lips were pale and miserable. Chu Wanning said in a hoarse voice, Mo Rand. His voice wasn't loud, but it was trembling badly. He didn't notice it himself, but Shirmei was suddenly shocked. He looked sideways at him, only to see that his usually calm and composed master was in a sorry state. His long and thick eyelashes were trembling, and there was a trace of uncontrollable concern in his expression. Seeing that he had called Tianwen over, his brows were full of ruthlessness, like a bowstring that was stretched to the limit. Shirmei felt uneasy. He pulled him back and shouted, Shizun, don't go. You can't go in. Chu Wanning shook his hand and ignored him. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He silently propped up a barrier and insisted on going forward. But the water curtain contained Jin Shengqi's heaven and earth spiritual energy. Not only could it not be penetrated, but it was as sharp as 10,000 arrows, directly piercing into his muscles and bones. He was seriously injured before, and now he was hit by such a strong impact. He couldn't stand. Although he held his chest and tried to endure, he couldn't help it. He knelt down on one knee with a pale face. The wound on his back was torn, and bright red blood flowed out. Shimei couldn't tell whether it was splashed water or tears on his face. He said miserably, "Shizun, why did you do this? What do you mean, why did I do this? If the person behind the water curtain was you, or Xueming," Chu Wanning said sternly, "I would." He was in so much pain that he frowned and couldn't continue speaking. But at this time, a sword light suddenly came out from behind the water curtain. It tore the powerful barrier in half like cutting tofu. The sword light was unusually fierce, and the location was exactly where Shimei was standing. Seeing that it was about to hit him, Chu Wanning suddenly waved his sleeves and used all his spiritual energy to set up a barrier to protect Shimei. He used too much spiritual energy and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A high-pitched and clear male voice slowly rang out, reverberating in the divine martial library. "I am the god of war, Go Qian Shang Gong. You rascals trespassing into the Shanwu forbidden area. How frivolous." Chapter 45. Xueming shouted angrily at the sky, "Bullsh *T deity. Are your dog eyes blind? Are we trespassers? We were captured. Take a good look." Shimei said, "It's useless." This is his voice. He's not here. I think the fake Gauchin confused the heart-picking willow and made him think that we're trespassers with bad intentions. That voice continued, "In this world, those who are worthy of a divine weapon should understand what benevolence is, what tenacity is, what not to fall into illusions, and what not to lose one's mind. Since you're here, I'll test you. If you pass the test, you'll be fine, and the divine weapon will be presented to you. However, if you're selfish and don't have a strong mind, you're not fit to be the master of the divine weapon." Chu Wanning's bloody lips opened and closed as he said coldly, "What benevolence? Using people as blood drops? Is this your so-called benevolence?" He knew that the Gauchin Shanggong couldn't hear him, but he was still angry. Even if he breathed heavily with every word, causing his wound to hurt even more, he couldn't control his harsh mouth. That voice continued to reverberate in the divine weapon warehouse. "To test your mind, you will fall into the dreamland of the heart-picking willow. If you don't wake up in time, your companions will bleed out and die here." The three of them heard that, and the color on their faces faded away. Shimei muttered, "What?" That meant that the three of them were about to fall into an illusion. If they didn't wake up in time, the three of them would be immersed in the dream forever. Would they let Ran bleed to death in the real world? Xueming was speechless for a moment before he shouted angrily, "What kind of deity are you? If immortal cultivation was like you, I wouldn't touch a sword in my life." Chu Wanning also said angrily, "That's ridiculous. Master." Shimei hurriedly comforted him, "Don't be angry. Be careful of your wounds." Gauchin Shanggong, on the other hand, actually started reciting a poem at this moment. He slowly recited, "When the earth is flattened, it flows in all directions. Life is also fated. How can one sigh and sit back to worry and drink wine to ease one's self-loathing? It is difficult to raise a cup to break the song. If one's heart is not made of wood or stone, how can he not feel it?" He swallowed his words and hesitated, not daring to speak. Xueming was about to faint from anger. "What are you blabbering on about?" Shimei said, "Bao Zhao's quasi-Xinglu is difficult, means that everyone has their own destiny. How can one complain and feel remorse?" Because of the wine, one's singing was interrupted. The human heart is not a stubborn stone. How can it be completely devoid of emotions? Wanting to say something, yet stopping, wanting to say something. Gauchin Shanggong let out a long sigh and said, "In this vast world, how many people are willing to give up their lifelong dreams just to help others? The world was filled with endless killing and wars. If Xinwu falls into the wrong hands, it will be my fault. How can I forgive myself for the sin of creating this weapon? All of a sudden, the divine armory dimmed. The fragments that were flying in the air also stopped moving. A layer of faint light slowly lit up on the dome. It was as if the brilliance of the stars was gradually falling down and shining on the ground. A voice murmured in the air, "Sleep." This soft and sparkling radiance seemed to have some kind of hypnotizing effect. Shimei and Xueming's cultivation base were not high, so they soon fell into unconsciousness. Sleep. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and tried to resist. However, the power of an incipient god was extremely vast. In the end, he couldn't get rid of the drowsiness and fell into a dream. Divine Armory. As the blood hourglass, Immerse was the only one who was awake. He coughed out blood foam. Through the weakened waterfall, he could vaguely see the three people who had fallen into a dream behind him. Chu Wanning, Shimei, and Xueming were all asleep. When Immerse heard the North Star's words, he knew that only one of them could wake up in time to break the spell and save him. However, as time passed, he became more and more dizzy and his body gradually turned cold. However, no one woke up from the dream. It could be said that this was karma. In his previous life, he treated Chu Wanning like this. In this life, he also felt the feeling of his blood slowly draining away. How laughable. Among them, who would give up the best dream of their life, the thing they wanted the most, to come and save him? Xueming was definitely out of the question. Chu Wanning. Forget it, let's not think about him. If there was, that person should be Shimei. He thought about it vaguely. However, he had already lost too much blood. His consciousness was about to collapse. Immerse lowered his head and looked at his feet. The blood that had leaked to the bottom of the copper hourglass was diluted by the water in the hourglass urn. He suddenly wanted to know what kind of scene he would see if he were to fall into the North Star's illusory realm. Would he dream of the crystal-clear handkerchief, Shimei's gentle smile, Chu Wanning's praise, and the begonia in the wind when he first arrived at the peak of life and death? Immerse. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Immerse still had his head lowered. He felt that he was about to lose his consciousness and was hallucinating. Immerse. Immerse. It was not a hallucination. He suddenly raised his head. However, the scene in front of him caused his pupils to shrink abruptly. He almost screamed, "Shimei!" It was Shimei. The person who woke up, the person who gave up on happiness, the person who still remembered him in the midst of all the good things. It was Shimei. Immerse looked at the delicate young man who walked through the waterfall towards him. Suddenly, he choked up. "Shimei." He did not know what to say. Immerse closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for remembering me even in your sweet dreams." Shimei waded through the water. His clothes were soaked, and his eyes were dark. He looked as gentle as Immerse when they first met. He looked as gentle as he had seen him in his dreams in his previous life. He looked as gentle as he recalled when he was cold all over. Shimei said, "Don't be silly. There's no need to thank me." As he walked closer, Immerse realized that his feet were bleeding. The ground had become hot. The Gauchan Upper Palace seemed to have decided to test how much a person could do for his companions. Therefore, after the temptation of the sweet dream, it was followed by intense torture. Shimei's boots had been burned through. If he did not walk, the ground would remain the same. However, if he insisted on walking, every step he took would ignite a flame under his feet. The temperature was not high, so it would not burn him to the point where he could not move. However, it would make him feel extreme pain. But this gentle person was clearly in so much pain, but after looking at him, her gaze became firmer and firmer, and she walked towards him step by step. "Immerse, bear with it," he said. "I'll save you right away." When Immerse met his eyes, he knew that he did not need to say, "Don't come over." This person's eyes were too determined and too determined. He had never seen such an expression on Shimei's face before. If Immerse calmed down, he would definitely feel that something was amiss. Shimei always called himself Immerse. When did he ever call him Immerse? He only knew that Shimei was good to him. However, he did not realize that the person standing in front of him was not Shimei. Instead, it was Chu Wanning. The last skill of the ancient willow was called heart plucking. The so-called heart-plucking was the exchange of a person's soul. When Chu Wanning broke free from the dream and woke up, he realized that he had exchanged hearts with Shimei. Under the magic of the heart-plucking willow, his consciousness was transferred to Shimei's body. It was the same for Shimei. However, Shimei did not wake up. Therefore, he did not know that he had changed bodies. Chu Wanning did not have time to explain, and Imo Ran, who did not know the truth, really thought that the person in front of him was Shimei. He felt that Shimei would definitely endure the pain and come over. It was just like how he could not forget Shimei's kindness even after experiencing death. People were very stubborn, but it was too cruel. When Chu Wanning finally arrived in front of the copper hourglass and wanted to climb up the towering vine willow to save Imo Ran, the vine willow suddenly gave birth to many burning thorns. Chu Wanning did not expect that. His hand was suddenly burned by the thorns. He tried to grab it, but Shimei's body was not strong enough. He suddenly slid down, and the flesh on his hand was instantly melted by the thorns. Chu Wanning cursed inwardly and frowned in pain. Shimei Jing, this broken shell? Imo Ran shouted. Shimei. Chu Wanning fell to his knees on the ground. His skin that came into contact with the ground was instantly burned by the high temperature. However, he knitted his eyebrows and bit his lips as usual. He did not shout. This kind of expression would appear very stubborn and ruthless on his own face, but on Shimei's gentle face, it appeared somewhat delicate and pitiful. People really could not be compared to others. Shimei, Imo Ran opened his mouth, but tears flowed down. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In his blurred vision, he saw that person's thin and frail body. Such a weak person, but little by little, he grabbed onto the vine willow and slowly climbed up. The thorns pierced his hand, and the fire burned his bones and blood. A bright red color dyed the ground. Everywhere he passed, there were mottled blood stains. Imo Ran closed his eyes. His voice was bloodshot. He said with a trembling voice, Shimei. Shimei. That person was very close. Imo Ran saw a flash of pain in his eyes. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Even Imo Ran's voice was a kind of torture to him. Therefore, although the person in front of him had a stubborn expression, his gaze could almost be called pleading. Don't call me again. Imo Ran, wait a little longer. I'll save you now. Almost at the instant his voice fell, a tenacious light appeared in his eyes. It was like an unsheathed sharp blade. On that gentle face, it was indescribably beautiful. Chu Wanning's robes billowed as he leaped onto the copper hourglass. His face was already like a sheet of gold. He was tottering and on the verge of collapse. Besides still breathing, he was no different from a dead person. At that moment, Imo Ran felt that it would be better for him to bleed out and die than to let him suffer like this. His throat was full of broken words. I'm sorry. Chu Wanning knew that this apology was not meant for him. He wanted to explain, but he glanced at the silver-blue Gaochen Shanggong sword. It was pierced between Imo Ran's ribs. The spiritual energy of the vine vein might have come from this sword. He was worried that Imo Ran would be shocked and hurt even more. Therefore, in front of Shimei, he asked, Imo Ran, do you trust me? I trust you. Without hesitation, Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and looked at him. He held the sword hilt. This sword was close to the heart. If something went wrong, Imo Ran would lose his life. Chu Wanning's hand was trembling. He held the sword but did not move. Imo Ran's eyes were still red, but he suddenly smiled. Shimei? Yes. Imo Ran said, Am I going to die? No. If I'm going to die, can you let me hug you? When he said this, he was very careful. His eyes were shining with moist light. Chu Wanning's heart softened. However, when he thought about how Imo Ran was looking at another person, this softness immediately froze. He suddenly felt like he was an insignificant clown on the stage. He was hidden behind the beautiful young man in green. No one noticed him. In this touching song, he was superfluous. Or perhaps its only use was to wear that ugly face and grin drawn with ink to set off other people's happiness, anger, sorrow, love, hate, and sorrow. How ridiculous. Imo Ran did not know this. He saw the flicker in Chu Wanning's eyes and thought that Shermay was unwilling. He immediately said, "Just a hug. Just a hug." An almost undetectable sigh. "Actually, Ran. What? Forget it," Chu Wanning said. "It's nothing." He leaned over. He was not very close, afraid that he would touch the sword. Then he reached out and gently held Ran's shoulder. He heard Ran say in his ear, "Shermay, thank you for waking up. Thank you for remembering me in your good dreams." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered like butterflies. Then he smiled faintly. "You're welcome." After a pause, he said, "Ran?" "Yes?" Chu Wanning still felt like he was in a dream. He hugged him, stroked his hair, and sighed softly. "Do you know that if a dream is too good, it is often not real?" After he finished speaking, his hug was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He left in an instant. Ran looked up. He did not understand Shermay's meaning. He only knew that this small hug was the candy that Shermay gave him out of kindness. It was sweet and sour. When it rubbed against his tongue, there was a hint of bitterness. The moment the sword was pulled out, blood splattered like begonias that were blown away by a strong wind. Ran felt a sharp pain in his heart. For a moment, he thought that he was going to die. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He suddenly blurted out, "Shermay, I've always liked you very much. What about you?" As the sword fell to the ground, the vines and willows scattered in an instant. The torrential waterfall from the sky stopped abruptly. The divine armory suddenly returned to silence. "I've always liked you very much. What about you?" His body had reached its limit. Ran felt his vision suddenly turn black. The moment he fell, he was caught by a pair of hands stained with blood. He fell into Shermay's arms. Ran did not know if it was an illusion, but he saw Shermay frown. He slowly closed his eyes. There seemed to be tears falling from his eyes. He seemed to hear Shermay say softly, "Me too." Ran! Exclamation point. It must be an illusion. Otherwise, why would Shermay still promise him when he looked so sad? "I also like you." His consciousness finally dissipated. Ran fell into a coma. Chapter 46. When he woke up, Ran realized that he was still in the Divine Martial Library. He seemed to have slept for a long time, but when he opened his eyes, he realized that not much time had passed. It felt like only a blink of an eye. He did not know if it was because the spell was successfully broken, but when he woke up, he realized that he was lying on the ground. However, he was completely unharmed. Those hideous wounds and dripping blood seemed like a nightmare that did not leave a mark on his body. Ran was surprised and delighted. He looked at Shermay and realized that he had fainted as well. However, he was also unharmed. Could it be that after passing the Gochun Upper Palace's trial, the Gochun Upper Palace not only removed the illusion, but also restored their injuries? When he thought about it carefully, the Gochun Upper Palace did not want to harm anyone. Instead, it was in line with the original intention of the trial. However, Ran felt that it was unreal. He even felt that he had survived a disaster. Among the four of them, he was the first to wake up. Then, it was Shermay. When he saw Shermay slowly opening his eyes, Ran was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Shermay, we're fine. We're fine. Look at me." At first, Shermay was in a daze. Then, he gradually regained his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Ran? You?" Before he could finish, Ran hugged him tightly. Shermay was stunned. However, he still patted his shoulder gently. "What happened to you? I'm sorry that I made you suffer so much." Shermay said blankly, "Actually, it's nothing. I just had a dream." Ran said, "But it's still really painful." Shermay asked, "What do you mean it really hurt?" At this moment, Shueming woke up. He seemed to have dreamt of something and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you molest me?" He sat up abruptly. Shermay saw that he was awake and went over.
"Young master."
"Ah, why are you here? Why are you here?" Shueming thought he was still in a dream. Ran was in a good mood. His expression towards Shueming was also very gentle. He smiled and told him what had happened. Only then did Xueming come back to his senses. So it was a dream, I thought. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Xueming lightly coughed. He suddenly discovered that Chu Wanning, who had always been the strongest, was actually still asleep. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why isn't Master awake yet? They walked over and examined Chu Wanning's wound. As Chu Wanning was injured before the illusion was activated, according to the design of the Gaochen Upper Palace, only the injuries sustained in the illusion could be healed. Therefore, Chu Wanning's shoulder was still soaked with a large amount of blood. It was a ghastly sight. Mo ran aside and said, "Let's wait and see." After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Chu Wanning finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes. When he woke up, his gaze was cold, as if he had just experienced a snowstorm. After a long time, he moved his eyes and looked at Mo Ran. However, he seemed to be like Xueming. He was still not fully awake. He looked at Mo Ran and slowly reached out his hand. He said hoarsely, "You." Mo Ran said, "Master." Hearing him call out to him, Chu Wanning's hand froze in midair. His pale face seemed to have a trace of color. His eyes suddenly brightened. "Yes, Master." Xueming rushed over and pushed Mo Ran aside. He held Chu Wanning's hand. "How are you? Are you feeling better?" "Master, you didn't wake up for so long. I was worried to death." When Chu Wanning saw Xueming, he was slightly stunned. Then, the mist in his eyes gradually dispersed. When he looked carefully at Mo Ran, he saw that although the other was looking at him, he was tightly holding Shi Mei's hand. He didn't let go for even a moment. Chu Wanning was completely awake. His face became cold. Then, like a fish in a dry pond, he finally died. Shi Mei said with concern, "Master, are you okay? Does your shoulder hurt?" Chu Wanning said calmly, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." With Xueming's help, he slowly stood up. Mo Ran was puzzled. Chu Wanning's shoulder was injured. Why did his steps seem weak when he stood up, as if his foot was injured? Mo Ran thought that Chu Wanning didn't know what happened in the illusion just now, so he briefly repeated it. Shi Mei felt that something was wrong when he heard it just now. Now that he heard it again, he felt even more strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Mo Ran, you said that I saved you?" "That's right." Shi Mei was silent for a while, then said slowly, "But just now, I was dreaming and didn't wake up." Mo Ran was shocked, but then laughed. "Don't joke around." Shi Mei said, "I'm not joking. I dreamt of my parents. They're still alive. That dream was too real. I felt like I couldn't bear to leave them behind. I really." Before he could finish speaking, he heard Chu Wanning say indifferently, "There's nothing strange about that. It's probably the North Star's illusion that erased the memory of when you saved him. In any case, Xueming and I didn't save him. Since he said that you saved him, then you saved him." "Shi Mei, what else? Does the North Star have a way to swap people's hearts?" Chu Wanning said coldly. He wasn't willing to do all the work for others. He originally wanted to tell Mo Ran the truth, and hoped that Mo Ran would realize that the person in the illusion wasn't Shi Mei, but himself who had swapped hearts with Shi Mei. However, Mo Ran's confession to Shi Mei in the end was too embarrassing for Chu Wanning. When he woke up, he looked into Mo Ran's shining black eyes. For a moment, Chu Wanning felt that perhaps Mo Ran also cared about him a little. This kind of humble expectation was a weak thought that he only dared to secretly explore after such a long time. However, that was just his wishful thinking. Mo Ran wouldn't know about the blood he shed and the injuries he suffered, and there was no need for him to know. He wasn't stupid. Although he didn't say it, he could already feel how much Mo Ran cherished that gentle and beautiful person. How could he see himself standing in a corner like a puppet that had accumulated dust? However, when he heard Mo Ran say, "I've always loved you," Chu Wanning felt that he had lost miserably and utterly. In Mo Ran's opinion, the hug in the illusion was given to him by Shi Mei out of charity. However, Mo Ran would never know that the hug was actually given to another pitiful person by himself. Chu Wanning never thought that Mo Ran would love him, so he tried very hard to suppress this feeling. He didn't force it, disturb it, or touch it lightly. Those reckless feelings of love and passionate entanglement only grew on the soil of youth. When he was young, he also hoped that someone could accompany him and drink under the moon. However, he kept waiting, but that person never came. Later on, day after day, his reputation and status in the cultivation world became higher and higher. Everyone looked up to him and said that he was unreasonable. Later on, he also accepted this kind of high and unreasonable attitude. He was like hiding in a cocoon, and time spun silk on his cocoon. At first, he could still see some light seeping in through the cocoon, but year after year, the silk grew and the cocoon became thicker. He could no longer see the light. There was only himself and darkness in the cocoon. He didn't believe in love, didn't believe that the heavens could see the curtains, and didn't want to pursue anything. If he went through a lot of hardships, biting open the cocoon with bruises all over his body and stumbling out, but there was no one waiting for him outside. What should he do? Although he liked Immerse, this person was too young, too distant, and too passionate. Chu Wanning didn't want to get close, afraid that one day he would be burned to ashes by this kind of fire. Therefore, he retreated from all the paths of retreat that he could take. He didn't know what he did wrong. As a result, he only had a little bit of wishful thinking left, but it was drowned by the cold rain that covered the sky. Shizun, look over there. Xueming's shout brought Chu Wanning back to reality. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the sword-forging pool was once again boiling with lava. Surrounded by flames, the ancient wood tree spirit broke out of the water once again. However, the tree spirit's eyes were white. It was obviously in a state of insanity. It held the Gauchan Upper Palace's shining silver sword with both hands. Chu Wanning said, "Run, quickly." He didn't need to repeat himself. His disciples immediately ran towards the exit. The controlled tree spirit howled at the sky, and the chains on its body shook with clanking sounds. No one said anything, but the four of them heard a voice at the same time. "Stop them. Don't let any of them escape." Xueming turned pale. "Someone's talking in my ear." Chu Wanning said, "Ignore him. It's the heart-picking willow's mantra of confusion. Just run." When he said this, the others remembered that the heart-picking willow had reminded them when he was awake. The mantra of confusion was to use the greed in a person's heart as a lure to make them kill each other. As expected, the voice in Chu Wanning's ear hissed, "Chu Wanning, don't you feel tired?" Wanye Yuheng, the grandmaster of a generation. Such a person could only secretly fall in love with his own disciple. You've done so much for him, but he doesn't know what's good for him. He never had you in his eyes. He only likes that gentle and cute little senior brother. How pitiful are you? Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He ignored the noise in his ear and rushed toward the exit. "Come to my side. Pick up this ancestral sword and kill Shirmei. Then, there will be no one between you two. Come to my side. I can help you get what you want and make the person you love fall in love with you. Come to my side." Chu Wanning said angrily, "You little rascal. Why don't you get lost?" The others also heard the different conditions proposed by the voice. Although they slowed down, they could still resist the temptation. As they got closer and closer to the exit, the heart-picking willow seemed to become more and more crazy. "Think carefully. Once you get out of this door, you won't have another chance." The sound in everyone's ears was different. It was a mournful shriek. Chu Wanning, do you really want to be alone for the rest of your life? Imo Weiyu, I'm the only one in this world who knows where the medicine of resurrection is. Come to my side. Let me tell you, Shi Ming Jing, I know the desire in your heart. I'm the only one who can help you. Shueziming, the divine weapon you picked is a fake. Jin Chengqi is left with the last weapon made by Gauchan Upper Palace. Come back and this ancestral sword will belong to you. Don't you want a peerless divine weapon? Don't you want to be the chosen one? Without the divine weapon, you will never be better than others. Come to my side. Xueming. Ran suddenly realized that his cousin had disappeared. He turned around and saw that Xueming's footsteps were slowing down. Finally, he stopped and turned around to look at the floating silver-blue sword in the sword-forging pool. Ran's heart trembled. He knew how deep Xueming's obsession with the divine weapon was. This brat must be very disappointed when he found out that the weapon he got was a fake. It was perfect that the heart-picking willow used the ancestral sword to tempt him. Xueming, don't believe him. Don't go over. Shermay also said, Young master, let's go. We're almost at the exit. Xueming turned around and looked at them blankly. The voice in his ears became more and more enchanting. They're jealous of you and don't want you to get the divine weapon. Think about Mo Weiyu. He has already obtained his weapon, so he can't wait for you to get nothing. Both of you are brothers. If you're not as good as him, the position of supremacy at the peak of life and death will naturally be his. Xueming muttered, Shut up. Mo Ran seemed to be anxiously shouting something at him, but he could not hear him clearly. He could only hold his head and repeat, Shut up, shut up. Xueziming, there is no weapon in the divine martial warehouse that is suitable for you. If you miss the ancestral sword, you can only submit to Mo Weiyu in the future. At that time, he will be your reverend, and you will have to kneel in front of him and listen to his orders. Think about it. Killing him is not a problem at all. Since ancient times, there have been many conflicts between brothers. Furthermore, he is only your cousin. What are you hesitating for? Come, let me give you the sword. Xueming, young master. Xueming suddenly stopped struggling. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were actually red. Come to me. You are the chosen one. You deserve to be the supremacy. Chu Wanning said sternly, Xueming, come. Only when you become the supremacy at the peak of life and death can the cultivation world be peaceful. Think about those who are suffering. Think about the unfair treatment you have suffered. Xueziming, let me help you. Unknowingly, Xueming had already arrived at the boiling sword-forging pool. The spirit of the heart-picking willow was holding the ancestral sword of the Gaochen Upper Palace. Its eyes were completely bloodshot. Very good. Take this sword and stop them all. Xueming slowly raised his hand and trembled as he took the silver-blue treasure sword. Kill them all. Kill Mo Weiyu. Go. Ah. Suddenly, Xueming pulled out his longsword and drew a dazzling sword flower in his hand. Then, he stabbed with his backhand. The spiritual light of the ancestral sword flowed, illuminating the handsomeness of the proud son of heaven. Under the light of the sword, there was no blood in his eyes. Instead, they were brighter and purer than usual. The sword did not stab towards Mo Ran. Instead, it went straight for the heart-picking willow's body and pierced through its stomach. In an instant, the earth trembled and the willow swayed. The mantra of confusion was broken. The divine martial library was in chaos. Xueming panted heavily. He used all his strength to break free from the bewitchment. He stared at the heart-picking willow. His young face was filled with the persistence and purity of a youth. The arrogance and naivety in his burning eyes could be easily seen. The so-called Phoenix's fledgling was not just a martial arts attainment. Don't you think you can bewitch me? Don't you think you can harm others? Xueming panted as he finished speaking. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword. The heart-picking willow instantly burst out a burst of smelly blood. As he was dying, his consciousness returned to his body. The evil aura on his body suddenly disappeared. He clutched his chest and barely stabilized his body. He raised his face and opened his mouth. Although there was no sound, the shape of his mouth could be heard clearly. Thank you for stopping me. The heart-picking willow's body was an ancient spirit. Its power was on par with the ancestor sword. After the collision, both sides were injured. The ancestor sword in Xueming's hand suddenly lost its spiritual light. In an instant, it became dull and colorless. At the same time, the 10,000 years old tree spirit suddenly dispersed. In an instant, tens of thousands of flowing lights scattered into the waves. Like fireflies, they circled and danced around the crowd. The brilliance flowed and the golden light was dazzling. In the end, they faded away one by one and disappeared. Shermay said, Young master, come here quickly. This place is going to collapse. The earth trembled. They could not stay for long. Xueming turned around and took one last look at the divine martial library. With a clang, he threw away the broken ancestor sword and left. Behind him, the bricks and tiles collapsed like snow. Chapter 47. Chu Wanning was injured, and the other three were also exhausted. After running into the passageway outside the Shinwu warehouse, Chu Wanning ordered them to rest for a while. For a moment, no one spoke first. Everyone was either standing or sitting, checking the wounds on themselves or others, and recovering their strength. Only Xueming was in a daze. His head drooped, and no one knew what he was thinking. Imo Ran murmured, Xueming. Xueming didn't pay attention to anyone. He walked stiffly to Chu Wanning, raised his head, and opened his mouth. His voice was broken. Master. Chu Wanning looked at him. He wanted to raise his hand and touch his messy hair, but in the end, he restrained himself. Was the Shinwu that I picked a fake? Chu Wanning didn't speak. The rims of Xueming's eyes turned even redder. His distinctly defined eyes were bloodshot like a spider web. If it wasn't for his stubbornness and conceit, he would have cried on the spot. Will I never be able to get the weapons in the pool again? Chu Wanning finally closed her eyes and let out a sigh. The passageway was very quiet. Only Chu Wanning's clear and cold voice could be heard. Silly child. A silly child full of sigh and helplessness made Xueming's last bit of reason collapse. He couldn't bear it anymore. He threw himself into Chu Wanning's arms, hugged Chu Wanning's waist, and cried bitterly. Master! Master! Missing the Jin Chengqi Divine Martial was almost equivalent to missing the qualification to enter the peak of the cultivation world. This was something that everyone knew. The magic power of mortals was limited. Without the help of a divine weapon, no matter how strong they were just flesh and blood. The young masters of the sects in the upper cultivation world more or less left behind the divine martial passed down by their ancestors. Even if it wasn't completely compatible with their own spiritual power, it was still a powerful force that couldn't be underestimated. Only Xueming, because Shuizhengyong and Shuizhengyong started from scratch, did not receive any of Jin Chengqi's weapons. Therefore, when he chose to use the ancestral sword to perish together with heart-picking Willow, it was equivalent to him choosing to let go of his past pride and arrogance. Chu Wanning didn't ask anything and didn't say anything. He just hugged Xueming, who was crying loudly in his arms, and stroked his hair. Xueming had been spoiled since he was young and had never suffered any grievances. Therefore, he had never cried since he could remember. He was always showing off his prowess and was insufferably arrogant. However, at this very moment, tears intertwined on his young face. Every word and sentence was shattered. It was as if he was destined to no longer possess a divine weapon. It was as if the dream of becoming a hero that he once thought was within reach was completely shattered. Xueming. Chu Wanning hugged his disciple and comforted him. The ripples at the bottom of the lake rustled Chu Wanning's white cloak and long black hair. In that instant, Imo Ran only had time to clearly see his soft eyelashes drooping down, and below them were fragments of soft light. Afterwards, the ripples grew larger, messing up his clothes and hair. In the dusky darkness, it was no longer possible to clearly see the side of Chu Wanning's face. He only heard him say, "Don't cry. You're already very good." His voice couldn't be considered gentle, but coming from Chu Wanning's mouth, it couldn't be any gentler. In the secret passage, the four people each had their own thoughts. No one said anything. Imo Ran leaned against the cold wall. He watched as Chu Wanning hugged Xueming and patted his shoulder. He suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. The trip to Jin Chengqi. When he came, he was dressed in fine clothes and rode a fine horse. When he left, he was injured. Xueming had been a god's favored child for 15 years. He was full of glory and high spirits. Then one day, the Vermilion Tower collapsed. From then on, he had to use his long life to forget the sharpness of these 15 years. When they ran out of the divine armory, everyone saw the heart-picking willow slowly collapsing in the water. It was like the death of Quafu, the death of the golden crow. The flood dragon humans who stayed on the ground were shocked and fled in all directions. The divine armory from millions of years ago was destroyed overnight. The divine tree fell with a loud crash, setting off a frenzy in Jin Chengqi. In front of the huge whirlpool, the flood dragon humans all transformed back to their original forms in order to resist the terrifying waves. For a moment, the scales in Jin Chengqi churned, and the fish and dragons jumped around. Mortals couldn't stand still anymore. Imo Ran shouted, "No, we can't get out." As he spoke, a thick flood dragon's tail slapped over. Mo ran quickly, dodged, and narrowly avoided it. Right at this moment, a black dragon suddenly swept over. Its body was bigger than the rest of the flood dragons. Its pitch-black scales overflowed with cold golden light. Mo Ran was shocked. Wang Yue? Wang Yue let out a long roar. He was originally a mute dragon, but now he could speak. His voice was loud like a bell as he shouted, "Hold on to my back. The heart-picking willow is destroyed. Jin Shengqi is about to be destroyed. Quickly, I'll bring you out of here." At this moment, they had no other choice. They couldn't care whether Wang Yue was a friend or foe, so they did as they were told. Wang Yue carried the four of them and swam through the stormy waves. They split the water and ran. "Hold on tight." Just as he finished speaking, the old dragon suddenly broke through the waves and soared into the sky. Mo ran, and the rest only felt a strong current rushing towards them. The current was like thousands of horses and armies galloping, trampling on their bones and lungs. They couldn't even open their eyes or breathe. Their hands tightly held onto the dragon's back and used all their strength to prevent themselves from being thrown back into the lake. When they could finally open their eyes, they had already ridden the dragon into the clouds. They were above Jin Chengqi, at the peak of Shuiying Peak. The gushing water vapor turned into thousands of fluorescent lights, scattering from the mirror-like giant dragon scales. In an instant, the clouds were like mist, and the thin fog was like a rainbow. Wang Yue made the bureau chief gasp, and the color of the surroundings changed. Mo Ran heard Xueming's voice coming from behind. It sounded excited and distant in the whistling wind. After all, he was really young and easily forgot his worries because of some things. "Oh my God, I'm flying on the dragon." Wang Yue circled a few times above Shuiying Peak, gradually shrinking his body and slowly lowering his body to land. When he stopped by Jin Chengqi, he had shrunk to less than half of his original size, so he didn't crush too many rocks and trees around him. He curled up in the same place, quietly letting Mo Ran and the rest get off the dragon's back. They turned back to look at Jin Chengqi, only to see the ice melting and the waves breaking the ice. At this time, the sun was bright, and the east was white. The sun shone brightly and flowed into Jin Chengqi, making the lake ripple. Shimei suddenly exclaimed, "Look at those dragons in the lake." Those writhing dragons rose and fell with the turbulent waves and gradually stopped moving. Then, one by one, they crumbled and turned into ashes. One by one, black chess pieces rose from the lake and gathered in midair. Mo Ran muttered, "The exquisite chess game. The flood dragons, living creatures, and even the heart-picking willows in the pool were all under the effects of the exquisite chess game. The entire pool of conspiracies was actually a game set up by someone hiding in the dark." Mo Ran suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that the world after his rebirth was not right. Some things happened in advance for no reason. In his previous life, when he was 16 years old, there was no one who could play the exquisite chess game to such an extent. What was the background of this fake Gaochen? Xueming said, "Wang Yue." Mo Ran turned back and saw Wang Yue lying on the ground without moving. There were no black chess pieces on his body, but he looked very weak with his eyes half closed. "You guys did well. I'd rather destroy Gaochen God's Jin Chengqi than let it fall into the hands of evil." After he said this, his body suddenly emitted a golden light. When the light dispersed, he turned into a human with a smaller body. "It's you." Mo Ran and Xueming spoke at the same time. Wang Yue in front of them was the white-haired old dragon person who led them to the spiritual body of the divine martial library. Wang Yue raised his head, and there was a tinge of guilt in his eyes. "That's me." Xueming was shocked. "You? Why did you lead us to the divine martial library? Did you want to save us or harm us? If you wanted to harm us, why did you send us ashore? If you wanted to save us, what if we couldn't solve the heart-picking willow's calamity? Wouldn't that be?" Wang Yue looked down and said with a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. However, I had no choice but to do so under the circumstances." The fake Gaochen's cultivation base was insufficient, so he relied on the heart-picking willow's spiritual energy to perform the forbidden technique. Only by solving the heart-picking willow would his technique lose its effect. "I had no other choice but to lead you guys to try." Chu Wanning shook his head, walked over, and waved his hand to heal him. Wang Yue sighed, "There's no need for you to be so kind. I'm the same as the creatures in the lake. My lifespan is up, and I've been relying on the heart-picking willow's spiritual energy to survive. Since it's fallen, I don't have long to live either." Chu Wanning, Wang Yue said, "Life and death are orderly and can't be forced. To be able to see the Jin Shengqi's nightmare end before I die, my wish has been fulfilled. It's just that I'm really sorry for implicating you guys in the lake." Chu Wanning said, "It's fine. Do you know who the fake Gaochen is and what his intentions are?" Wang Yue said, "I don't know who he is. However, his goal should be to obtain the power of the heart-picking willow to study the 3 great forbidden techniques." Chu Wanning said, "The spiritual energy required to perform the forbidden techniques is very shocking. If you have the help of the ancient tree spirit, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." Yes, that's what that person said too. He said that the ancient spirit body is very powerful, but it's very difficult to find. The only thing that can be found in the ancient records is the heart-picking willow. Actually, he only appeared not long ago. Ever since he took control of the Jin Shengqi, he has been using the heart-picking willow's power to practice the 2 forbidden techniques, rebirth and exquisite chess game. As Wang Yue said this, he sighed, and his eyes were a little empty. Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the trip to the Jin Shengqi was very different from his previous life. All these changes happened not long ago. What had gone wrong that caused everything to change its course? He didn't have enough power to control living things, so he killed a large number of living things in the lake and tried to control dead things. This time, he succeeded. Hence, in just a few weeks, he killed almost all the spirit beasts in the lake and turned them into chess pieces. He only left a few to experiment with. I was one of them. Mo Ran asked, "So when I asked for the sword, you floated to the surface. At that time, you were controlled by the fake Gaochen?" "No." Wang Yue slowly closed his eyes. "He can control others, the fox demon and the heart-picking willow, but he can't control me. I'm a spirit beast tamed by the Gaochen god when he created the world. 1,000,000 years ago, when I was willing to follow his orders, his curse was branded on my reverse scale. From then on, I'll be loyal to my master. Then you. I had no choice. It was a disguise." Wang Yue sighed and said, "Although that intruder couldn't control me completely, the Gaochen god's curse was millions of years old. It's not as effective as it was back then. A part of my body was still affected by the fake Gaochen. When you saw me, I was mute because my voice was completely controlled by that person. I couldn't listen to my own orders anymore. Only when his magic lost its effect, I could speak again." Mo Ran asked, "Does that fake Gaochen know that you're in disguise?" "I don't think he knows." Wang Yue looked at Mo Ran and said, according to his plan, he would take your spirit core today and continue the life of the heart-picking willow. However, he didn't expect that I would bring you back to the divine martial library and destroy the willow. He didn't take precautions against me." Chu Wanning suddenly said, "It's not that he didn't take precautions against you. Maybe he didn't have the strength to do it." "What do you mean by that?" Chu Wanning said, "I vaguely feel that there's something wrong with that fake Gaochen Shanggong." Chapter 48. Mo Ran couldn't help but agree with him. His master was right. Mo Ran initially thought that he was hallucinating when he sensed a weak aura from the fake Gaochen. However, since Chu Wanning also sensed it, the possibility of it being a hallucination was very slim. It was the aura of a corpse. Not only was this fake Gaochen Shanggong not the real person, he wasn't even a living person. In other words, the mastermind only took a corpse and used it as a puppet to disguise himself as the god of weapons. He didn't even show himself. While he was thinking, a low chuckle suddenly came from Jin Shengqi's direction. Immediately after that, a pale body soared out of the water like an arrow. The fake Gaochen Shanggong leaped into the air, but his appearance and behavior were extremely terrifying. His skin was all wrinkled together like a snake shedding its skin or a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. Wanye Yuheng, Venerable Northern Dipper. Grandmaster Chu, you really live up to your name. The fake Gaochen hovered above the sparkling lake. His peeling face seemed to have twisted into an almost twisted smile. For someone like you, how come the Confucian Wind sect didn't manage to keep you here? Chu Wanning said coldly, Who are you? You don't need to know who I am, the fake Gauchen said. I won't let you know who I am. Just treat me as someone who should have died long ago. I crawled out of hell, and am here to take revenge on you gentlemen. Wang Yue said coldly, shameless. The heart-plucking willow has been destroyed. With your spiritual power, you can't use the forbidden technique without the power of the divine tree. You can't do anything evil. The fake Gauchen sneered. You old loach, you're about to die, but you still want to ruin my plans. You don't have the right to speak here. Get lost. Chu Wanning suddenly said, Do you have the right to speak just because you have a white piece? The so-called white piece, as the name suggested, referred to the most unique piece in the exquisite chess game. When the caster found a newly dead body and poured a part of their soul into the body, that part of the soul would fuse with the body, forming a white chess piece that was as white as jade. White chess was different from the black chess who only followed orders. In other words, the white chess was actually a substitute for the caster. Other than not having as much mana as the caster, they could think and act on their own. What they saw and heard could also be empathized with the caster. After the identity of the fake North Pole Chun was exposed, he clapped his hands and laughed, Good, good, good. After the three goods, the fake Gauchen's face became more and more distorted. It seemed that the magic of the real Gauchen was about to run out, and it could no longer maintain the movement of the white chess piece. Gradually, the original form of the corpse was revealed. Chu Wanning, don't be so full of yourself. Do you think you can stop me today? Even if the heart-plucking willow was destroyed, my main body could still find another source of spiritual energy. You, on the other hand. As he spoke, his gradually cloudy eyes suddenly swept past Chu Wanning with ill intentions and landed on him. Ran. He was suddenly shocked. The fake North Pole Chun said mockingly, If you think I'm the only one in this world who knows the three great forbidden techniques, then I'm afraid you won't be able to live for long. Chu Wanning frowned and said sternly, What do you mean by that? However, the fake North Pole Chun suddenly stopped talking. After a moment of silence, his body suddenly exploded, scattering into smelly fragments. A white chess piece that was as white as jade burst out from his body and spun a few times against the light before falling into the fine waves of the Jincheng pool. It seemed that the main body of the fake North Pole Chun had finally run out of spiritual energy after losing the support of the heart-plucking willow. At the same time, Wang Yue, who was also relying on the spiritual energy of the heart-plucking willow to survive, staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground with a thump. She said softly, Ah, Shuiming said in shock. Wang Yue. Mo Ran also said, Wang Yue. The 4 of them came to Lao Jiao's side. Wang Yue was already at the end of his life, and his lips were pale. He looked at them, and his throat was as hoarse as a crow's. All of you, don't believe that person's nonsense. The things he said were all lies, far more lies than the truth. Shermei's brows were filled with concern and sorrow. He said gently, Senior, don't talk anymore. Let me heal you. No need. Even your master couldn't do it. You. Wang Yue coughed violently a few times, then gasped for breath and said, All these years, many people have come to the Jincheng pool to ask for swords. However, since Xie entered the pool, the heart-plucking willow was unwilling to let the divine item left behind by its master be used by him, so it destroyed tens of thousands of weapons. The only thing left is a willow vine that's on par with it, a high god sword. When this was mentioned, Shuiming's expression became even more gloomy. He pursed his lips and remained silent. The willow vine. The willow vine belongs to this little Taoist. Wang Yue looked at Mo Ran. When we were by the lake, I told you that I couldn't stop you from doing evil in the past. I only hope that you will be kind in the future. But actually, according to the master's wishes, the divine martial sword should only be given to a kind-hearted person. So, I hope that you can. Mo Ran saw that he was already struggling to speak, so he stopped him and said, Senior, don't worry, I understand. Flood Dragon person muttered, That's good. Then I'm relieved. He looked up at the sky, and his lips trembled slightly. People say that when the Jinsheng pool asks for swords, the underwater demons will make some requests. Those requests in the past, most of them, were to test the character of the person who came, but there are exceptions. Wang Yue's voice gradually weakened, and there seemed to be thousands of years in his eyes, passing through the water and withering away. I followed the master's promise, and after he left, I guarded the Jinsheng Lake and couldn't leave. But I didn't expect that I would guard it for millions of years. The scenery I saw when I was young, for the rest of my life, I actually never saw with my own eyes. He slowly turned his head and looked at Immo Ran with pleading eyes. There was a warm and moist luster in his old eyes. At that moment, Immo Ran suddenly knew what he was going to say. As expected, Wang Yue said softly, "Little Taoist, the plum blossoms on the mountainside are always bright. When I was young, I liked them very much. Since you have the divine martial sword, are you willing? Are you willing?" Immo Ran was just about to say, "Okay, I'll go get it for you." But before he could even say good, the light in the moongazer serpent's golden brown eyes suddenly extinguished. Jiangnan has nothing, but it's a gift of spring. The snow mountain in the distance was majestic, and the surface of the lake was dazzling with golden light. The red light of the rising sun spread into the lake, and in the surging waves, it shattered into bits of bright red. Wang Yue returned to silence. He was once one of the first giant dragons during the creation of the world. He was once world-shaking and could summon the wind and rain. He was also once subservient and traveled with his master. Everyone said that he had a curse on him, and he couldn't betray his master. But they didn't know that he respected the North Star and kept his promise for thousands of years. In the vast world, there were only a few living beings who remembered the creation of the world. Wang Yue knew that although the real North Star's upper palace was a mixed blood of the devil race, his mother was forced by the demon lord. The North Star hated the devil race, so he became Fushi's subordinate. He also used his domineering devil blood to forge the first sharp sword in the world for Fushi. He helped Fushi eliminate the devil race and swept the 9 continents. However, after the world was unified, Fushi had doubts about the North Star's upper palace because of his half-devil blood. The North Star's upper palace wasn't stupid. 100 years later, he voluntarily left the God realm and came to the mortal world. Along the way, he saw the suffering of living beings and the killing of weapons. He felt that he shouldn't have created the sword and regretted a lot. Therefore, he collected the weapons that he left behind in the mortal world and sealed them in the Jincheng Lake's armory. He planted the heart-picking willow and told the living beings in the lake that those who sought the sword must have a kind heart to be worthy of possessing the divine martial skill. But now, the North Star was no more, and Wang Yue had passed away. There was no more divine martial skill or flood dragon person under the Jincheng Lake. All of the sins, regrets, distortions, and stubbornness disappeared like the heart-picking willow. For a moment, nobody said anything. In the midst of the heavy snow, the 4 bright red words on the stone tablet next to the Jincheng pond were still the same as when they first saw them. The surface of the water was peaceful and tranquil. No one could tell that there had been a catastrophe or suffering under the water. It was just like when they first climbed up Shuiying Peak. They didn't know what kind of bloody story was behind the journey to nowhere. Immo Ran looked at the sky. Above the cliff, a lone eagle flew by in the snow. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Wang Yue gave him the Immo sword. That Immo sword was very powerful, but in this life, the Immo sword he saw was just a fake. The real sword that belonged to him had probably self-destructed in the heart-picking willow. He didn't have the chance to see it again in this life. After a while, he remembered something inexplicably. Back then, he came to the Jincheng Lake to seek the sword. That day, Wang Yue floated to the water surface. His golden eyes looked at him gently and kindly. Then, he said to him, "The plum blossoms on the mountainside are blooming beautifully. Can you pluck one and give it to me?" Mo Ran closed his eyes and gently covered his eyelids with his arm. In his previous life, he didn't know what was going on and actually thought that what Wang Yue asked for was nothing more than flattery. It was many days later when they returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning's shoulder was badly injured, and the three youths were also mentally and physically exhausted. Therefore, they rested for many days in Dai City before returning to Shu. Xueming didn't tell Shuizhengyong and Madame Wang about the sword. For someone as proud as him, whether his parents were disappointed or comforted him, it was like adding salt to a knife's edge. Chu Wanning saw this and couldn't bear to see Xueming like this. Therefore, he buried himself in the scroll all day long, hoping to find another way to get another divine weapon for Xueming. Or perhaps, is there any other way in the world that can allow a mortal to fight against a divine weapon? Apart from that, who was that fake North Star? Where was his real body now? What was the meaning behind the last words of the fake North Pole's white piece before it self-destructed? There were too many things to worry about. In the Red Lotus Pavilion's library, the candlelight shone day and night. The copper pot leaked, and the complicated bamboo slips were spread all over the floor. In the depths of the scroll was Chu Wanning's slightly tired face. Yuheng, your shoulder is injured to this extent. Don't take any chances. Shuizhengyong held a cup of hot tea and sat beside him, nagging, Elder Tanlang is skilled in medicine. When you have time, ask him to take a look at you. It's fine. It's already starting to heal. Shuizhengyong clicked his tongue. No. Look at you. You haven't looked good since you came back. 9 out of 10 people who see you say you look like you're going to faint at any moment. I think there's something wrong with your wound. Maybe there's poison or something. You should be more careful. Chu Wanning looked up. I look like I'm going to faint? He paused and sneered. Who said that? Shuizhengyong was speechless. Yuheng, don't always think that you're made of iron and others are made of paper. Chu Wanning said. I know what I'm doing. Shuizhengyong muttered under his breath. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed like he was saying, what do you know? Fortunately, Chu Wanning was focused on reading and did not see his little action. After chatting for a while, Shuizhengyong saw that it was late. He stood up and prepared to go back to accompany his wife. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Chu Wanning. Yuheng, you should rest early. If Ming-Er finds out about you like this, he'll die of guilt. Chu Wanning didn't pay any attention to him. Shuizhengyong was rebuffed and was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and left. After Chu Wanning drank the medicine, he returned to the table and continued to read the scrolls. When he saw that he was faintly dizzy, he held his forehead and felt slightly disgusted. However, this disgust was fleeting. Chu Wanning only thought that he was tired and did not care. When it was late at night, he finally felt drowsy and fell asleep with a frown. His wide sleeves were piled on top of a mountain of scrolls. On his knees was a scroll of bamboo slips that he had not finished reading. The edges of his robe were withered like waves. That night, he had a dream. Unlike ordinary dreams, this dream was vivid and real. He stood in the Dan Xian Palace, which was at the peak of life and death. However, this Dan Xian Palace was different from what he knew. Many details of the furnishings were different. Before he could take a closer look, the door of the palace suddenly opened and a dark red curtain fluttered. Someone walked in.
Master.
The person was handsome and his eyes were dark and purple. Although he looked like a young man, when he curled up the corners of his mouth, he looked a little childish. Imo ran. Chu Wanning stood up and was about to walk over when he found that his ankles were shackled by 4 iron chains with spiritual power. They bound him and prevented him from moving. After the shock, Chu Wanning was furious. He stared at the chains on his ankles in disbelief. For a moment, his face was distorted with anger and he was speechless. After a long time, he raised his head and said sternly, Imo Weiyu, are you rebelling? Untie me. However, the person did not seem to hear him. With a lazy smile on his face and deep dimples, he walked over and pinched his chin. Chapter 49. Chu Wanning's astonishment was completely indescribable. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the Mo ran in his dream as if he was looking at a ghost. Mo Weiyu, who had already grown up, was very handsome. His shoulders were very wide, his legs were long, and he was even half a head taller than him. When he lowered his eyes to look at him, there was some playfulness and ridicule in the corners of his eyes. My good Shizun, You really should see what you look like now. His fingertips slid down Chu Wanning's cheeks and stopped by his ears, his eyes filled with frost. After a few moments of silence, he coldly snorted, and then suddenly leaned forward. A soft and hot feeling swept over him, and he sucked on Chu Wanning's lips. Caught off guard, Chu Wanning's mind exploded, as if a string snapped. Ran was kissing him. His breath was invading him, wet, anxious, full of filthy and sinful desires. Their lips and teeth violently entangled, and waves rolled in his chest. Chu Wanning was almost in a daze, his phoenix eyes wide open. His mind was filled with anger and confusion, but in the dream, it was as if he had lost his spiritual power, and even ordinary strength was difficult to gather. He was simply unable to break free from Ran's grip, and was firmly imprisoned in the other's arms. For some reason, the Ran in his dream was completely different from the one he was familiar with. There was no longer the submissive and obedient attitude of the past, but instead, there was an aggressive and imposing manner. He could even clearly feel Ran's hot breath, rapid and deep. The boiling beast desire was like magma, wanting to melt his flesh and bones into water. Chu Wanning was so angry that his face turned green, and he wanted to vomit blood. He could not imagine that he would be suppressed by Ran without any strength to resist. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that in this crazy and wet kiss, he actually felt his abdomen heat up and his fingertips go soft. He was trembling in his arms. Ran's chest was so hot that it felt like he was going to melt and drown him. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't have the strength. When the kiss ended, Chu Wanning's legs were weak. Ran hugged him and turned his face to the back of his ear. Hot and moist breaths landed on his neck as he panted. Then he heard Ran say, "Didn't you want to discuss terms with Ben?" Ran's voice was very hoarse, so hoarse that Chu Wanning felt like he was a stranger. Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and saw his Adam's apple move. It was a swallowing motion that he was trying to hold back. "You have no other value to me, so let's use the last thing you have left to negotiate." Chu Wanning's voice was also hoarse. He didn't know if it was because of desire or anger. He said in a low voice, "What?" Ran forced him to the wall, then suddenly raised his hand and fiercely pushed against the wall. He fiercely grabbed one of Chu Wanning's chained wrists. He didn't have any evil intentions, but he also didn't have any sexual desire as he lowered his head and sucked on his earring. Chu Wanning instantly began to tremble violently, and a terrifying numbness spread from his tailbone to his scalp. Ran's voice was low, and his breathing was very turbid and very heavy. "If you let me do it once, I'll agree to your request." Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were wet with lust, but more than that, they were filled with disbelief. Ran's other hand was already touching his waist, and his lips were rubbing against the side of his neck. His tone was gentle, but his words were vicious. "But since I hate Shizun so much, I don't think I have much interest in Shizun's body. If I want to have fun, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate." Ran paused, then continued to touch his waist, hugging him even tighter. "So, think carefully. If you're willing, you'll kneel down and lick me properly. Once I'm comfortable, you'll lie on the bed and beg me to f***ck you." Chu Wanning was about to go crazy. Elder Yu Hong was prideful, pure, and cold. He didn't touch men, didn't get close to women, didn't look at erotic pictures, didn't listen to erotic songs, and was honest, chaste, and aloof. To put it simply, he knew very little about matters of the heart. So he was very unfortunate. Although he was angry, he could only throw away his helmet and armor in front of this intense and unfamiliar feeling. He was utterly defeated. After Ran finished speaking, he waited for a moment. Seeing that he didn't respond, he scolded in a low voice, but he couldn't help but start to kiss him. After kissing his lips enough, he withdrew his wet tongue from his mouth, bringing with it a trace of sparkling. Then, he fiercely bit his neck, licking and kissing his neck and ears. What made Chu Wanning's scalp go numb was that Ran's hand started to violently tear at his robe. As he tore, he muttered, "What are you pretending to be a gentleman for? What are you pretending to be a saint for?" When he looked up at him, his gaze was blazing and crazy. The corners of his eyes were suffused with a strange light, as if the hatred that had been accumulating for a long time had finally been vented. It was also like the boiling lava of lust under the rock stratum. After a long period of forbearance, it gushed out wantonly. Chu Wanning seemed to be fiercely scalded by his wolf-like gaze. He wanted to look away, but Immerse saw through his thoughts and pinched his face. "Look at me." His hoarse voice was boiling hot and slightly trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or something else. It sounded like the hunger of a wild beast pouncing on its prey. "I told you to look at me." Chu Wanning trembled and closed his eyes. This dream was really too absurd. "Shizun?" The voice by his ear suddenly became gentle and soft. It was a familiar tone. "Shizun, wake up." In his blurred state, Chu Wanning saw Immerse's face right in front of him. Immediately, without thinking, he slapped him accurately and fiercely. With a paw sound, it landed solidly on the other's cheek. Immerse was caught off guard and was hit head-on. He opened his eyes wide. "Shizun, why are you randomly hitting people?" Chu Wanning sat up. His pair of phoenix-like eyes were raised. The corners of his eyes were filled with anger and shock. His body was still slightly trembling. The dream and reality intertwined, driving him crazy. "Shizun, don't come over." Chu Wanning lowered his sword-like eyebrows and sternly shouted. His extreme reaction gave Immerse a fright. After a while, he cautiously asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" "Nightmare? Yes, it was a dream." "It was just a dream." Chu Wanning stared at the person in front of him in a daze. After a long while, he gradually came back to his senses. He was still lying in the library of the Red Lotus Pavilion. The Dan Xian Palace and the young Immerse had disappeared together. What was left in front of him was only that young and childish face. "Yes, in my dream. I really hit people." After finally waking up, Chu Wanning paused for a moment to tidy up his expression. With his slender fingers that were still slightly trembling, he pretended to be serious and said while suppressing the heat and uneasiness that had not yet dissipated. Immerse rubbed his still red cheeks and gasped. "What nightmare did you have, Shizun? You hit so hard." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Chu Wanning's face. He pursed his lips and turned away half of his handsome face. He was cold and aloof and did not speak. His face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. He felt that his self-esteem was about to shatter. He actually had such an absurd dream, such filthy and shameless words. He was simply unworthy of being a teacher. What made him collapse even more was that his body actually failed to live up to expectations and reacted to such a humiliating dream. Fortunately, his robe was loose and elegant, so others could not see it. However, Chu Wanning held his forehead. His face was still as black as the bottom of a pot. He naturally could not vent his anger on Immerse in his dream, but this person in front of him who had delivered himself to him was still okay. Thus, he slanted his eyes and asked in an angry voice, "You broke into my bedroom in the middle of the night. Do you think the Red Lotus Pavilion is your home? Do you think you are Elder Yu Hong?" First, he was inexplicably slapped in the face. Then, he was scolded. Immerse felt wronged and whispered, "Why are you throwing a tantrum again?" Chu Wanning's sword-like eyebrows shot up in anger. "I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm going to sleep. Get out." Immerse said, "But Shizun, it's already morning." Chu Wanning, "If we hadn't waited at the good and evil stage for so long without seeing Master, I wouldn't have dared to come to the Red Lotus Pavilion to look for you." Chu Wan. The windows of the library were closed. He pushed open the window and saw that the sun was already up in the sky. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. Chu Wanning's expression turned even uglier. It looked like he could summon the Heavenly Inquisition at any time. He actually had a wet dream until it was 7 in the morning. If Immerse hadn't come to call him, he might have continued. This realization made the veins on Chu Wanning's forehead bulge, and his knuckles turned jade white as he pinched the window frame. It should be known that Chu Wanning's mental cultivation method had always been good at suppressing desires. Before this, he had never even had any erotic thoughts, let alone wet dreams. Chu Wanning was like a wooden man in this way, stupid and stiff. He had cultivated his mental cultivation method to perfection and cut off all desires. When he had nothing else to do, he liked to despise this pair of lovers fooling around and despise that pair of Taoist companions practicing dual cultivation. In the end, he was proud of himself and thought that he was particularly virtuous. Who would have thought that he would stumble and fall in the hands of his own little disciple? The wise, noble, and elegant Master Chu didn't dare to look at Immerse anymore. He angrily said, "Come with me to the good and evil stage for morning practice." He flicked his sleeves and left. Xueming and Shimei had been waiting for a long time. When Chu Wanning arrived, they were sitting under the shade of a tree and talking. Shimei was very anxious. Shizun is never late. What's going on today? It's already so late, but we still haven't seen his shadow. Xueming was even more anxious. Didn't Immerse go to find Shizun? He hasn't come back after so long. If I had known, I would have gone with him. Shizun isn't sick, is he? Shimei said. I saw that the wound on Shizun's shoulder was very serious. Although he has been recuperating, his bones are weak. It's actually hard to say. When Xueming heard this, he became even more restless. He suddenly stood up. No need to wait. Immerse, that unreliable dog. I'll go and see for myself. When he turned around, he saw Chu Wanning striding over, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The two people under the tree said together, Shizun. Chu Wanning said, I was delayed by some matters. Today, I'll take you to practice martial arts. Let's go. While Chu Wanning wasn't paying attention, Shimei quietly asked Immerse, who was following behind him, Shizun, are you okay? What's delayed you? Immerse rolled his eyes. I overslept. Sure. Pretend you don't know. Immerse rubbed his cheek. The slap from before still hurt. He didn't want to be slapped by Chu Wanning for no reason. Shimei's eyelashes fluttered. Why is your left cheek red? Immerse whispered. If you keep asking, my right cheek will turn red too. Don't ask anymore. Let's go. The three people went to the training field. Chu Wanning let Immerse and Shimei practice on their own, leaving Xueming alone. Chu Wanning said, sit down. Although Xueming didn't understand why, he had always followed his Shizun's instructions. He immediately sat down. Chu Wanning also sat down in front of him. He said to him, the Sword Conference of Holy Mountain is in 3 years. What are your plans? Xueming lowered his eyes. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll win first place. If Chu Wanning had asked him this before the trip to Jinqing Lake, Xueming would have answered proudly. But at this time, when he said this, he couldn't let go of his pride and stubbornly held on. It wasn't that he didn't know his place, but he really didn't want to give up the title of God's favored child. After saying win first place, Xueming felt anxious. He stole a glance at Chu Wanning, but Chu Wanning only glanced at him. He didn't mock or question him. He simply said one word. Good. Xueming's eyes suddenly lit up. Shizun, do you think I can? He was so excited that he couldn't speak properly. Chu Wanning said, under my tutelage, there is no disciple who gives up before a fight. Shizun, those who participate in the Sword Conference of Holy Mountain are all outstanding youths of various sections. Those who don't have divine martial skills naturally won't be your match. You don't have to be afraid of those who have divine martial skills. Chu Wanning said, divine martial skills can't be controlled overnight. Although your saber Longqing is slightly inferior, it's still a top-grade weapon that can be forged in the mortal world. If you practice diligently these 3 years and make good use of it, it's not impossible for you to win first place. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Chu had a keen eye for martial arts and was quite insightful. He was also a sentimental person who would never tell white lies to motivate others. So when Xueming heard his words, he immediately felt excited. Shizun, are you speaking the truth? Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Xueming, how old are you? I don't even coax people who are over 5 years old. When he said this, Xueming was a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and laughed. Chu Wanning said again, victory and defeat are unpredictable, but pride is not to be underestimated. Work hard. As for the result, you don't have to force it. Xueming said, yes. After comforting Xueming, Chu Wanning went to the Ling Power wooden dummies behind the practice field. In order to prevent the disciples from accidentally injuring others when striking the wooden dummies, this place was built in a remote area. One had to pass through a long corridor and turn a corner to reach the pile of dummies. Shermay and Immerse had their backs to him and were talking. They weren't too far away and he could hear them. Chu Wanning was about to call them over, but the scene in front of him made him stop abruptly. Chapter 50. As a person who cherished weapons, this scene made Chu Wanning so angry that he was speechless. He was afraid that he was looking at an idiot. Not far away, under the flowering trees, Immerse summoned the ghost. The god of war could freely expand and shrink, but most people were willing to make their weapons bigger and more impressive. At the very least, like Chu Wanning, they would keep their normal appearance. However, Immerse had shrunk the ghost into a very small one. It was about the same length and thickness as a headband. Yiling Long, a dignified divine martial artist, looked like a pitiful little child. Everyone's spiritual energy was different. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisition was golden when he poured spiritual energy into it, but the ghost was red. Therefore, without the willow leaves, the ghost looked like a matchmaker. Shermay, tie this on your hand. I want to know if the ghost is the same as Heaven's Inquisition, and if it also has the ability to coax people into telling the truth. You want to test it on me? Immerse laughed. Yes, because I'm the best with you, and I believe that you won't lie to me. Shermay was still hesitant. That's true, but, I won't ask tricky questions. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise. Saying so, he stretched out his pinky. Shermay didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old are you? You're still so childish. Pinky swear. You can pinky swear when you're 8 years old. You can pinky swear when you're 18. Even when you're 88, you can still pinky swear. What's so childish about it? Immerse grinned as he held up Shermay's right hand and pinky swear. Shermay was both angry and amused, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only let him do as he pleased. Unexpectedly, Immerse grabbed Shermay's pinky, but didn't make a pinky promise with him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and laughed. The ghost, let's get to work. With 2 swishing sounds, the ghost tied Shermay's pinky finger with lightning speed, while the other end was tied to Immerse's pinky finger, which was still standing upright. The handsome youth smiled like a sly fox that had ascended to heaven. His dimples were deep as he happily said, "Congratulations, you've been fooled." Shermay didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You let go of me. There's no rush, Immerse said with a smile. I'll release you after I ask a few questions. In fact, ever since Jean Chengchi obtained the Sauvignon Blanc and Shermay failed to open the box, Immerse felt uneasy. Although Shermay was wearing gloves at that time and couldn't touch the box directly, Immerse still couldn't completely let it go. Moreover, Chu Wanning was the one who opened the box in the end. Chu Wanning. How is this possible? Therefore, Immerse felt that Xiangxi must have been broken. However, in order to confirm this, he felt that it was best to confirm it with the ghost. He didn't doubt his sincerity towards Shermay, but he was worried that in Shermay's heart, he was actually insignificant. As for Jean Chengchi saying that he liked him, it might just be his own imagination. He felt that Shermay had a gentle temperament and treated everyone well. Unlike Chu Wanning, who always put on a face as if others owed him a mountain of gold and silver, which was especially annoying. Although the Emperor Ta was a rough person, when he was thinking about his sweetheart, this guy could be very troublesome. First of all, although Immerse was worried, he still maintained a smile on his face and pretended to be relaxed. He even decided to throw out a few irrelevant questions to pave the way for the real story. What do you think of Xue Ming? Feeling the pain on his finger, Shermay couldn't help but answer honestly, young master is very good, but he's too direct and sometimes it's unbearable. Immerse clapped and laughed. You also have times when you can't stand him? Ha ha ha, no wonder, after all, he's so annoying. Shermay blushed. Lower your voice, don't let young master hear you. Okay. Immerse laughed. But I'm very happy when you say bad things about him. Shermay, Immerse asked again, then what do you think of Shizun? Shizun is very good, but his temper is a bit. It seemed that Shimei really didn't want to comment on Chu wanting, but he couldn't do anything about it. After biting his lip for a while, he said with grievance, his temper is a bit irritable. Haha, how is that irritable? It's clearly very irritable. He gets angry every few days and refuses to admit it when he's angry. I think even Consort Gue is easier to serve than him. Chu wanting, who was standing in the corner. Immerse suddenly became curious and asked, since you know that Shizun has a bad temper, why do you still want to be his disciple? Shimei said, Shizun has a cold face but a kind heart. My talent is not as good as others, but he never thinks that I'm stupid. He says that education is for all. Since I'm not good at attacking, he teaches me healing and recovery techniques. He treats me very well. Immerse was originally happy, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped smiling and gradually became silent. After a while, Immerse said, how is he treating you well? He just teaches you some spells and occasionally takes care of you. If it were any other master, they would do the same. That's not the same. Immerse suddenly became unhappy and puffed up his cheeks. Anyway, he doesn't treat you well. I can do all the things that he does to you. Shimei didn't say anything. In this awkward silence, Immerse gradually calmed down the anger in his heart. When he saw that Shimei didn't say anything, he suddenly felt guilty and whispered, I'm sorry. It's okay, Shimei said. But after a while, Shimei said somewhat abruptly, a few years ago, before you came to the peak of life and death, there was one time when I was walking on the road and there was a sudden rainstorm. At that time, I hadn't become Shizun's disciple yet. When I was running in the rain, I met him. He was holding a red oil paper umbrella. When he saw that I was in a difficult situation, he asked me to hide under his umbrella. I had long heard of his cold reputation. When I walked side by side with him, my heart was very nervous. And then, Shimei said with a gentle expression, and then we didn't talk the whole way. Immerse nodded in agreement. He's such a boring person. There really isn't much to say to him. Yes. Shimei smiled. Shizun is a man of few words. But when he sent me to the door, I thanked him. Suddenly, I saw that his right shoulder was completely soaked, and I was standing on his left the whole way, so I didn't get wet at all. Immerse, that oil paper umbrella was very small. In fact, it was only big enough for one person to hold it. He blocked most of it for me. I watched as he walked away in the rain. When I returned to my room, I wrote an invitation to become his disciple, begging him to accept me as his disciple. Don't say any more. Immerse suddenly said, you're too kind. If you keep talking, I'll feel sorry for you. Shimei said warmly, Immerse, don't you think that Shizun is the one who's sorry? He only has such a small umbrella. Because he always walks alone, no one is willing to accompany him. So sometimes, when Shizun is a bit strict with me or scolds me a bit more, I don't care. Because I remember his soaked shoulder. Immerse didn't say anything. Only the tip of his nose was slightly red, and a trace of bitterness floated in his heart. That feeling of bitterness was a bit vague. Suddenly, he didn't know who this feeling was for. Immerse, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. Do you especially hate Shizun? Immerse stared blankly. Or should I say, you don't like him, right? When Shimei asked this question, his usually calm and gentle gaze seemed a bit sharp. Immerse was caught off guard. Under such a sharp gaze, he was suddenly speechless. Immerse lowered his head. He didn't nod or shake his head. After a long time, he forced a smile and said, wasn't I the one asking you a question? I wasn't careful and actually got tangled up by you. How can this be? Seeing that he was avoiding the question, Shimei didn't insist. He only smiled and said, I'm just asking casually. You don't have to take it to heart. Immerse tidied up his mood and then looked up. Through the curtain of his thick eyelashes, he looked at Shimei's beautiful face. Originally, his third question was to ask whether Shimei liked him or not. But after this conversation, his mood suddenly became heavy. After a while of silence, Immerse suddenly said, he's my Shizun. He's only my Shizun. It's not about whether I like him or not. Hearing this, Chu Wanning, who was standing in the dark, slightly moved his eyelashes, like the rustling wings of an injured butterfly. Although some things were clear in one's heart, when it was confirmed, one still felt like one's body was floating and one's heart was sinking into the sea. Maybe it was because autumn came early, but Chu Wanning suddenly felt a bit cold. In the distance, Imo ran and Mei were talking. He closed his eyes. The slight nausea that had recently appeared occasionally rose to his head. He suddenly felt extremely tired. He turned around and wanted to leave. But after a few steps, Imo Rant's voice was carried by the autumn wind and faintly passed into his ears. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Imo Rant asked Mei the third question. Okay, you talked about swimming and Shizun. Now, let's talk about me. He tried to minimize the concern in his voice. Carefully, even somewhat humbly, he asked, Mei, what do you think of me? Mei suddenly stopped talking. Like Heaven's Inquisition, the ghost obviously had the ability to interrogate the truth. Mei resisted answering. Because of this, the ghost's red light became brighter and tighter around Mei's fingertips. Mei frowned. It hurts. I only want you to say one thing. Imo Ran couldn't bear it, but this question was buried deep in his heart. In both his previous and current lives, it had almost become his inner demon. So he still insisted on asking, what do you think of me? Mei shook his head and closed his eyes. It seemed that he was in great pain. His long eyelashes couldn't stop trembling and his forehead gradually seeped out with fine sweat. Imo Ran saw him like this. In the end, his heart softened. He sighed, forget it. He was about to withdraw from the ghost when Mei couldn't hold it in any longer. His face was as white as gold paper. He said hoarsely, I think you are very good. Imo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide. After Mei said this, his originally pale face quickly turned red. He seemed to be very annoyed. He lowered his eyes and didn't dare to look at the ghost. The ghost turned into little red lights, like the petals of a flower, fluttering back into Imo Ran's palm. Imo Ran couldn't hold it in. He lowered his head and laughed softly. When he looked up at Mei again, his eyebrows and eyes were rippling like spring flowers in full bloom. There was a lazy smile in his voice, but his eyes were a little wet. He said, okay, thank you. I also think you are very good. Although Jin Chengchi had told you about it, you didn't remember it at all. So I want to say it again. You are really very likable. Although he didn't say in detail what kind of, like it was, Mei's neck still turned red. He couldn't say a word. Imo Ran stared at him with a pair of deep eyes. The light in his eyes was so clear, like the stars in the sea or the waves in the Milky Way. I want to treat you very well and make you happy. Mei wasn't stupid. Looking at his expression, he knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but lower his head. Imo Ran looked at him and couldn't help but want to raise his hand to touch Mei's hair. But before he could get close, a golden light suddenly flashed. Pa! A vine whip hit Imo Ran's face solidly. Imo Ran felt pain and turned around in shock. He saw Chu Wanning standing with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a white robe that was whiter than snow. He was standing by the green roof and white wall, looking down at them coldly. Heaven's Inquisition was like a snake hissing and flicking its tongue. It coiled around the ground, its willow leaves rustling. From time to time, it would burst into a cluster of sparks and a ray of golden light. Mei said in shock, Shizun. Imo Ran covered his face and said, Shizun, so what if he was hated? So what if he wasn't liked? If it was someone else, they would cry bitterly. But if it was Chu Wanning, cry? Ridiculous. Of course, he would beat the one who didn't know what to do. Chu Wanning's expression was extremely cold. He walked over and said coldly, why are you chatting here instead of cultivating? Imo Wayu, do you think you're so great just because you got the last divine martial skill? You're so confident that you're invincible? You're in such a leisurely mood. Shizun, I just want to. Chu Wanning's eyes were fierce. Imo Ran shut up. Mingjing, come with me. Imo Wayu. He paused and said in disgust, go and cultivate. If you can't last 10 moves with me when I come to spar with you, you'll go back and copy the Qingshin manual 300 times as punishment. Scram. 10 moves? Imo Ran felt that it was better for him to copy the Qingshin manual directly. Chapter 51. For the next 3 days, Chu Wanning's complexion was not very good, and his temper was also very irritable. Yu Heng's disgust was written all over his face. Wherever he went, he was shrouded in a layer of haze. When the disciples saw him, they scattered like birds and beasts. Even Shui Jingyong could feel the faint murderous aura around him and did not dare to talk too much with him. Although Chu Wanning was not willing to admit that he had improper thoughts about Mo Ran, when he saw his 2 disciples' affectionate appearances in front of the wooden dummy, he could not help but feel angry and sour in his chest. He was a bit disgusted. Not only was he disgusted with others, but he was even more disgusted with himself. Mo Weiyu and himself were only master and disciple. What did it have to do with him who he wanted to stick to and who he wanted to tangle with? What right did he have to throw a willow vine because he could not stand it? What did it have to do with him who he wanted to stick to? What did it have to do with him? Chu Wanning, how could your heart be smaller than the tip of a needle? Fine, let's take a step back. So what if he had those unspeakable desires for Mo Ran? He had always been proud of his self-control and pride. It was enough to restrain his heart, enough to strangle those terrifying desires to death in his heart with the passage of time. These feelings that could not see the light of day. Other than himself, no one would know. Other than the silk pouch left by the ghost master, and the strand of black hair that entangled him and Mo Ran, nothing would be left. Mo Ran would not know his feelings, just like how Mo Ran would never know that at the bottom of the Jinqing pool, the person who endured the pain to save him was not Shirmei, but himself who had temporarily swapped souls with Shirmei. But now, what was this? Was this jealousy? This thought made Chu Wanning choke on her own words. In the following months, he tried his best to avoid contact with Mo Ran. Other than the daily guidance of cultivation, he did not have much interaction. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year approached. One day, Chu Wanning returned from slaying demons at the foot of the mountain. As he walked to the front of the mountain gate, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. Soon, the peak of life and death was enveloped by the misty silver outfit. Chu Wanning felt cold all over, so he tightened his robe and strode towards the Core Heart Palace. A charcoal fire was lit in the hall, and the wood in the copper basin made a crisp, crackling sound. Chu Wanning had originally come to report to Shui Jingyong, but the Great Lord was not here. Instead, he bumped into Mo Ran. There was no one else in the Core Heart Palace. This was the first time in months that Chu Wanning was alone with him. He could not help but feel a little awkward. What's more, that absurd dream had happened here. Speaking of that dream, Chu Wanning actually had it many times. Each time, the image was clear and vivid. At first, Chu Wanning was still conflicted, but later, he simply got used to it. In the dream, Mo Ran was like a little lunatic, spouting nonsense. He was so bored that he could count Mo Ran's eyelashes. 1, 2, 3. However, that dream always came to an abrupt end at a critical moment. After several times of this, Grandmaster Chu thought that it must be because of his noble nature that he would not think of such filthy things. With this thought, Elder Yu Hong, who had a fragile heart of a virgin, finally managed to regain some of his dignity. However, the combination of Mo Ran and the Core Heart Palace still made Chu Wanning feel a little threatened. However, that young man did not feel anything. When he saw him, he relaxed his dark brows and grinned. "Master, you're back?" "Yes." "Looking for Uncle?" "He went to Annie's hall. Auntie is not feeling well, so he can't leave. If you have anything to say, I'll pass it on to him." Chu Wanning pursed his lips and said lightly, "No need." After that, he turned to leave. However, Mo Ran called out to him, "Master, wait a moment." "What?" He turned around as he spoke, but was caught off guard by Mo Ran's hand reaching out and brushing the tip of his dark brows. Mo Ran brushed it off and said naturally, "Look at you, you're covered in snow." Chu Wanning was stunned. He let the young man nag and removed the snow on him. Then, he took a white handkerchief and wiped his wet hair. Chu Wanning was afraid of the cold and could not catch a cold. Otherwise, he would easily fall ill. However, this person did not know how to take care of himself. In his previous life, after Chu Wanning was put under house arrest, he often liked to sit in the courtyard and watch the koi fish jump around. He did not even know it was snowing. As a result, he often caught a cold or had a fever. After his spiritual nucleus was destroyed, his master became weaker and weaker. He was often bedridden for more than half a month. Even if he drank medicine after medicine, it did not seem to get better. Therefore, when Immerse saw snowflakes falling between his eyebrows and shoulders again, half melting and the other half condensing, he subconsciously wanted to brush them off. However, when he was halfway through, he suddenly realized that this action seemed to be too intimate. He suddenly looked up and happened to meet Chu Wanning's pair of deep phoenix eyes. Chu Wanning was staring at him. Immerse withdrew his hand. Ahaha, disciple overstepped. Master, wipe it yourself, wipe it yourself. When he was embarrassed, Chu Wanning was relieved. After all, a dream was just a dream. His disciple's temperament was still the same as before. He was completely different from the person in the dream who called himself this lord. Chu Wanning was silent for a while. He took Immerse's handkerchief and took off his cloak. He walked to the stove to warm his hands and wiped the melting snow on his hair. When did you know you overstepped? The firelight reflected on Chu Wanning's face. He narrowed his eyes and said, Haven't you always been overstepping? Immerse. For a moment, no one spoke. After Chu Wanning finished wiping his hair, he casually put away the handkerchief and glanced at Immerse. But then again, what are you doing here? Immerse hurriedly said, Isn't it the end of the year? A year's worth of files needs to be sorted out. I'm here to help. Chu Wanning interrupted him. I know there is a year's worth of files to be sorted out, but isn't this Shi Mingjing's matter? Why are you doing it? Immerse. Shizun's memory is really good. Chu Wanning was unmoved by this flattery. Where is he? He said he had a headache and fever this morning. He was also sweating all over. Seeing Chu Wanning's expression, Immerse said, I'm sorry, Shizun. I advised him to stay in bed and rest. Don't blame him for being lazy. That kind of apology was like a sharp needle, pricking Chu Wanning's brows. Chu Wanning was silent for a while, then asked, Is he okay? Immerse saw that he didn't blame him and sighed in relief. When I came out, I just gave him some medicine to drink. I only left when I saw that he had fallen asleep. It's just a cold, so he should be fine in 2 or 3 days. Thank you for your concern, Shizun. What do I have to care about you guys? I was just asking. Immerse. I'm leaving. Tidy up well. As Chu Wanning said this, he walked away alone. At the peak of life and death, disciples were strictly prohibited from doing things for each other. Immerse originally thought that he would be punished by Shizun, but he didn't expect that Chu Wanning would let him go so easily. For a while, he didn't react and stood there in a daze for a long time. When he was almost far away, he suddenly came back to his senses. People walking alone in the snow. Immerse picked up the umbrella by the door and braved the snow to run out. Shizun, wait a moment. Chu Wanning turned around. Immerse stopped in front of him, shook the snow off the umbrella, and opened it properly above the two of them. The snow is heavy. Take the umbrella and go back. Chu Wanning glanced at him. No need. Immerse put the umbrella in his hands, but Chu Wanning was tired of it and insisted on not wanting it. As he pulled, the umbrella was pushed and fell into the snow. With a strong gust of wind, it suddenly floated several feet away. Chu Wanning stared at the umbrella that fell into the snow. He stared for a while. This was originally a small matter. He wanted to be as indifferent as before and leave. But suddenly, he couldn't move. Just like how a candle flame would eventually be extinguished, an ancient well would also dry up. Even the most patient person would have a time when they broke down. Chu Wanning turned around and flicked his sleeves. Immerse, can you not provoke me? I'm not Shi Mingjing. I don't need anyone to take care of me. As he spoke, a golden light suddenly lit up in his hand. Immerse subconsciously took a step back, thinking that he was going to use Heaven's Inquisition to hit him again. Who knew that a golden spring would appear in Chu Wanning's hand, forming a resplendent barrier in the air. In an instant, it blocked the wind and snow around him. Immerse, a barrier that could block the snow and rain. Chu Wanning soared like eyebrows furrowed, his expression cold. Do you think I need an umbrella? He seemed to be really angry. His fingertips moved quickly, and the light of the barrier changed from gold to red, from red to purple, from purple to blue, from blue to green. Every time the color changed, the effects of the barrier would be different. Some could only block the snow, some could block the cold wind, and some could even turn the cold of the snow into warmth within the barrier. These moves were too powerful. Of course, Chu Wanning wouldn't waste his spiritual energy to block the snow like this. This kind of show-off was so childish that Immerse was speechless for a moment. Shizun, don't be angry. Which eye of yours saw that I was angry? Chu Wanning was so angry that his face turned green. Get lost. Okay. I'll get lost. Immerse glanced at the barrier above his head. But don't waste your spiritual energy like this. Get lost. Chu Wanning waved his hand, and the barrier suddenly closed, turning into a bolt of lightning that struck in front of Immerse. Immerse was almost struck by the lightning summoned by Chu Wanning. It was rare for him to show concern for the other, but he was met with such a reaction. For a moment, he was a bit angry. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and saw Chu Wanning standing in the snow. His face was pale, and his eyes were a bit red. Immerse was stunned. You and I are just master and disciple. There's no need to be so concerned. Take your umbrella and get out of here. Immerse was shocked and suddenly understood. Shizun, that day at the practice field, when I was talking to Shirmei, did you? He heard it. Chu Wanning didn't say anything and turned to leave. This time, Immerse didn't call him, and he didn't look back. Halfway through, he couldn't help but sneeze. Chu Wanning's footsteps stiffened, and then he walked even faster. It seemed like he was angry, but also like he was running away. And from beginning to end, Immerse stood in the boundless snow, staring blankly at his back until it disappeared. No one knew what he was thinking. As soon as Chu Wanning returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, he fell ill. Although he could use the barrier to avoid the rain and snow, when it came to his own matters, he was very lazy and even more unwilling to waste his spiritual energy. Otherwise, when it rained, he wouldn't act like a normal person, casually holding an oil paper umbrella and walking around. After sneezing a few times in succession, they all came looking for him with headaches and fevers. However, he had been ill for a long time and was no longer surprised by colds. He took some medicine, washed up, and changed his clothes. Then, he crawled under the blanket and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because of the cold. The nausea that had been acting up since Jin Chengqi was injured was particularly obvious tonight. He slept in a drowsy state for a whole night. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and his body was as hot as a stove. At noon the next day, Chu Wanning vaguely woke up. He opened his eyes and lay on the bed in a daze for a while before slowly jumping off the bed and preparing to put on his shoes. Then, he was stunned. He suddenly realized that after one night, his boots had become much bigger. He took a closer look. Chu Wanning, no matter how calm Elder Yu Hong was, he could not endure this shock. It wasn't his boots that were getting bigger. Chu Wanning stared blankly at his own hands, his own legs, his own bare feet, and his shoulders that were exposed from under his clothes. Did I become smaller? Chapter 52. Shizun was practicing his swordsmanship on the north peak when a begonia flower suddenly fell from the sky. He made a sound of surprise and took the begonia flower while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. He muttered to himself, Yu Hong sent a message to the begonia flower? Can't he come and tell me himself? When did he become so lazy? Although he said this, Shizun still picked up the golden light in the begonia flower and put it into his ear. An unfamiliar child's voice came from it. My lord, please come to the Red Lotus Pavilion when you have time. Shizun did not believe it at first, but when he landed in front of Chu Wanning's residence on his sword, he was completely dumbfounded. In the pavilion next to the lotus pond, a child about 5 or 6 years old stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the lotus leaf with a gloomy expression. From the side, this person's face was as white as snow, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He was even wearing Chu Wanning's robes, but they were too big for him. His sleeves and robes dragged on the ground, making him look like a fish in a pond with a giant tail. Shizun. The child looked back with an arrogant expression that said, If you dare laugh, I'll die? Shuizhengyong, pfft. Ha ha ha. The child slammed the table and said angrily, What are you laughing at? What's so funny? It's not that I'm not laughing. Ah ha ha. Oh no, Yu Hong. I told you to go to Elder Tanlang and take a look at the wound, but you didn't listen. Ha 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 ha. This is so funny. Shuizhengyong held his stomach and said, I've never seen a child with such a strong murderous aura. Ah ha ha. This child was none other than Chu Wanning, who woke up to find that his body had shrunk. Jin Chengqi pierced through the vines on his back and back. He did not know what spell it was, but it turned people into their 5 or 6 years old appearance. Fortunately, his magic power did not regress. Otherwise, Chu Wanning felt that he could really die. Shuizhengyong laughed as he went to find a set of disciples' robes for him. After Chu Wanning put it on, he did not look so funny. He tidied up his blue-bottomed, silver-edged gauntlets and glared at Shuizhengyong. Then, he said fiercely, I'll kill you if you tell anyone. Shuizhengyong laughed and said, I won't say. But what are you going to do? I don't know anything about medicine, so I have to find someone to take a look, right? Why don't I invite Elder Tanlang over? Chu Wanning angrily flicked his sleeves, only to find that the little disciple uniform had a narrow collar and tight sleeves. When he waved his sleeves, there was no imposing manner at all. He became even more displeased. Why did you invite him? Let him laugh at me? Why don't I ask my wife to take a look? Chu Wanning pursed his lips and didn't speak. He actually looked a little aggrieved. I'll take your silence as a yes. Chu Wanning turned around and faced him with the back of his head. Shuizhengyong knew that he was depressed, but this spectacle was too funny. After holding it in for a while, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing again. With a schwa sound, the Heavens Inquisition was summoned. Chu Wanning glanced sideways and sternly said, You dare to laugh again. I won't laugh anymore. I'll go find my wife now. Aha. Shuizhengyong ran away like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he brought an anxious Madame Wang over. Madame Wang was stunned when she saw Chu Wanning. After a while, she said in disbelief, Elder Yu Hong, Chu Wanning, fortunately, compared to Shuizhengyong, Madame Wang was a doctor with a benevolent heart. She didn't laugh at Chu Wanning. Instead, she carefully examined him and then softly said, Elder's spiritual energy is flowing smoothly, and there's nothing wrong with his body. It seems that other than turning into a child, there's nothing different about him. Chu Wanning asked, Madam, do you know how to resolve this? Madame Wang shook her head and said, Elder's injuries were caused by the ancient willow vine. I'm afraid there's no second case of this in the world. Therefore, I don't know how to deal with it. Chu Wanning's eyelashes suddenly drooped, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. He was clearly stunned. Madame Wang couldn't bear to see this and hurriedly said, Elder Yu Hong, in my opinion, the reason why you've become like this is probably because the vine's sap used for self-healing has invaded your wounds. It's not an evil curse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to act up. I think that the sap is very small. It's because you've been too busy these past few days that the curse affected your body. Why don't you recuperate for a while and see how things go? After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning sighed and said, I guess that's the only way. Thank you, madam. You're welcome. Madame Wang carefully sized him up again and said, with Elder's current appearance, if you don't say it, no one will be able to tell. She was right. Chu Wanning had long forgotten the things that happened when he was 5 or 6 years old. However, when he looked at his reflection in the lake, other than some facial features, he didn't look very similar to his adult self. His heart finally relaxed a little. He raised his head and said to Shuizhengyong, Lord, I'm going to be in seclusion at the Red Lotus Pavilion for a few days. Please take care of Shui Meng and the others. What are you saying? Meng is my son. Ran is my nephew. And Shi Mei is a disciple of the peak of life and death. Of course I have to take care of them, Shuizhengyong said with a smile. You should worry more about yourself. However, Chu Wanning had been meditating for 3 days straight, but he didn't see his body return to its original appearance. He couldn't help but feel even more worried. He was also thousands of miles away from Madame Wang's words of recuperation. One evening, Chu Wanning finally couldn't bear the agitation in his heart. Seeing that his cultivation was fruitless, he simply left the southern peak and walked around to relax. It was already past dinner time, and the night practice had yet to begin. The peak of life and death's empty valleys, secluded paths, bridges, and pavilions were filled with groups of 3 to 5 disciples. No one noticed him. Chu Wanning strolled around and went to a bamboo forest near the stage of good and evil. The elders had their own practice areas that they were used to. Usually, they would bring their disciples to a fixed place to practice. Chu Wanning was used to this bamboo forest. The bamboo shadows were bleak, and the leaves were rustling. Chu Wanning broke off a leaf and put it to his lips. He slowly blew on it. The quiet and fragmented music calmed his mind. But not long after, the sound of footsteps came from afar and stopped near him. "Hey, kid." Chu Wanning opened his eyes. Xueming was standing proudly in the bamboo forest with his slender waist and long legs. He was holding the glittering saber Longqing and was talking to him. "I'm going to practice my saber here. You go somewhere else." Chu Wanning raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a strange feeling. Xueming was bossing him around. He thought for a while and said, "I'll play my saber and you practice yours. Let's not disturb each other." Xueming said, "How can that be? Go. My saber will hurt you." "You can't hurt me." Xueming was a little impatient. He clicked his tongue and said, "Then I'll remind you. If you get hurt later, I won't care about you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his saber. Longqing let out a vigorous cry, like a snake in a deep pool riding on the clouds, breaking through the air. In a split second, the forest was mottled with light and shadow. The sword chi was like a rainbow. Xueming danced Longqing in the bamboo leaves. With one slash, a bamboo leaf was broken into 10 pieces. With one slash, the bamboo leaves fell down. Bit by bit, stab by stab, stroke by stroke, it was done in one breath like the wind returning to the snow. With such a sharp saber technique, not to mention a 5-year-old child, even a 50-year-old cultivator would praise it. But when Xueming finished his 10 styles dance, the child sitting on the rock was still blowing his leaves. It was as if there was nothing to see in front of him, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Xueming was a little angry. He put away his saber and jumped down from the top of the bamboo forest. He landed lightly in front of Chu Wanning.
Child.
"Hey, child, I'm talking to you." Chu Wanning put down his bamboo leaves and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at him expressionlessly. "What? Didn't your master teach you to be more polite when talking to people? Don't just say hey and hey. I have a name. I don't care what your name is." Xueming originally wanted to talk nicely, but when he heard him speak with sarcasm, he immediately lost his good mood. "Get out of my way. You saw it yourself. Sabers and swords don't have eyes. Be careful that I don't cut your head off." Chu Wanning casually said, "You can't even avoid my head. What's the point of practicing?" "You." Xueming had never been talked back to like this since he was young. Moreover, the other side was a low-level disciple who didn't even reach his thigh. He was immediately embarrassed and angry. He angrily said, "You dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am?" Chu Wanning faintly glanced at him. "Who are you?" "I am the young master of the peak of life and death." Xueming was simply about to suffocate. "You don't even know this?" Chu Wanning smiled faintly. That smile would have looked very mocking on his original face, but on his current childish and cute face, it was even more mocking. "You're just a young master, not a master. Why do you have to know? You. What did you say? Put down your arrogance and properly practice your blade." After Chu Wanning said this, he lowered his long eyelashes and slowly blew on the bamboo leaves. The slow melody was like cotton fluttering in the wind, tossing and turning. Xueming was really about to be angered to death. He let out a loud cry and actually got into a fight with a child. But no matter how angry he was, he didn't want to hit a child. He could only soar into the air and slash at the trees. In a split second, the trees were cut down, and in the midst of this ethereal song, he displayed a ruthless and dangerous blade technique. His blade was fast and fierce. In the flash of the blade, dozens of bamboo shoots were cut into blunt thorns. If it was used to attack an enemy, these blunt thorns would be like sharp needles that could cut through hair. But to teach his own sect's younger generation disciple, he didn't have to go too far. Hundreds of blunt thorns fell straight towards Chu Wanning. Seeing that they were about to hurt him, Xue Ming quickly jumped and prepared to use his qinggong to bring this ignorant disciple away. He didn't really want to hurt this child. He just wanted to scare him. Unexpectedly, at the same time he flew down, the child stopped playing and flicked the tender green bamboo leaves at his fingertips. The thin bamboo leaves instantly shattered into hundreds of thin strands at his fingertips. Almost in an instant, the hundreds of thin strands accurately attacked the blunt thorns that were falling down. The wind seemed to have frozen. Chu Wanning stood up. At the same time, the hundreds of blunt thorns around him turned into fine powder in a split second. Turned into ashes. Xue Ming was stunned. He stood in place, his face alternating between green and red. He couldn't say a single word. The childish child in front of him rustled his eyelashes, his silver-blue disciple robes fluttering. He smiled at Xue Ming again. Xue Ming, the blade is swift and fierce, but it has no rhythm. It's too impulsive. Xue Ming opened his mouth, then closed it again. Chu Wanning said, "Let's start from the Spirit Sparrow style again. Dance according to my tune again. I'll play a section, and you'll finish the style. Don't go any faster." Being instructed by a child like this, Xue Ming's expression became even uglier. He bit his lip and didn't move. Chu Wanning didn't rush him. He just waited on the side. He wanted to see if Xue Ming would be able to put down his pride for the sake of cultivation and rather listen to the words of a child. After waiting for a while, Xue Ming suddenly stomped his feet in frustration. He threw his sword and turned to leave. Chu Wanning saw him leave in a huff, his expression slightly gloomy. He thought, it's a pity that Xue Ming can't learn humbly like this. But before he finished thinking, he saw him pick up a branch from the ground, turn around, and say in a bad tone, Then I'll use a branch, in case I hit you." Chu Wanning paused, a smile on his lips. He nodded and said, "Okay." Xue Ming picked a bamboo leaf for him, wiped it clean, and handed it to him. "Here, little brother, this is for you." Just like this, he became a child and a little brother. Chu Wanning looked at him in amusement. He took the leaf, sat back down on the rock, and slowly blew. Xue Ming had an impatient personality. In this blade style, there was a sweeping move in the air. When he turned around in the air, he had to stab 6 times in a row and then slash once. However, Xue Ming couldn't grasp the speed. Often, he would stab 10 times in a row before he struck, and that strike had already missed the best time. After 5 or 6 times, Xue Ming couldn't get it right. The more anxious he became, the tighter his brows became. Just as he was anxious, he glanced to the side and saw the child sitting on the rock playing the bamboo leaf. He saw that although the child was young, he was calm and didn't complain at all. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Thus, he pulled himself together and practiced a few more times. Gradually, he found some feeling in the music. Xue Ming, however, was not happy. He continued to leap and stab. When the moon was high in the sky, it was already late. He was finally able to perform this part of the saber technique without any mistakes. Sweat condensed between his dark eyebrows. Xue Ming wiped it with a handkerchief and said happily, "Today, it's all thanks to you. Little brother, which elder's disciple are you? You're so strong. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Chu Wanning had already thought about it. Elder Xuanji had many disciples, so many that even he couldn't remember all of them. Thus, he put away the bamboo leaf and smiled slightly. "I am Elder Xuanji's disciple." Xue Ming seemed to be quite disdainful of Xuanji. He snorted and said, "Oh, that trash king." "Trash king? Ah, sorry." Xue Ming misunderstood the surprise in Chu Wanning's eyes. He thought that it was because he looked down on this child's master and made him unhappy. He smiled and said, "It's just a nickname in private. Your master has taken in too many disciples. He doesn't refuse anyone. Trash refers to the disciples he has taken in who have no talent. It's not that Elder Xuanji isn't good. Little brother, don't take it to heart." Chu Wanning said, "Do you often give elders nicknames in private?" Chapter 53. Of course, all nicknames have to be given. Who will the heavens spare? Ming seemed to be in high spirits as he enthusiastically introduced Chu Wanning. You don't look very old, probably not more than 5 years old, right? You've just arrived at the peak of life and death, so you're not familiar with everyone. Once you're familiar with them, you'll know that most of the 20 elders here have nicknames among the disciples. Oh, Chu Wanning looked at him meaningfully. For example, that's a lot to say, but it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Thank you for your advice today. I'll bring you down the mountain for supper. We'll talk while we eat. Chu Wanning lowered his head and thought for a while, then smiled sure. Ming put away Dragon's Den and held Chu Wanning's hand. The ignorant disciple and the shrunken master walked along the long bamboo stone steps towards the mountain gate. Little brother, what's your name? Ming asked as they walked. Chu Wanning calmly replied, My surname is Xia. Xia what? Xia Si and I. Ming didn't seem to understand the meaning behind it and even asked happily, Not bad. It sounds pretty good. Which 2 words are they? Chu Wanning glanced at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Si as in situ, and I as in rebellious disciple. Xia Si and I. Oh. Ming smiled and asked again, Then how old are you this year? I guessed correctly before, right? You're not more than 5 years old, right? Chu Wanning's face darkened. Luckily, Ming was looking at the road and didn't look at his expression. Otherwise, he would have been frightened. No, young master guessed wrong. I'm 6 years old this year. Ming said, Then you're really talented, although you're still a bit lacking compared to me when I was young. However, with a little bit of training, he would definitely be an outstanding junior. How about this? You don't have to study under Xuanji. Call me senior brother, and I'll ask my master to accept you as his disciple. What do you think? Chu Wanning tried his best not to roll his eyes. What do you want me to call you? Senior brother. Ming bent down with a smile and flicked Chu Wanning's forehead. Not everyone has this opportunity. Chu Wanning had a complicated expression on his face. What's wrong? Too happy to speak? Chu Wanning. The 2 of them were talking and laughing as they walked. At least, Ming thought that they were talking and laughing as they walked. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, ending this conversation that might have taken Ming's life if it continued. Ming, why are you here? In the entire pinnacle of life and death, who else would call Ming? Ming didn't even turn her head, but her mouth was already cursing. Ran, you dog, if you call me that again, I'll pull out your tongue. When he turned around, Ran was indeed standing under the bright moon, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He grinned at the 2 of them. He originally wanted to tease Ming a bit more, but he suddenly noticed that there was a delicate and pretty child standing beside Ming. He couldn't help but be stunned. This is... Ming pulled Chu Wanning behind him and glared at Ran. Why do you care? Don't hide him. Ran grabbed Ming's hand and pulled Chu Wanning out. He squatted down and carefully examined him. Suddenly, he muttered, This child looks very familiar. Chu Wanning became vigilant. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Chu Wanning knew that this was bad. If his identity was exposed, how could he face others in the future? Thinking of this, he subconsciously took a step back and turned around to escape. Don't go. Ran pulled him back with an evil smile. He extended a finger and stroked Chu Wanning's nose. He slowly said, Come, little brother, tell big brother what your name is. Her nose, which had been touched by him, felt greasy. Chu Wanning was both embarrassed and guilty, so she stepped back. Ran thought that he was scared, so he laughed and said, Why are you hiding? Be good. Tell big brother. Is your surname Xue? Ming. Ran pointed at Ming and asked Chu Wanning with a smile, This person, is he your father? You have to tell me the truth. That way, big brother will dote on you and buy candy for you. Are you crazy, Wei? Ming instantly exploded. Her face flushed red, and she shouted with her hair standing on end. You, what exactly are you thinking? You're dirty. You're dirty. You're shameless. Chu Wanning was also speechless, but he felt a little relieved. My surname is Xia. I'm Xuanji's disciple, Xia Si and I. Scare you to death? Mo Ran's eyes curved into crescents. He was not stupid and immediately understood the meaning of the name. Haha, interesting. You're crazy. Shui Ming pushed Mo Ran away fiercely and said angrily, "He's my new friend. He has nothing to do with you. We're going to have supper. Get out of my way." Oh, Mo Ran stepped aside. But soon, he put his hands behind his head and followed them with a smile on his face. Shui Ming growled at him. "What are you doing?" "I'm going down the mountain for supper too," Mo Ran said innocently. "Am I not allowed to?" Shui Ming, Wuchang Town. Since the peak of life and death was established, this town, which used to be haunted by ghosts, gradually returned to its former peace. Now, it was even a little lively. At this time, the night market was open. Shui Ming and the others walked among the stalls and found a shop that sold antique soup. They sat in front of a short wooden table in the open air. Antique soup used a copper cauldron as cooking utensils and was placed on a burning charcoal basin. When eating, the fire was not extinguished and the soup in the cauldron was boiled. The soup was usually spicy and spicy. Fresh ingredients were placed all over the table. Whatever one wanted to eat, one could throw it in. Because the food would make a gulp sound when it was dropped into the boiling water, it was called antique soup. This was a famous dish in Sichuan, but Chu Wanning only ate clear soup without spicy food. He didn't eat spicy food because he choked when he ate it. Shui Ming was born in Sichuan, and Mo Ran grew up in the Shangtan area. Both of them were accustomed to spicy food. Naturally, they thought that Xiaxi and I could eat spicy food. When they sat down to order, Shui Ming ordered a few dishes with familiarity and said, "Put more pepper in the soup, and don't use enough chili oil." Chu Wanning suddenly pulled his sleeve and said faintly, "I want the Mandarin duck pot." "What?" Shui Ming thought he heard wrong. Chu Wanning said with a black face, "I want the Mandarin duck pot, half spicy and half not spicy." Shui Ming, "You're not from Sichuan?"
Yes.
Ah. Shui Ming nodded and showed a look of understanding, but he was also a little surprised. He looked at Chu Wanning and said, "You're so young, but you're so far away from your hometown. It's really, alas, forget it." He sighed and turned to the waiter. "Well, the Mandarin duck pot it is." Chu Wanning didn't know why he heard a trace of unwillingness in Shui Ming's tone. Then he found that this was not his illusion. Shui Ming was really a little unwilling. When he was waiting for the dishes, he said, "Shitty, since you're in Sichuan, you have to learn to eat spicy food. If you don't eat spicy food, you can't be close to others, do you know? You cannot speak Sichuan dialect, but you can't not eat spicy food. By the way, where are you from?" Chu Wanning said, "Lin and..." "Oh." Shui Ming thought for a while and felt that he was not familiar with the Jiangnan water town. So he bit his chopsticks and asked, "Then in your hometown, do you eat rabbit heads?" Before Chu Wanning could answer, Mo Ran said with a smile, "Of course not." Shui Ming stared at him, and Chu Wanning also looked at him. Mo Ran put one foot on the bench, put his elbow on his knee, and fluently turned the chopsticks in his hand. Seeing this, he tilted his head and smiled. "What's wrong? Looking at me like that, you don't want to eat." Shui Ming turned his head and asked Chu Wanning, "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" "Yes." Shui Ming stared at Mo Ran again. "How do you know? Have you been to Linen?" "No, I haven't." Mo Ran made a face. "But Brother Xia and our Shizun are from the same hometown. Don't you know that Shizun doesn't eat rabbit heads? When he takes cold dishes in the Ming Palabi, he either uses shallots mixed with tofu or osmanthus and sugar lotus root. If you don't believe me, you can pay attention next time." Chu Wanning, "Ah, I haven't paid attention. Ever since I saw Shizun's breakfast last time, I don't dare to look at his plate. It's really scary." Shui Ming rubbed his chin and slowly revealed a disgusted expression. "Shizun's taste is really hard to describe. Did you know? He actually eats salted tofu pudding." Chu Wanning. As he spoke, Shui Ming turned his head and looked at him. He said earnestly, "Little shitty, you must not learn from Elder Yu Hong. In the future, no one will be willing to eat with you. Remember, you must eat both rabbit heads and chili. When you eat tofu pudding in the morning, you must not pour sauce into it." "And seaweed and dried shrimps," Mo Ran added. "Yes, seaweed and dried shrimps too." Shui Ming and Mo Ran shared a common enemy. It was rare that Xueming and Mo Ran shared a common enemy. I can't stand it. Chu Wanning looked at the two idiots and said expressionlessly. The dishes were quickly served. The frozen bamboo shoots were fresh and crispy. The green vegetables were green. The tofu was sparkling. The fish was tender, and the lamb slices were rolled up into thin rolls. They were neatly arranged on white porcelain plates. The crispy meat was golden brown and crispy, sprinkled with cumin and pepper. A pot of freshly ground soy milk was placed next to the table, causing the small table to creak under the pressure. Friendship was a matter of eating one meal at a time, not to mention the hot antique soup. After 2 or 3 rounds of lamb slices and 1 or 2 cups of soy milk, even the cold feelings between Xueming and Mo Ran couldn't help but temporarily warm up in the dense steam. Xueming's chopsticks rummaged in the spicy oil soup. Hey, where's the brain I threw in? Isn't your brain resting on your neck? Mo Ran laughed. I'm talking about pig's brain. Mo Ran bit his chopsticks and laughed evilly. Yes, I'm talking about pig's brain too. Son of a dog, how dare you scold me? Hey, your brain floated up. Eat. Xueming was excited and fell into his trap. He shouted, Take your dog's paw away. Don't fight with me. This is my brain. Chu Wanning sat on a small stool, holding a porcelain pot of sweet soy milk. He drank happily while leisurely looking at the 2 childish people beside him. He was not in a hurry. In any case, half of the clear soup pot was his. After drinking the soy milk, the child licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Mo Ran saw this and asked him with a smile, Little Shitty likes this? Chu Wanning digested the title of Little Shitty and silently calculated the possibility of getting rid of this title. He found that it was almost impossible, so he could only say dryly, And it's not bad. Mo Ran then turned his head and said, Waiter, this soy milk, give my Shitty another pot. Chu Wanning then drank the second pot with satisfaction. He was born with a sweet tooth, but because he ate too many pastries before, he developed tooth decay. Elder Tanlang had to spend a lot of effort to fix it for him. After that, Chu Wanning did not eat much because of his face. Now that he had turned into a child, it was convenient for him to eat desserts. Mo Ran watched him eat and said, Your taste is very similar to Shizun's. Chu Wanning choked, but his face was still very calm. He said without batting an eyelid, Shitty is talking about Elder Yu Hong? Yes. Mo Ran nodded with a smile and pushed a steamer to Chu Wanning. Come and try this. I think you will like it too. Chu Wanning picked up the leaf in the steamer and took a small bite. The soft white skin revealed a hole, and the steaming hot bean paste filling was soft and sweet. Is it good? Chu Wanning took another bite and nodded. And Mo Ran smiled and said, Then eat more. The 3 of them chatted while eating. Chu Wanning suddenly remembered the previous topic. He pretended not to care. After eating the 4th leaf, he asked Xueming, Young master, you told me before on the mountain that every elder has a nickname. Since my Shizun, Elder Xuanji, is called the King of Junk, then what is Elder Yu Heng's nickname? Chapter 54. Shizun. Xueming's expression instantly turned solemn. He's the only one who doesn't have a nickname. In the entire peak of life and death, no one dares to make fun of him. Nonsense. That's just because other people know you like Shizun and don't want to tell you the truth. Mo Ran rolled his eyes. He pulled Chu Wanning over and whispered in a not-so-soft voice, Don't listen to him. Let me tell you, in the entire peak of life and death, the one with the most nicknames is Elder Yu Hong. Oh, is that so? Chu Wanning slightly raised his eyebrows, appearing interested. For example, if you're more polite, you can call him White Impermanence. Why do you call him that? Because he wears white clothes all day long. What else? Little Cabbage. Why? Because he wears white clothes all day long. What else? Big Steamed Bun. Why? Because he wears white clothes all day long. What else? Little Widow. Chu Wanning. Do you know why that is? Mo Ran was completely unaware of the murderous intent that flashed through Chu Wanning's eyes. He even laughed foolishly. Because he wears white clothes all day long. If it weren't for Chu Wanning's good self-control, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in. And? Io. Mo Ran looked at Shueming's expression and said in a low voice, "If I say more, my cousin will probably flip the pot over my head." Shueming slammed the table and said through gritted teeth, "Outrageous. Who allowed them to talk about Shizun like this? What little cabbage and big steamed bun? There's even a little widow. Are they tired of living?" Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. "You're unhappy with this? Why don't you hear what some female disciples call Shizun? It's so mushy." Shueming's eyes widened. "What did they say?" Mo Ran said lazily. "What else can I say? Girls always speak in a genteel manner, such as pale moon pear blossom, bright spring white snow, Lind, and Chu Lang, Shizi Fuqian. Oh my God. Chu Wanning. Shueming, that's considered good. For someone like Elder Tanlang, who has a mediocre appearance and a bad temper, his nickname is much worse." Among the 20 elders, Elder Tanlang had the worst relationship with Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked, "What's his name?" "Winter pickles or pot herb mustard because it's dark," Mo Ran said with a smile. "Ming Ming, don't look at me like that. You're part of it too." Shueming seemed to have swallowed an egg. "What? I have one too?" "That's right," Mo Ran said with a smile. Shueming didn't seem to care. He cleared his throat and asked, "Then what did they call me?" "Ping Ping." "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?" "Isn't that easy?" Mo Ran's shoulders twitched as he said these 3 words. He finally couldn't help but slap the table and laugh. "A peacock spreading its tail, ha 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 ha." Shueming jumped up and said angrily, "Mo Ran, I'll kill you." When the 3 of them returned to the peak of life and death after eating their fill, it was already 1:00 in the afternoon. Chu Wanning first let his 2 foolish disciples send him to Elder Xuanji's territory and bid them farewell. Shueming asked him to meet again tomorrow at the bamboo forest, but Chu Wanning didn't know when he would return to his original appearance, so he didn't dare to agree. He only said that he would come if he had the time. When his disciples were far away, he used his qinggong and stepped on the roof beams to return to the Red Lotus Pavilion. The next morning, Chu Wanning woke up and saw that he still had the body of a child. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He stood on the bench with a straight face and stared at the person in the bronze mirror for a long time. He didn't even have the mood to comb his hair. After thinking about it, he felt that he couldn't continue like this, so he went to find Shuejiangnong. "What? You saw Ming, and Ran yesterday?" "Yes, I said that I was Xuanji's disciple. They didn't suspect anything," Chu Wanning said. "If Shueming asks you about it, remember to help me smooth things over. Let's not talk about this first. I've already cultivated for more than 10 days, but I haven't gotten any better. I can't go on like this. I have to go find Tanlang." "Io, our Yuheng is so thin-skinned. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself today?" Chu Wanning looked at him coldly. However, when this gaze was placed on a child, it was unavoidably weak. It was a bit like a child throwing a tantrum. He was beautiful and cute when he was young. Shuejiangnong couldn't help but feel a little touched. He reached out to touch Chu Wanning's head. Chu Wanning suddenly said, "Great Lord, when my body recovers, I'll have to trouble you to ask Huan Sha Hall to make me a set of clothes for the pinnacle of life and death. I don't want white." Shuejiangnong was completely stunned. "I thought you didn't like to wear light armor?" "I'll change it occasionally," Chu Wanning said with a dark expression and walked away. Although Elder Tanlang didn't get along with Chu Wanning, he had to restrain himself a little because the Great Lord was here. Thus, he didn't mock Chu Wanning with his mouth. Everything was written in his eyes. Chu Wanning raised his eyes and looked expressionlessly at Elder Tanlang. The other's eyes lit up like fireworks. Chu Wanning was speechless. Madame Wang's diagnosis is generally correct. After Elder Tanlang finished reading Chu Wanning's pulse, he let go of Chu Wanning's wrist. Chu Wanning immediately pulled his hand away and rolled down his sleeve. "Then why haven't you recovered after 10 days? Tanlang said, "Although the amount of sap from the ancient sacred wood is small, its effects are strong. I'm afraid it will take a long time for you to recover." Chu Wanning asked casually, "How long?" Tanlang said, "I'm not sure, but about 10 years. Chu Wanning's eyes widened. Although Elder Tanlang tried to keep a straight face, The gloating smile in his eyes was almost overflowing. That's right. You might need 10 years to recover your original appearance. Chu Wanning stared at him for a while and said coldly, "Are you trying to trick me? I wouldn't dare. Your elder Yu Hong." Tianlang laughed. "I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that your body is smaller and your mind is a little childish, but it's negligible. Besides, your magic power is still there. Why are you in such a hurry to recover?" Chu Wanning's face turned green. He was speechless for a moment. Tianlang said, "But in these 10 years, you won't always look like a child. This kind of fluid flows in the same vein as your spiritual power. If you don't use any spells for 3 to 5 months, you'll return to your original appearance." "That's a good idea." Shui Jingyong's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Tianlang smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry, great lord? I haven't even finished my sentence. After Elder Yu Hong recovers his original appearance, he still can't use too many spells. Once he uses too much of his spiritual power, he'll be controlled by the sap and turn back into a child." "Too much? What do you mean too much?" Shui Jingyong shouted. "Well, the sap has already spread all over his body." Tianlang said, "He can only use 2 moves a day at most." Chu Wanning's voice was as cold as steel. He said, "The ghost world's enchantment is often flawed. Refining a spirit mech also requires spells. If I can only use 2 moves a day at most, won't I become a useless person? Then I can't do anything." Tianlang said sarcastically, "After all, if the human world loses the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, the sun may not rise again tomorrow." Shui Jingyong said anxiously, "Tianlang, don't be so sarcastic. In the entire cultivation world, your medical skills are one of the best. Quickly think of a way. Although Yu Heng's magic power is not affected, he's still a child after all. His skills are definitely not as good as before. Besides, if the other sects know that he was injured at the Jinqing Pond, who knows what they'll do? 10 years is too long. See if there's any good medicine that can." Elder Tianlang interrupted him mockingly. "My lord, I'm not going to give you a chance. The Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable was contaminated with the sap of an ancient divine tree. It's not just any common poison. What do you think I can come up with in such a short time?" Shui Jingyong. "All right, I'm going to refine the pills." Tianlang said slowly, "Both of you, please go back." Shui Jingyong, Tianlang. He still wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning pulled on his clothes and said, "My lord, let's go." The two of them walked to the door, but Tanlong's voice suddenly came from behind them. "Chu Wanning, if you're willing to humbly beg me, maybe I'll be willing to help you make the medicine. Although I've never seen your situation before, it's not impossible. Why don't you think about it?" Chu Wanning turned around and said, "What do you want to be considered as humbly?" Tianlang was lying on the bed, lazily arranging the silver needles on the table. When he heard this, he looked up slightly, and his eyes flashed with mockery. When other people are cornered, they kowtow and ask for help. You and I are colleagues, so there's no need for kowtowing. If you kneel and say a few words to me, I'll help you." Chu Wanning did not say anything and looked at him coldly. After a while, he said, "Winter Pickles, I think you're still asleep." When he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Tianlang was left alone in a daze. For a long time, he did not understand what Winter Pickles meant. The days passed slowly. Elder Yu Heng said that he was in seclusion, but in reality, he was trapped in the child's body and could not come out. This matter was first known by Shui Jingyong, Madame Wang, and Elder Tianlang. Later, in order not to expose themselves, Elder Xuanji also heard of this strange matter. A few months passed in a flash. The Red Lotus Pavilion had been closed for a long time. Xueming and the others could not help but worry. Master has been in seclusion for more than 70 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Maybe his spiritual power is about to improve again. Mei drank the Ling Mountain rain dew in his teacup and looked at the cloudy sky outside the window. It's going to snow. It's going to be little winter soon. I don't know if Master can come out before New Year's Eve. Mo Ran was lazily flipping through the sword manual. Hearing this, he said, I don't think he can come out. A few days ago, he used the begonia flower to send us a message. Didn't he say that there was still a long time? I think it's quite mysterious. Today was a free day at the peak of life and death. The disciples did not need to cultivate. Immerse and the other two gathered together to make tea and wine. The bamboo curtains in the pavilion in the small courtyard were half-drawn. Under the heavy curtains, misty water vapor leaked out. Recently, there was an additional disciple under Elder Xuanji, Xiaxini, who often hung out with them. Ever since he met Xueming that day, Xueming would pull him over to cultivate and play with him. After a long time, he was even more inseparable from them. Originally, there were 3 disciples under Yu Hong. Now, there was an additional little one. At this time, Chu Wanning, who had changed his name to Xiaxini, was sitting at the table eating pastries. Although he ate in a refined manner, his speed was not slow at all. Xueming inadvertently glanced at him and stilled. His gaze returned to the plate and he said in shock, "Wah, little shitty, who did you inherit your appetite from?" Chu Wanning slowly chewed the osmanthus cake. The cake was too delicious. He did not want to pay attention to Xueming at all. After all, someone was fighting with him for food. Immerse's hand and Chu Wanning's hand landed on the last piece of lotus flower cake at the same time. The two suddenly looked up and their eyes met. Chu Wanning said, "Let go." Immerse said, "No.
Let go.
You've eaten 8 pieces. This one is mine. I can give you the rest, but not the lotus flower cake." Immerse glared at this little guy for a while and used his trump card. "Shitty, you eat too much sweets. You'll have tooth decay." "It's okay." Chu Wanning was very calm. "I'm 6 years old. It's not embarrassing." Immerse. With a smack, Xueming slapped him across the face, accompanied by his complaints, "Immerse, you're so annoying. You're already so old, yet you're still fighting with your junior brother for food." While Immerse was covering his head with his hands, Chu Wanning expressionlessly grabbed the lotus cake and took a small bite with satisfaction. "Junior brother." Chu Wanning ignored him and focused on eating the dessert. The 4 of them were having a lively time when suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced through the sky and reverberated throughout the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning's expression darkened slightly. "Gather sentries?" Xueming lifted half of the curtain and looked out of the window. The disciples walking outside also stopped to look, and they all revealed surprised expressions. Once the whistle sounded, all the disciples of the Life and Death Summit had to gather in the square outside of the Danqing Palace. This also meant that the whistle would only sound when there was an emergency. Before Chu Wanning joined the sect, this kind of whistle was often blown when the boundary of the ghost world was broken. However, ever since Chu Wanning joined the sect, the whistle had not sounded for a long time. Shermei put down the scroll in his hand, got up and walked to Xueming. "It's so strange. What's so urgent?" "I don't know. Whatever, let's go take a look first." Only Immerse did not speak. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyelashes to hide the unnaturalness in his eyes. He knew what the whistle meant, but the timing of the incident was slightly different from what he remembered. He did not expect it to come so soon. The 4 of them arrived at the Life and Death Summit, and the other disciples also arrived one after another. Soon, all the elders and disciples gathered in the huge square of the Dan Xian Palace. When everyone was present, Shui Jingyong walked out of the closed door of the Dan Xian Palace and stood in front of the jade railing. Below the railing was a long blue stone staircase. Following behind him were 6 beautiful women. The 6 women's appearances were either charming or cold, but they were all extremely beautiful. They stood in the wind, but in the cold weather, they only wore a thin layer of gauze. At first glance, their red dresses were like clouds, their eyes were like red flames, and their silk ribbons fluttered in the wind. There was also a trace of a flame between their eyebrows. Xueming was stunned. Not only him, but almost everyone's expression changed dramatically when they saw the 6 women. Xueming was stunned for a long time before he murmured with a trembling voice, "Featherman Immortal Ambassadors. They are from the Vermilion Bird Fairyland?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.